The three cubs came knocking on the door, and the CEO was stunned. The three babies secretly returned to the country to find their father, only to be kidnapped. Fu Jin, CEO of the Fu Group, unexpectedly received a call from the kidnappers. "Your son is in my hands." The CEO's gaze turned cold. "Do I not know whether I have a son or not?" It wasn't until the woman who had kidnapped the children along with the three babies was brought back to the Fu family, and he saw three little faces exactly like his own, that Fu Jin fell silent. Could it be that this woman secretly had his children behind his back? Chapter 1, Daring to Hide the Jade Pendant in the Ashes Box. South Jew Cemetery. Jiling, tell me where your mother's jade pendant is, or I'll pry open your mother's grave and personally dig up her ashes box. Ji Shuiyan threatened the kneeling woman from a high position, the rain pouring down fiercely on Ji Ling's body. The cold wind pierced to the bone, and Ji Ling slowly lifted her head, her eyes bloodshot as she glared at her stepsister. "Try touching my mother's grave," she said. With a sneer, Ji Shuiyan crouched down, grasping Ji Ling's chin. "Ji Ling, do you still have the face to make demands? Even if I kill you today, no one will dare to stop me. Dig." As she finished speaking, several bodyguards dressed in black walked toward the tombstone, directly prying open the grave. Ji Ling lunged forward but instinctively protected her 8-month pregnant belly. "Get away. Don't touch it. Kick this annoying bitch away." "R." The bodyguards ruthlessly kicked Ji Ling's stomach. The pain made her body convulse, and blood began to flow down her legs. She was terrified. "No, the baby." Then, Ji Shuiyan's voice sounded with excitement. "I found it. The little bitch actually hid the jade pendant in the ashes box." Ji Ling clenched her fingers tightly, blood dripping from her palms, hatred growing within her, almost penetrating to the bone. Ji Shuiyan smugly waved the jade pendant in front of Ji Ling. "With this jade pendant, from now on, everything belonging to the Ji family and the Qin family will be mine. No one can look down on me anymore." A loud thunder cracked across the sky. The earth seemed to tremble briefly before shaking violently. The bodyguards quickly surrounded Ji Shuiyan. "Miss, it's bad. It's an earthquake." The group's faces changed in an instant, and they turned to run. "R." Ji Shuiyan's legs were suddenly pulled with force, and she screamed as she turned, glaring fiercely at the barely conscious Ji Ling. "This bitch dared to pull her. Take me to the hospital, save the baby." Ji Ling was on the brink of collapse, and with no one to turn to, she could only grip Ji Shuiyan's leg tightly, hoping for even a shred of compassion. To her surprise, Ji Shuiyan sneered coldly. "Save you? Ji Ling, you still don't know, do you? The man you rolled in bed with that night was the old pervert I arranged. How do you like it, sister? Old pervert." Ji Ling's body trembled. "You treat this bastard like a treasure? Doesn't he even deserve to carry the bloodline of our Ji family? Let go." The tremor became stronger, and Ji Shuiyan kicked at her desperately, trying to break free from Ji Ling's grip. But Ji Ling held on with all her might, her nails scraping blood across Ji Shuiyan's leg. She truly wanted to kill Ji Shuiyan, to die together. But the bodyguards finally reacted, kicking her away, shielding Ji Shuiyan as they fled. After a few steps, Ji Shuiyan turned and looked at the woman on the ground. "Ji Ling, take your bastard and go accompany your mother. Don't forget to thank me." The rain fell even heavier, blurring Ji Ling's vision. She could feel the life of the baby slipping away. She might not survive either. With great difficulty, she crawled toward the fallen ashes box and held it tightly in her arms. "Mom, I'm sorry. Baby, I'm sorry." Her intense will to survive kept her moving, her body swaying unsteadily as she dragged herself forward. The earth trembled again, and with each step, blood dripped from her body. Everything before her seemed to darken, until the last moment of consciousness, when a voice seemed to ring in her ears, holding her tightly, lingering, "I'm late." 6 years later. Ding ding ding. The woman, wearing protective goggles, focused intently on the experiment before her. The liquid gradually turned blue, and a robotic voice sounded, "Lady Lingling, congratulations, your 1001st experiment was successful." "Lingjie, it's bad. The 3 young masters left a note saying they wanted to see the world, but they were kidnapped. Now they've sent a distress signal to us." Ji Ling furrowed her brows, took off her lab coat, placed the experiment aside, and turned to walk out. "Go save them." Meanwhile, at the South Ju Fu Group building, the assistant reported with a headache, "Master Fu, the kidnappers called and said your son is in their hands." This was already the NTH scam call this month. Fu Jin's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes cold. "Don't I know whether I have a son?" As the assistant hung up, the phone rang again, with the caller relentlessly speaking. Suddenly, there was a sound of emptiness in his hand. Fu Jin mercilessly threw the phone into the fish tank. The CEO's office fell silent. At this moment, the LCD screen on the wall suddenly changed to a video call from the kidnappers. "Master Fu, it's been a while. We haven't seen each other since you destroyed my base. Let me show you a surprise. Tar da. I didn't expect that Master Fu, the great man, still has 3 illegitimate children outside. Now, they are all in my hands." The kidnapper turned the camera to show the 3 little children, each sitting on a stool, tied up and spaced about a meter apart. Their faces were soft and chubby, but their features were strikingly handsome. The assistant stared in disbelief. "How do they look so much like Master Fu?" Fu Jin's face darkened, and he remained still, staring at the screen. "Go check on them." He couldn't deny it, the children did look a lot like him. A flash of memory passed through his mind, an encounter with a woman 4 years ago, a one-night affair. He had always been indifferent, disliking women touching him. The only woman he'd been with was that one night 4 years ago. Could it be that this woman secretly had his children behind his back? Chapter 2, Their whole family of 4 is kidnapped. Lingjie, the kidnapper's position has changed, and their hiding place is quite tricky. I strongly suspect they are planning to escape and relocate. The woman sat in the driver's seat, her face serious as she stared at the approaching GTA 5 helicopter. "Confirm if the helicopter ahead is the kidnapper's aircraft." "Yes, Lingjie." Meanwhile, aboard the helicopter. "Master Fu, the aircraft ahead is suspected to belong to the kidnappers. It's the most advanced version with attack capabilities. Take it down." "Yes, Master Fu." The attack system on the helicopter was activated, and a shot fired straight at them. Ji Ling's eyes narrowed dangerously. It was indeed the kidnapper leader. Without hesitation, she fought back, blocking the incoming fire. With rapid gunfire, the helicopter skillfully dodged every attack from the other side. A sharp tail turn followed by a climb was nothing short of a challenge in Fu Jin's eyes, a clear provocation. "Master Fu, the 3 babies are in the warehouse below." Fu Jin's expression darkened. "Launch an all-out attack on this helicopter, take everyone." Below, the kidnappers looked up, watching the battle between the 2 helicopters in the sky. Boom! Several kidnappers recoiled, their ears ringing from the deafening noise. They exchanged looks. "Is Master Fu trying to intimidate us?" "Boss, are we sure we can get the 900 million from these 3 illegitimate children?" Inside the warehouse, the 3 babies quickly used a folding knife to cut the ropes, swiftly freeing their brothers. Just as they reached the door, they heard voices outside. Second brother, Ji Shi, frowned. "No way. Are we 3 little babies worth 900 million? Mommy said we're priceless treasures. This is too cheap. It's outrageous." "Sure, keep quiet. I'll pick the lock," said third brother, Ji Bao, as he pulled out a small pin and began working on the door lock. Big brother, Gen, watched the time anxiously, his face darkening. "Bad news, Mommy's helicopter was shot down." Just as he finished speaking, a massive explosion sounded from outside. 3 helicopters landed, and the people inside quickly knocked out the kidnappers. The door was burst open, and the 3 little ones tactically retreated. "Take them." At the Fu mansion, Ji Ling and her 3 babies sat side by side on the large sofa. The room was completely sealed, with no windows, the door tightly locked, and dozens of bodyguards surrounding them. Second brother, Ji Shi, gently squeezed his mother's fingers and whispered, "Mommy, why did you fail this time?" "He tricked me." Ji Ling remained calm. Indeed, had they not thrown a sticky bomb at her window, she wouldn't have been shot down. "Then, now that we're all kidnapped, do you think they'll kill us? This place looks so terrifying." Just as she finished speaking, the sound of the door unlocking was heard. A moment later, a man walked in. Fu Jin, dressed in a suit, stood tall. Surrounded by so many men, he radiated the presence of a king. He sat down on the sofa across from them, adjusting his wristwatch, exuding an aura of understated nobility. Fu Jin remained silent, and the air grew as still as death. No one dared to breathe too loudly. He raised a hand and pointed directly at Big Brother, Gen. You, look up. Reluctantly, Gen obeyed. Though unwilling, he could feel the overwhelming aura emanating from this man. He raised his head slightly, meeting Fu Jin's gaze. Fu Jin's eyes narrowed dangerously. Now, not only did others see the resemblance, but even he could see it. Looking at the other two, they also resembled this woman quite a bit. Staring at the woman who might be the one from 4 years ago, Fu Jin's anger simmered beneath the surface, though he didn't show it. The woman had disappeared after that night, and despite his efforts to search all over South Ju, he couldn't find any trace of her. Jiangshu, go do a paternity test. Yes, Master Fu. Jiling finally looked up, meeting the man's gaze. She couldn't forget the words Ji Shuiyan had said 4 years ago that rainy night. The illegitimate child she had with the old pervert was all part of Ji Shuiyan's arrangement. How could this refined-looking man before her be the father? My child cannot be raised outside. Seeing the man's presumptuous stance, Jiling's eyes flashed with sarcasm. So, if the results show the child is mine, they'll all be given the Fu surname. My children, no one can take them from me, not even their biological father. Jiling's attitude was clear. She immediately shut down any idea he had. The room seemed to grow even colder. Fu Jin leaned forward slightly, his hand resting on the sofa. Until now, no one has been able to refuse me. You won't be the first. Master Fu, the results are in. At that moment, Jiangshu knocked on the door and entered with the results. Fu Jin glanced at the results before looking at the calm woman in front of him. 4 years ago, she had been docile, her voice soft, pleading with him to go easy. Now, she spoke with attitude, daring to challenge him. Now, I'll give you 2 choices, surrender custody, take a sum of money, and leave. The second. Jiling interrupted him sharply. There is no second choice. I will never give up custody. Gen stood up as well. His voice, though still childish, was firm and clear. We only want mommy. HMPH. Fu Jin sneered dismissively. Then lock her up until she agrees. Chapter 3, We Don't Need a Dad. Upon hearing this, Jishi panicked. How could they lock up his beloved mommy? With a quick stomp of his little legs, he landed perfectly and ran straight toward Fu Jin. Then, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees beside Fu Jin, mustering up all his courage to hug this cold-faced big bad wolf. Dad. Is that really you? You're so handsome, I like you so much. Jiling and the other 2 babies maintained stoic expressions, knowing that second brother, the little drama king, was starting his performance again. That one word dad struck a chord in the heart of the housekeeper nearby. If old madam knew that Master Fu had children now, she would be overjoyed. After all, everyone thought Master Fu would never get married or have children. Fu Jin remained unmoved. Second brother, however, climbed into his arms, gently wrapping his arms around Fu Jin's neck. His little face puffed up like a bun, and he pouted, Dad. Can't you stop locking mommy in the little dark room? Mommy's afraid of the dark. If she gives up custody, I won't lock her up. Jishi sighed inwardly, thinking what a foolish dad he had. Why couldn't they just raise all 3 of them happily together? Wasn't he that much better? Dad tilde. Second brother used all his charm to act cute, but big brother suddenly spoke with a cold tone, Second brother. Come here. We don't need a dad. This caught Fu Jin's attention. His cold eye swept over to big brother, Gen, who met his gaze without fear. The 2 faces, one big and one small, looked strikingly similar, their auras clashing as they stared at each other. Even Jiling thought, they do look quite alike. Ji Shi, still listening to his older brother, slithered down Fu Jin's body like an eel and ran toward his brother. Just as he got closer, big brother grabbed his ear. In the end, second brother didn't manage to protect mommy. He watched helplessly as 3 bodyguards took Jiling to the confinement room. The 3 babies gritted their teeth, glaring at Fu Jin's retreating figure. They ran all their way to the door of the room where Jiling was held, pressing their ears to the door and softly calling, Mommy. I'm here. Jiling walked over to the door, speaking in a calm tone. Third brother patted second brother's head, signaling him to explain his traitorous behavior just now. Second brother twisted his body, wearing a righteous expression. Listen to me, mommy. Even though I called him dad, you have to believe me, I'll never recognize the thief as my father. I was just confusing him a bit, making him happy about becoming a dad, then we can get released. Second brother spoke with such emotion, not realizing that the shadow behind him was getting closer and closer. Big brother was the first to notice the presence of the big bad wolf. He quietly cursed and poked second brother's shoulder. But second brother didn't seem disturbed at all. Don't worry, mommy. Baby will make the big bad wolf regret capturing us today. Really? Second brother's body immediately stiffened. That voice wasn't that the big bad wolf's. He slowly turned around, his almond-shaped eyes widening. Dad. Do you think calling me dad will fool me? We're all your babies. Even though you've never raised us, and you still don't know us, we share the same blood. As Fu Jin got closer and closer, second brother's voice trembled. He immediately raised both hands in surrender. Take it easy. Fu Jin grabbed him by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Since you want to be with your mom so badly, then you can be locked up together. With that, the bodyguards opened the door. Fu Jin released his grip, and second brother was unceremoniously thrown inside. The door slammed shut, and big brother and third brother barely had time to catch a glimpse of their mom. Now, it was just the two of them and Fu Jin, staring at each other in silence. Big brother, with his cold personality and few words, didn't speak up. Third brother turned his head, his mind working to figure out how to avenge mommy and big brother's capture. Fu Jin looked down at the two little ones, his entire being radiating coldness. You should know what happens to those who don't behave. Jiangshu, get them a room. Let them stay the night. Yes, Master Fu. Big brother, still unwilling, voiced his frustration. When will you let us go? You're my son. Where do you think you're going? As Jiangshu led the two young masters to their room, he felt oddly nervous. The 5-year-old in front of him, though small, carried an intimidating presence, resembling Master Fu in both demeanor and look. In the room, second brother curled up in Ji Ling's arms, his big eyes curiously spinning. Mommy, is he really dad? I don't know. He probably is. Second brother's eyes twitched, and he casually chatted with mommy like a close friend. Mommy, didn't you see it clearly back then? When I first saw the big bad wolf, he looked just like big brother. So what? Ji Ling asked indifferently. Do you miss having a dad? Of course not. We've got mommy, this beautiful lady, that's enough. But mommy, why does this room feel so cold? It still has the big bad wolf's aura. Is he secretly watching us? Sure enough, on the other side, Fu Jin tugged at his bow tie, frowning as he looked at the surveillance footage. The butler stood respectfully by. Master Fu, it seems like the eldest young master and second young master share your personality. The second young master looks quite lively. Should we report this to old madam? No need. The next moment, Fu Jin glanced at the screen, his face turning dark with barely concealed anger. In the room, Yun Nanxing's voice came through his earpiece. Lingjie, the surveillance has been disabled. Are you locked in a room? The radar signals are being jammed. If you can get out, I can track you. Ji Ling glanced around the room, noting several traps set up. I'll handle the rest. Chapter 4, Let's fight first. She lightly tapped the earring, ending the call. After putting second brother down, Ji Ling stood up and began pacing around the room, gently running her fingers along the surfaces. Suddenly, she stopped in front of the wardrobe. After just a second of hesitation, she decisively opened the wardrobe, pushed aside the clothes, and discovered a hidden mechanism. She narrowed her eyes, pulling out a hairpin. In no time, Ji Ling had unlocked the secret mechanism. The door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Ji Ling quickly spun around, ready to rush over to embrace second brother. Fu Jin stood in the doorway, glancing at the wardrobe with a chilling aura. Not only had she hacked his surveillance system without any equipment, but she had also cracked his password lock in an instant. This woman was no ordinary person. Second brother, seeing the increasingly dark expression on the big bad wolf's face, knew things weren't looking good. He immediately ran over, his little chubby hands tightly gripping Fu Jin's leg. Dad, please don't be mad at mommy. She didn't mean to escape. If you're upset, just take it out on me. With that, he lifted his little face, looking at Fu Jin with a mix of innocence and defiance. HMPH, he didn't believe that the big bad wolf could bear to punish him, the cute little baby, especially with a face so similar to his. Fu Jin coldly ordered, "Get him out of here." The housekeeper quickly bowed and entered. "Yes, Master Fu." Second brother was ruthlessly taken away. With just the two of them left in the room, the atmosphere immediately turned cold, as if frozen. Jiling showed no sign of shame or surprise at being caught, almost as if she hadn't fully processed the situation yet. She calmly closed the wardrobe door and returned to the couch to sit down. Fu Jin, seeing how unfazed she was, curled the corner of his lips and sat down opposite her. Trying to escape? Jiling glanced at him, saying nothing. It was pretty obvious she had been caught. Not scared of me at all. Why should I be scared? Jiling's words weren't meant to sound strong, but were a genuine question from her heart. Although she had spent years in Yinshi Town, the town's economy had skyrocketed by over 10 billion under her leadership. Everyone called her Lingjie, and even her team had expanded to hundreds of people. With all of this backing her up, Jiling had the confidence to not fear anyone. Fu Jin sneered. "You hacked my surveillance and found the mechanism so quickly. Did you contact the outside?" "No." "Really?" Without warning, Fu Jin stood up, leaning over the sofa beside her, closing the gap between them. A strong, masculine scent radiated from him. Jiling's face turned an uncharacteristic shade of red, her cheeks suddenly warm. This close proximity was extremely dangerous. Fu Jin's gaze turned even colder, his sharp eyes glinting like knives. "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, how did you contact the outside?" Seeing that she remained silent, Fu Jin moved even closer. "Still one say." As soon as the words left his lips, he suddenly bit Jiling's earlobe. A warm sensation spread from her ear, sending a tingling shock throughout her body, as if she had been electrocuted. He actually dared to. In no time, Jiling's earring was taken off. Fu Jin immediately released her, sitting back on the sofa. He casually blew out, and the earring fell into the palm of his hand. Jiling's fingers slowly clenched, a flicker of anger passing through her eyes. Since it was just the two of them in the room, she might as well make a desperate attempt. Without hesitation, Jiling kicked the vase on the table, sending it flying toward Fu Jin. Fu Jin stared coldly at her, unfazed, his expression indifferent. Just as the vase was about to hit him in the face, he raised a hand, and with a loud crash, the vase shattered. Outside, the bodyguards rushed toward the door but were immediately stopped by Fu Jin's cold command, "Stay out." With that, he lifted his leg, sending the coffee table several meters away and crashing it into the wall. Jiling's long lashes fluttered, but she refused to back down. Without a second thought, she raised her leg and aimed a dangerous kick at Fu Jin's most vulnerable spot. Fu Jin's forehead tightened, a vein popping as he looked furious. His large hand caught her leg, lifting her off the ground and tossing her onto the sofa. His heavy body followed, pinning her down without leaving her any chance to retaliate. One of his hands held her wrist firmly as Jiling tried to grab him back. Just as she was about to apply force, Fu Jin's two fingers tightened brutally, causing a loud pop sound. Jiling's sleeve buttons flew off, and even more frighteningly, he crushed them to pieces. In that moment, Jiling truly felt the dangerous aura radiating from Fu Jin. Had enough? He looked down at her with a sharp gaze. "You think that just because I suddenly have 3 kids, you can cut off my lineage?" Jiling gave him a cold look. "They are not your kids. Without me, would you have been able to give birth to them? They won't recognize you." Hearing this, Fu Jin recalled the words of the second child, "I'll never recognize a thief as my father." He scoffed, unfazed. Up until now, there was nothing Fu Jin couldn't do. "If I want to claim them as mine, they have no choice. Including you." Chapter 5. Accompany me to have a good sleep. The two of them parted unhappily. Before leaving, Fu Jin said something harsh, "I don't have much patience. Don't force me to take it by force." After returning to the study, Fu Jin raised his hand and rubbed his irritated brow. Jiangshu watched from the side and asked worriedly, "Master Fu, is your headache coming back again?" "Yeah." Fu Jin flipped through a few pages of documents and pushed them away irritably. He couldn't concentrate at all. The stubborn expression of the little woman just now flashed through his mind again. Where are the three little ghosts? In the room, but according to housekeeper Jiang, they won't eat any food or drink sent to them. Fu Jin's brows were even more gloomy. Then they'll starve. Over here, the children's room. The housekeeper earnestly advised the three young masters in front of him, "Young masters, just eat something. Although I know you hate our master Fu now, you can't deny the fact that he is your father. Besides, if you are hungry, it will be your body that suffers. Children's bodies are the most precious. Or, what do you like to eat? Grandpa Jiang will get it for you, okay?" Erbao rolled his eyes and turned to look at Dabao and Xiaobao. "Big cat, little cat, I think what this white-bearded grandpa said makes sense. We are fighting a long-term tug-of-war with the big devil. He won't let us go for a while, and we can't be so hungry that we don't have the strength to save mommy, don't you think?" Dabao's face was as cold as ever. "I'm not hungry. Sanbao would not succumb to a mere meal, I have no appetite." Erbao raised his chin and thought for a while. "Forget it, I'll go and try the poison for you, just as a little contribution I made to this family." After that, he stood up and walked towards the housekeeper in a heroic manner. Seeing this, Sanbao shouted in a hurry, "Ermao, come back. I told you not to call me Ermao, what a rustic name, call me Tom." The conversation between the two little treasures attracted the interest of the housekeeper, and he asked, "What cat?" "Ermao." "No. My name is Tom." Erbao retorted with his hands on his waist. "What soup cat?" "Tom." "What soup cat?" Erbao seriously suspected that this grandfather with a big white beard was hard of hearing. He supported his forehead. "Forget it, Grandpa, you can call me two cats." "Bald cat." "Then call me Ermao." After going around in circles, Erbao still couldn't get rid of the rustic name Ermao. The housekeeper touched his beard and laughed. "Okay, Ermao, bar, this is not in line with my identity. I still have to call you young master. You must be hungry, eat quickly." This scene was all seen by Fu Jin. "Master Fu, with the young masters, this family is not so deserted. However, Master Fu, do you want to select and choose the little heir now?" Fu Jin looked at the three little treasures in the surveillance, each with its own characteristics. Only the quiet little boy sitting in the corner had a stern face, just like him when he was a child. "Besides, we need to fight for the custody first." Jiangshu almost dropped his jaw in shock. If he hadn't been standing here in person, he would never have believed that this was what Master Fu said. How could Master Fu, who was so powerful and influential in Kyoto, not even be able to fight for the custody? What a joke! Especially when the other party was a woman who looked weak and ordinary. At night, in the master bedroom on the third floor, Fu Jin lay on the bed, unable to fall asleep, his brows furrowed more and more. Fu Jin sat up with a gloomy face, his eyes full of sinisterness. With a bang, he punched the table heavily. He looked at the big screen in front of him with bloodshot eyes, which were two monitoring screens. In the children's room, Erbao was sleeping soundly while hugging Dabao and Xiaobao. On the other side, Jiling was sitting on the sofa, not sleeping either, staring blankly at the front. He clenched his hands slowly, and his veins bulged. Fu Jin stood up and walked out. With a click, the door was pushed open vigorously. Jiling did not turn on the light, sitting in the dark, and looked out sharply. A tall figure walked in against the light, and then the door closed, covering the last bit of light in the corridor. "You?" Jiling stood up quickly and was about to speak, but was hugged tightly by the man. He buried his head in her neck and smelled her breath. Jiling's face turned cold, and she immediately reached out to push, but the man shouted coldly, "Don't move. You went to the wrong room." It must be said that at this moment, Fu Jin had an impulse in his body, wanting to get close to her. He directly picked her up and walked towards the bed. "Sleep well with me. Get out. Is there any reason to sleep with the enemy?" Jiling was inexplicably abducted to the bed as a human pillow. She was about to struggle, and the man's arm was across her waist and used force. "Do you think you have the right to refuse me now?" Jiling bit her lips and teeth lightly. It was just a hug, and she didn't lose a piece of meat. Fortunately, she was open-minded. But the man's mood was obviously very unstable at the moment. He exuded a strong murderous aura. Jiling was afraid that if she moved a little, she would be ruthlessly strangled to death by this man. She could only pat Fu Jin's back with a sullen face as if she was coaxing babies to sleep. Although the children have been sensible since they were young, except for Erbao who asked her to coax her a few times, the other two babies did not need her to take care of them too much. But facing such a giant baby with a heavy temper, Ji Ling said awkwardly and stiffly, "It's okay, go to sleep." Fu Jin gradually calmed down under Ji Ling's comfort. Ji Ling carefully pulled back her hand and tried to escape from his arms. Unfortunately, the man held her tighter with the slightest movement, making it difficult to breathe. Chapter 6, One hand for the child, the other for the medicine. Ji Ling was silent for a while, then reached into her pocket and took out a pill. It was a tranquilizer she had just developed for mental health. It just so happened that she hadn't done any live experiments yet. Why not try it on him? Ji Ling pried open the man's lips with her fingers, threw the medicine in, and covered his mouth. The man's brows furrowed more and more, but soon, they relaxed again. The mood gradually stabilized and he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Jiangshu didn't find Master Fu in the room early in the morning, and the whole villa was immediately alarmed, and dozens of bodyguards began to search. Erbao rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked out of the door, and several long-legged uncles passed by, raising a gust of wind and lifting his melon shell bangs. He quickly covered his bangs, because male stars pay attention to their image. "Second master, are you awake?" Butler Jiang walked over slowly and asked softly. "Where are these long-legged uncles going?" "Master Fu is missing." "The big devil is missing?" Erba's eyes lit up. "Wouldn't that mean he could take mommy away?" He put his hands behind his back like the housekeeper, and led the housekeeper to mommy's room with a casual look. "Grandpa with white beard, how many years have you been working for the Fu family? How much does the big devil offer you?" 1 million a year. The housekeeper said with a smile. Erbao counted on his fingers. He had overheard mommy talking about business before. It seemed that one of mommy's medicinal plants sold for 1 million. Then think about the 10,000 acres of farmland that his mommy planted in Yinshi Town. That would be enough to hire a housekeeper. He immediately smiled. "Grandpa with a big white beard, why don't you follow my mom to work? My mom can give you the money for 2 medicinal plants." "Young master, you will also be a member of the Fu family in the future, it doesn't matter who I follow." Unconsciously, Erbao came to the room where mommy was imprisoned. Suddenly, he heard Jiangshu calling, "Master Fu has been found." Erbao heard the voice and leaned over, and was instantly shocked and pinched his philtrum. How could the big devil hold his mommy down? What if he was crushed? The housekeeper was also stunned. Did Master Fu sleep with Miss Ji last night? Fu Jin had woken up and took 2 seconds to react to what he did last night. The look in his eyes when he looked at Ji Ling was more in-depth and scrutinizing. He had a headache for many years, and he often lost control and had difficulty falling asleep. But last night, he didn't know what emotion was causing him to want to get closer to the woman in front of him. In fact, this was the last good sleep he had in a long time. There were so many people gathered at the door, Fu Jin said impatiently, "Clear them all out." Jiangshu worked very quickly, and soon, everyone was gone. He returned to Master Fu's side, looked at the calm woman in front of him, and finally asked out his curiosity. "Master Fu, this is a rare good sleep you had last night. Is your headache still uncomfortable?" Ji Ling was also observing Fu Jin's face, wanting to know if he had any other feelings after taking the medicine. Knowing that she had been staring at him, Fu Jin's eyes were unpredictable, and he whispered, "Yes." Jiangshu boldly guessed, "Master Fu, could it be that Miss Ji can stabilize your mind? You can sleep well when you are close to her, and you won't feel uncomfortable." Hearing this, Ji Ling said indifferently, "It's not me who can stabilize him, it's the medicine." She has been a doctor for many years, and Yun Nanxing has also taken her to read several domineering CEO novels. Yun Nanxing always said that she was like the savior heroine in the CEO, with all kinds of skills, and she is also a little genius doctor. But can the smell on her body help Fu Jin relieve his headache? This is nonsense. Can the floral shower gel that Ji Ling usually uses cure people? Jiangshu's eyes twitched. Why was he frightened for no reason? Fu Jin raised his eyes and looked at Ji Ling with burning eyes. "What medicine did you give me last night?" "Want to know? Let me and the child go, and I'll give it to you." Fu Jin laughed sarcastically, as if he thought this request was ridiculous. Ji Ling took out a small bottle of medicine from her pocket and said calmly, "There are 8 pills in it. Take 2 pills each time you have a headache. I guess your headache has been going on for more than 1 or 2 days. Now we can change the baby and the medicine. Ji Ling continued, I know you will say that you want both the person and the medicine, but the pills in front of me can only relieve the pain and cannot cure it. So, if you don't agree, you will be in pain for the rest of your life. After all, you should have found many doctors over the years, but they are useless, right? Jiangshu's expression sank. The woman in front of him didn't look aggressive, but how could she be so clear-headed? They caught their Master Fu with just a few words. Their Master Fu really couldn't find a satisfactory doctor in the past few years. And Master Fu was extremely resistant to seeing a doctor. Ji Ling, do you think you have the upper hand? Those 3 little ghosts are my Fu Jin's children. If I announce it now, the entire Fu family will know, and there will be a wave of stock market changes in Kyoto. The children are exposed. Do you think it is possible to take them away? Ji Ling frowned. She didn't want her children to be exposed and involved in this so-called family inheritance struggle. She had already experienced the heart-wrenching feeling in the Ji family. For the 3 little treasures, she just wanted them to grow up happily and safely. You. Ji Ling, who usually didn't like to lose her temper, was a little angry at this moment. She clapped her hands and waved, and the medicine bottle was instantly smashed against the wall, and the pills fell to the ground. Jiangshu felt a little distressed for some reason. After all, this was the most effective medicine for their Master Fu so far. When he looked up, he happened to meet Ji Ling's eyes, as if to say, pick it up or not. In the next few days, Ji Ling and Fu Jin had a secret competition. On the first day, Ji Ling tried every means to escape, broke out of the window and left the room, but was caught by 10 bodyguards in the yard. On the second day, she and Dabao and Xiaobao worked together and were caught by Fu Jin on the spot. Xiaobao was so angry that he hacked the entire internet of Fu's company. Chapter 7 A 5-year-old kid can have such great abilities. For a time, the company's programming department was in a panic. The security network was attacked mercilessly, and several software were invaded by viruses. Fu Jin was furious in the company and ordered Jiangshu to find out the situation immediately. CEO's office. Jiangshu knocked on the door and came in carefully. He glanced at Master Fu's face. Fu, Master Fu, the other party has been tracked down. Speak. Yes, it was the 3rd young master who did it. Fu Jin immediately pulled out the photo of Sanbao Jile. His face sank slightly. He invaded the network. Even Jiangshu found it unbelievable when he investigated it. Isn't this just a joke? How can a 5-year-old kid have such great abilities? Yes, and his hacking ability is no less than the top 5 hackers in the current hacker rankings. We also spent a lot of effort to find out. Fu Jin was logging into the ID on the computer and happened to see Peter Pan online. Little Peter Pan sent a message first, Brother hey, are you free to surf the internet recently? Fu Jin typed a few words and replied, don't call me Brother hey. Okay, boss hey, but I'm going to stand you up in the hacker competition in 3 days. Something happened recently and my equipment is not with me. What? The other party replied quickly, and with just a few words, Fu Jin could feel the annoyance in his tone. Kidnapped. Fu Jin twitched his lips and replied, you were kidnapped too. It's a dog blood thing to be kidnapped by your own father. Forget it. I'll battle with you after I'm done with this period. Fu Jin glanced at him and quit his ID. This little Peter Pan has been in contact with him for a year. During this period, the two have had many hacker competitions. Their strengths are not much different, but Fu Jin wins every time because of experience. Fu Jin has always wanted to recruit this mysterious boy into his organization, but he has not found any clues about his identity so far. Even which city he is in is a mystery. He had also offered an olive branch, but the other party replied indifferently, let's talk about it when we are adults, my mother doesn't agree. Jiangshu silently waited for Fu Jin's instructions. The next moment, Fu Jin stood up and walked out with a fierce look. Fu's house. The door of the children's room was suddenly opened, and Erbao Jixi was imitating Fu Jin's way of talking and walking, and was discovered on the spot. After the open and secret struggles in the past few days, they have learned Fu Jin's bad temper. Jixi stepped back instantly and shrank behind Dabao. Jile calmly turned off his watch and watched Fu Jin approaching him indifferently. Suddenly, he was lifted up in the air by his collar. Dabao and Erbao ran over instantly. Big devil, what are you going to do to your brother? Let go. Dabao said coldly. Erbao took the opportunity to pull Fu Jin's trouser legs, trying to pull them down, but he couldn't pull them off no matter how hard he pulled. Fu Jin said coldly, "If you don't want to be beaten, get out of the way." He carried Sanbao and walked out. Erbao's eyes were red and he looked at Dabao. "Brother, will the kitten be okay? A real man won't do it, unless he is not." Looking at Fu Jin's back, Dabao said in a deep voice. "This way." After Fu Jin carried Sanbao to the study, he threw him on the sofa. "You hacked into Fu's network." Sanbao showed no fear and nodded, "I did." Fu Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. "Who taught you this? Why, are you nervous? The internet of Fu's was attacked by a 5-year-old kid. If you let us go, I will stop attacking. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that Fu's network will be peaceful in the future." Fu Jin turned his watch. "I am your father, where do you want to go? Do you really like us? Do you like my mom? A marriage without love is an empty shell." Hearing this, Fu Jin sneered. He leaned forward and looked directly into Sanbao's eyes. "Do you like me? Like your mom?" Sanbao choked and couldn't refute it. "What a big deal. Then be honest and don't do anything that makes me unhappy, kid. If there is a next time, I will not let you go as easily as this time." Fu Jin got up and walked into the dressing room. When he came out again, he was already wearing a black suit, exuding a cold and noble aura. Gile tilted his head and didn't look at him. Fu Jin didn't care. After sending Gile back to his room, he went straight to Ji Ling's room. This time, when he opened the door, Ji Ling didn't sit on the sofa as usual, but stood by the window. Fu Jin glanced coldly. "Jiangshu, go prepare a set of ladies' evening dresses for her to change." Ji Ling turned around. "What are you going to do?" "Accompany me to the banquet." Jiangshu heard what Master Fu said and asked tentatively, "Master Fu, don't you let Miss Su Mi go?" As soon as the voice fell, a sweet voice came over. "Master Fu, Assistant Jiang, I'm here." Su Mi wore a silver white evening dress, dressed exquisitely and beautifully, with a smile on her face. However, when she walked into the room, her eyes fell on Ji Ling without a trace. These days, the news spread all around his subordinates. Master Fu has captured a woman and has kept her for several days. Su Mi has a sense of crisis and must come to see her. Now, Su Mi is relieved. A woman dressed so ordinary, except for her face, she looks pale without makeup. She must not be able to match Master Fu's face. But the next second, a basin of cold water was poured down. "Let her go." Chapter 8. The female companion beside Master Fu has changed. Su Mi was shocked when she heard this and looked at Master Fu, but Master Fu didn't look at her at all. Jiangshu immediately responded, "Yes, Master Fu." "Master Fu, shouldn't this be my job? I have accompanied you to banquets for several years. I am afraid that this lady is not familiar with the procedures and will mess it up again. Moreover, tonight is not an ordinary banquet. All the new nobles and the 4 major families in Kyoto will come. I said it was her, that's her." However, Ji Ling echoed Su Mi's words and said lightly, "Let this Miss Su Mi go. She has been with you for a long time." After the words fell, Jiangshu suddenly felt a chill all over his body, from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. "Miss Ji, you misunderstood. Our Master Fu has never been interested in women. Su Mi is just." Before Jiangshu finished speaking, Fu Jin had already spoken. "Ji Ling, do you think you have the right to refuse? If you don't go, I will announce the 3 children tonight." Ji Ling's face flashed with anger. Damn it, he had always controlled her. Finally, Ji Ling was taken to the dressing room and transformed. Little did she know that Su Mi looked at Ji Ling's back, and jealousy and unwillingness gradually washed away her reason. She didn't understand why. An ordinary woman who suddenly appeared could replace her position for many years. Tonight, Fu Jin brought her out. Who in the new rich circle would look at her Su Mi straight in the eye again? She is no longer the woman standing next to Master Fu. No, absolutely not. Dong dong. Su Mi pushed the door open and looked at the woman sitting there being made up. She hid the sinister look in her eyes and walked closer. "Miss Ji, right? If you accompany Master Fu to attend today, I have a few points to advise you." Although Ji Ling is indifferent, she rarely gets along with strangers except for the group of friends in Yinshi Town. But it doesn't mean that she is a fool and can't see the hostility of the woman in front of her. Master Fu doesn't like others to touch him. You'd better not humiliate yourself by holding his arm, let alone get too close to him. Second, Master Fu is of noble status. Don't lower Master Fu's status and embarrass him. This time you go on my behalf, don't embarrass me, so am I. Jiling turned her head indifferently. What does it have to do with me to embarrass you? So am I choked, secretly clenched her fingers, and threatened in a low voice, do you know my identity? The only female secretary around Master Fu, working for many years, who of these subordinates sees me and doesn't respectfully call me Secretary Su? So am I was almost mad at Jiling, this woman. Looking at your clothes, you are not from Kyoto, right? This linen and this workmanship, are they wholesaled from small workshops in the town? She walked to the hanger and casually picked up a few skirts. Her face instantly became uglier. These were all private high-end custom-made, and she had never enjoyed such treatment before. At that time, everyone praised the Fu family for being low-key and not showing off their wealth, and wearing dresses of the same level as everyone else. And now, Su Mi slowly took out a pair of small scissors from her bag, and secretly cut them while Jiling was styling. Fu Jin was sitting in the car, looking through several transnational documents in recent days, and then heard a beep. The voice of a strange man came through the earrings. Sister Ling, are you finally out? We will track the location immediately. Don't worry, we will definitely rescue you and the young master. Fu Jin glanced at it, his expression unclear. After a while, Yun Nanxing's shocked voice came again. No way, Sister Ling, how come you are in Fu's house in Kyoto? Master Fu said. We are not sure we can save them, otherwise, make a sneak attack in the middle of the night. Or destroy some Fu family files on the road. This is like plucking hair from a tiger's head. I need to muster up a lot of courage. Yun Nanxing muttered to himself for a while, and then he realized something was wrong. Sister Ling, are you sure you are listening? Or. The next second, Yun Nanxing heard the conversation on the other side of the earring. Go investigate the other party's information. Yes, Master Fu. Yun Nanxing. Fu, Master Fu. All the words he just said were heard by Master Fu. Damn. Yun Nanxing instantly went offline, turned off the computer, and ran away. When Jiling came out, she saw Jiangshu leaving with the earring. Her eyes darkened, and a dark current passed through her eyes. Su Mi stood aside, took a deep look at Master Fu, suppressed his emotions, and said respectfully, Master Fu, I have told Miss Ji about the work content, don't worry. Fu Jin nodded slightly and said nothing. But when he saw Jiling walking towards the passenger seat, he suddenly shouted, sit in the back. This voice almost chilled Su Mi's heart. Does Master Fu want this bitch to sit in the back seat with him? The passenger door that the bodyguard had just opened for Jiling was immediately closed. Jiling had nothing to say and sat in the back. A red dress caught the eye, making her skin white and glowing. She had a little powder on her face, and her eyebrows were very beautiful, making people reluctant to look away after just one look. Who picked this red dress for you? Your secretary Su. Fu Jin's face darkened, his. At that time, Jiangshu just got in the car. After hearing this, he subconsciously explained, Miss Ji, please don't say this. Our Master Fu doesn't like these women. It's just arranged for work. Jiling pursed her lips and didn't care. Fu Jin felt inexplicably depressed. I'll know what to do later. I know. The car finally drove away. Su Mi looked at it from a distance, her face almost ferocious. She would definitely make Jiling look bad at the banquet. Chapter 9 Enemies Meet. Tonight's top-tier banquet was held at the Emperor Palace Banquet, a star-rated hotel chain under the Fu family. Fu Jin was naturally the last to appear. Jiangshu opened the car door, and Fu Jin and Jiling walked down one after the other. Fu Jin raised his arm slightly to signal her to hold his arm, but Jiling instantly moved more than half a meter away from Fu Jin. This action shocked Jiangshu. In just a moment, he felt the cold air spreading, and Fu Jin's cold voice rang out, What? Did you come to the banquet alone? Jiling was at a loss. I want a female companion. Your secretary Su said that you don't like women to get close to you, and no one can get close to you half a meter away, otherwise they will die. What did I do wrong? Su Mi? Fu Jin's eyes flashed coldly. Come here, hold my arm. Jiling was too lazy to get into trouble, so she walked back and took his arm. The two walked into the banquet together. The interior was decorated in a magnificent style, and everyone was dressed elegantly, chatting and laughing. As soon as Fu Jin appeared, he naturally became the focus of the whole audience. Did Master Fu change his woman today? It's not Secretary Su. Why have I never seen this woman before? She dared to hold Master Fu's arm. Could it be? In the distance, Ji Xuan was sitting on the sofa with her family, clinking wine glasses. Finally, when Fu Jin appeared, she was full of joy and wanted to join in the fun, but she saw the wine glass in her hand suddenly fell to the ground, making a loud and not so small breaking sound. Mother Xu Mingxiu stood up. Xuan, what's wrong with you? You broke the glass. No, it's impossible, how could it be Jiling? Ji Xuan lost her voice. There was only a slight earthquake at the cemetery that year. When Ji Xuan secretly sent people to look for her the next day, there was no sign of Jiling on the mountain except for a bloodstain on the ground. She guessed that Jiling was not dead and had escaped, but after so many years of searching, Jiling seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and could not be found no matter how hard she tried. And Ji Xuan received the Qin family's secret power through the jade pendant, and also controlled Ji Wang to get the power position of the Ji family. Everyone who saw her would call her Little Ji. So she would never let Jiling appear and destroy everything she had snatched with great difficulty. Xu Mingxiu was so shocked that he could not stand still for a while, and hurriedly supported Ji Xuan. That's really that bitch Jiling, how could she be next to Master Fu? Ji Xuan's fists creaked, no matter where Jiling came from or what means she used to seduce Master Fu. She must snatch him away. Fu Jin is the man that Ji Xuan has set her eyes on. Here, Jiling mechanically held Fu Jin's arm. There were many rumors in her ears, all of which were contempt for Jiling. Especially when Fu Jin did not speak up to defend her, the socialite's words became more and more excessive and unpleasant. Fu Jin did not defend her because he knew how powerful this little woman was and he did not need to do anything. And he also wanted to see how she could deal with him. But seeing Jiling's expressionless face and not being affected at all, Fu Jin said in a low voice, "Didn't you hear what they said?" "I heard it." "Don't refute it. Isn't what they said the truth?" Jiling asked back. At this time, 3 or 5 women dressed exquisitely came in groups, hugging their chests. "Master Fu, is this your new female companion? She is so beautiful. Let's go over and have a drink together." The one who spoke was Wen Qinmo, the daughter of a real estate boss and the leader of the socialite circle. She looked at her father who was chatting with Fu Jin and deliberately signaled with her eyes. The boss naturally knew what his daughter meant, and said with a smile, "Master Fu, why don't you let your female companion go and play with them? I think it's boring for your female companion to follow us." As soon as the boss finished speaking, Jiling let go of Fu Jin's hand. This action made Fu Jin's face darken slightly. He didn't stop her and let Jiling be dragged away by them. "What's your name? How did you know Master Fu? Tell us." Jiling glanced at the women in front of her one by one, and knew what they were thinking. "Jiling." Jiling's voice was not sweet, but cold. When Qinmo looked at her disdainfully. Who did she think she was? She didn't look people in the eye, and pretended to be noble here. Just then, a familiar voice came. "Miss Wen." When Qinmo glanced at Ji Xuan, not looking very happy. The two had a secret fight over the Kyoto socialite election a while ago. Jiling's eyes turned cold, icy cold. She met Ji Xuan's eyes without hiding anything. Although Ji Xuan was smiling, her eyes were filled with fierceness and anger. "Oh my god, it's my sister. Sister, why didn't you tell us that you came back?" Ji Xuan came over with a look of surprise. Jiling looked at Ji Xuan instantly. The scene 6 years ago reappeared in her mind. She clenched her palms, and her eyes were cold. "Ji Xuan, you came to me first." When Qinmo was very interested in Jiling hearing this, she asked, "Miss Ji, is this your sister?" "Sister, even if you broke up with your family because you got pregnant before marriage, you couldn't run away from home in anger. Do you know how worried your parents and brother are about you?" Ji Xuan looked very excited. She raised her hand to wipe her tears and went forward to touch Jiling's hand, but Jiling ruthlessly dodged her. Ji Xuan was still as good at acting as always. She threw dirty water all over her right away. When Qinmo's eyes widened, as if she had discovered a new world, pregnant before marriage. Running away from home. Oh my god, Ji Shuiyan, is this the eldest daughter of your family who has disappeared for many years? She looks like a seductive woman who seduces people. No wonder she has seduced Master Fu now. It's disgusting. The waiter came over with a tray of wine, glanced at Ji Ling and leaned over quietly. "R!" The other ladies screamed. The waiter poured the wine in front of Ji Ling and secretly pulled the waistline of her skirt. In an instant, the cut became bigger and bigger. Chapter 10. The shameless and despicable means are not yet tired. Ji Ling only felt that her clothes were falling down, and she reacted quickly to hold the skirt. But the spring light on her shoulders was still exposed. When Chin Moore immediately shouted, "You are wearing so revealing clothes, what are you covering? Show it to everyone." A gleam of light flashed in Ji Shuiyan's eyes. It was really God's help for her. She immediately tried to smooth things over. "When Chin Moore, don't say that about my sister. She only dresses a little bolder because she's pretty and confident about her figure." "Hey, Ji Shuiyan, everyone knows that the eldest daughter of the Ji family and you are not born from the same mother. Why are you protecting her?" Ji Shuiyan curled her lips and said, "Then we are also sisters. Both have the last name Ji." Ji Shuiyan took the opportunity to take Ji Ling's arm. "Sister, I'll take you to the bathroom to deal with it." Ji Ling smiled coldly. She wanted to see what other tricks Ji Shuiyan could come up with. The two of them came to the bathroom. Ji Shuiyan's smile instantly faded, replaced by a vicious look, and she pushed Ji Ling into the bathroom. Ji Ling looked at Ji Shuiyan's vicious face in front of her coldly. She calmly pulled out 2 hairpins from her head and tied up her skirt to prevent it from falling off. Ji Shuiyan screamed, "I didn't expect it, Ji Ling, you are so lucky, you didn't go to accompany your mother, where have you been these years? What? What are you afraid of? What a joke! I'm afraid. Ji Ling, you don't know, now the Ji family is mine, your mother and grandmother's things have also become mine, you are a waste who ran away from home in everyone's eyes. But you are really shameless, sleeping with the old robe, and you still have the face to hook up with Fu Jin." Ji Ling raised her lips, another person who likes Fu Jin. However, if she finds the evidence of the year, Ji Shuiyan dares to calculate Fu Jin, will Fu Jin kill her? No, Fu Jin is not needed, she will kill herself. Ji Shuiyan also deliberately looked at Ji Ling's flat abdomen, sneered, "You care so much about your child, why don't you accompany him to die, what are you living for?" Par. Ji Ling calmly withdrew his hand and looked at the obvious slap mark on Ji Shuiyan's delicate face. Ji Shuiyan's eyes widened, and she became hysterical in an instant. "Ji Ling, you dare to hit me? Bitch, I'm going to kill you." She immediately raised her hand and was about to swing at Ji Ling fiercely. But Ji Ling calmly stopped her. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from Ji Ling's restraints. "Let go of me. Ji Shuiyan, Ji Ling, am not dead. We will have many opportunities to meet in the future." She walked closer step by step, her voice as cold as ice. "I will make you feel that life is worse than death." Bang! A stun gun hit Ji Ling's back of the head fiercely. Ji Shuiyan pulled back her hand, looking at Ji Ling lying on the ground, her eyes full of viciousness and malice. She looked at her subordinates in front of her. "Well done, send her to the room now, and let the bribed old cleaner go in. Later, I will make Ji Ling completely unable to raise her head in Kyoto." When she thought of the surveillance video of her and the old man hanging out in bed on the big screen, Ji Shuiyan was extremely excited. "Yes, miss." Ji Ling was thrown into room 1033. The room was pitch black, but Ji Ling woke up in less than 10 minutes. The feeling of electric current hitting her body, Ji Ling was used to being hit by Ji Shuiyan when she was young, and this trick no longer worked on her. At this moment, she sat up slowly. She clenched her fingertips lightly. Since Ji Shuiyan wanted to use the same trick to defeat her again, she would give her a long-lost gift tonight. With a pop sound, the incense on the table hit the wall and shattered. Ji Ling was too sensitive to smells, and she knew exactly what was added here. She will never go back to her old ways. Ji Ling got out of bed, took the scissors, and changed her long skirt into a short skirt in a few strokes, and reworked the waist. She pulled the wires in the room, connected the phone, and quickly modified it. In a few strokes, she connected Yun Nanqing's wires. "It's me, hack into the Emperor's Palace banquet surveillance now, and do everything I say," Ji Ling said coldly. Yun Nanqing just cried and cried, Sister Ling, I finally contacted you. Hurry up and do what Ji Ling said. Just then, the sound of the door lock turning was heard. Ji Ling turned back quickly flashed behind the door, and picked up a vase. Little beauty, I'm here, come and let your brother hug you. The cleaning man was a little hunchbacked, and as soon as he entered the door, his eyes greedily searched the room. Where did the little beauty go? Looking for me. The old man tilted his head, and when he saw Ji Ling, something was wrong in his eyes. He stretched out his hands. You've been waiting for me for a long time, The lamp exploded directly in the old man's brain, bleeding, and he fainted on the ground without a groan. Ji Ling stepped over the old man mercilessly and walked out. Now, all the surveillance of the Emperor's Palace banquet has been hacked by Yun Nanxing and is being operated secretly. She only needs to rest assured, revenge. Chapter 11. Ji Shuiyan seems to have that serious illness. Ji Ling walked lightly in the corridor, and just after turning the corner, she saw the waiter who was stealthily making a phone call in the distance. Just by looking at his back, Ji Ling recognized him. The person who poured red wine on her and tore her clothes. Miss Su, don't worry, I have done everything you asked me to do, and the money, just pay it to my card, thank you Miss Su. After hanging up the phone, the waiter secretly made a victory gesture. This order is as much as his salary as a waiter for a year. As a result, just when he wanted to leave secretly, there was a sudden chill on his neck. Ji Ling held the scissors in his hand and pressed them against the waiter's neck mercilessly. The waiter even felt the pain of bleeding, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He tried to look at it with his eyes squinting, but he could only see a white arm. You are. Are you happy to make money? The waiter tensed up instantly. This voice sounded so familiar. Miss G. Why are you here? If you are not here, how can I catch you? Ji Ling whispered, and the waiter immediately closed his eyes and dared not speak. She stuffed the medicine in her hand into the man's hand, put this medicine in Ji Shuiyan's wine glass and let her drink it. If she can't do it. The waiter didn't feel any changes on his body, and the phone was already in Ji Ling's hand. I will make all of what you said public. I will do it. Miss G, please don't make it public, Master Fu will kill me. I will release it right now. At the banquet, Ji Ling did not return for a long time. Although Jiang Shu had sent people to find her, he could still feel the cold breath around Fu Jin. Even several CEOs who wanted to cooperate with Fu Jin were out of reach after seeing his face. Who dared to approach him? But at this moment, there really was a woman who was not afraid of death approaching. After dressing up carefully, Ji Shuiyan came over. Master Fu, I'm very happy to see you again. Master Fu arranged for us to meet last time. There was a silence all around, and even Jiang Shu secretly warned this ignorant woman with his eyes, advising her not to come up and seek death. However, Ji Shuiyan seemed to have that serious illness. She took out a handkerchief from her bag, approached Fu Jin, squatted down, and handed it over. Master Fu, I see your forehead is sweating, do you want me to wipe it for you? This approach completely entered Fu Jin's red line minefield. Just when Ji Shuiyan raised her hand to wipe it, a scream instantly resounded throughout the hall. Even Xu Mingxiu couldn't sit still, and hurried over to see her daughter. When she saw her daughter's wrist was bent into a strange shape, she immediately covered her mouth, but didn't dare to step forward. Who dares to approach Master Fu? Ji Shuiyan's face was twisted to a hideous shape, and the piercing pain made her skin red. Fu Jin let go of her hand, and Ji Shuiyan collapsed to the ground, looking very embarrassed. Looking at her crooked hand, her palms kept sweating. Her hand. Master Fu, I don't know what I did wrong. I came here to tell you not to be fooled by my sister. She has always been having fun. 4 years ago, she was hanging out with gangsters and got pregnant. Now she is trying to seduce you. I'm afraid you will be deceived. The reason why she hasn't shown up now is that she is hanging out with an old man. As soon as these words fell, Fu Jin wanted to kill someone. Jiang Shu, throw this crazy woman out. Yes, Master Fu. Master Fu, if you don't believe it, just look at the big screen. After saying that, Ji Shuiyan endured the pain in her wrist and looked at the big screen confidently. She didn't believe that Master Fu would still want her after seeing such a disgusting Ji Ling. However, the big screen did not show the scene she expected. Instead, it was her Ji Shuiyan's voice that rang out. Listen to me, everyone. I'll lead Ji Ling to the bathroom and find that old cleaner. I'll also bring Tsueching aromatherapy. I'm going to let Ji Ling die in the ridicule and abuse of everyone tonight. She, Ji Ling, will only be my Ji Shuiyan's punching bag. Their whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone looked at Ji Shuiyan as if they were looking at a scary monster. She looks pretty, but she's so vicious. People like this should be avoided as far as possible. Xu Mingxiu's head exploded, and he ran over regardless. This is a misunderstanding. Someone deliberately framed my daughter. My daughter doesn't even say a swear word on weekdays. How could she say such vicious words? Someone deliberately changed his voice to my daughter's voice to harm Shuiyan. Har har har. Xu Mingxiu was trying to explain in a panic, but at this moment, Ji Shuiyan suddenly laughed. She got up from the ground and said loudly, "Yes, it was me who did it." What? You didn't expect that I just wanted to ruin Ji Ling's reputation? Shuiyan, what nonsense are you talking about? Nonsense? I did it all. Why, I dare not admit it. It was me who hired someone to harm Ji Ling and wanted the old man to insult her. I also bribed the staff to project it on the big screen in advance. Crazy, crazy. Xu Mingxiu looked at Fu Jin's eyes and was terrified. He stepped forward and wanted to pull Ji Shuiyan away. At this moment, on the second floor, Ji Ling looked at the chaos downstairs calmly, without a trace of emotion in her eyes. It seems that the real medicine she developed is quite effective. Looking at Ji Shuiyan's crazy exposure of the truth, she pulled a sneer at the corner of her mouth. This is just the beginning. Chapter 12. Stay away from the man who left. Ji Ling. Bitch. Did you do it? You hurt my sister. A arrogant voice drilled into the ears. She turned slowly and looked at the arrogant young man in front of her who was not wearing a suit properly, had evil bangs, put his hands in his pockets, and was very arrogant. This is her biological brother. However, he has been raised by Xu Mingxiu since he was born, and he has taken the thief as his mother and teamed up with his stepsister to bully her. What are you doing? You bullied my sister, and I will get back at her. Ji Wen came over aggressively. As soon as he approached Ji Ling raised her leg and kicked the man's elbow. The speed was so fast that Ji Wen couldn't react. When he reacted, he had already knelt in front of Ji Ling and gave her a big salute. Ji Ling's eyes gradually turned red. She didn't have the ability to take her brother away before. Now she felt even more guilty when she saw her brother being praised to death. Ji Wang, remember this clearly. I am your biological sister. I have tolerated you for a long time by taking the thief as your mother. Ji Wang was stunned, and his eyes gradually widened. Is this still the easy-to-bully Ji Ling of the past? How dare she talk to him like this? Isn't that showing that she doesn't take him, the school bully, seriously? Ji Wen raised his sleeves and was about to stand up from the ground. This young master has never suffered such humiliation. Ji Ling, you want to finish the ball? R. The bag in Ji Ling's hand hit Ji Wang's head without any hesitation. Ji Wang's center of gravity was unstable and his body leaned forward. His hands were pressed against the wall on both sides of Ji Ling's body, and their cheeks rubbed against each other. Ji Wang's eyes widened, looking humiliated. He actually had close contact with this bad woman. Little did he know that at this moment, in the distance, Fu Jin frowned and looked at the two people in front of him who were in an intimate posture. After dealing with the crazy Ji Shuiyan, Fu Jin lost his patience and directly ordered someone to find Ji Ling. However, now, Jiangxu stood beside Fu Jin, trembling a little. Master Fu. Jiangxu, bring the person here. He shouted coldly and suddenly turned to walk out. Unexpectedly, not long after Fu Jin left, Jiangxu heard a wailing sound. He immediately turned around and saw the man who had just banged Miss Ji against the wall with his hands covering his knees, his face in pain. Ji Ling had already seen Jiangxu and walked towards this side. Jiangxu regained his composure and said seriously, Miss Ji, Master Fu is waiting for you in the car. Yes. She was surrounded by bodyguards all their way to the underground parking lot. The lights were dim and the surroundings were quiet. Only the sound of high heels could be heard on the ground. Ji Ling gradually approached the car. Based on the facial expressions of the people around her, she knew that it would not be easy next. Miss Ji, get in the car. As soon as the car door was opened, a hand stretched out from inside and directly pulled Ji Ling and dragged her in. Bang! The car door was closed. Jiangxu blinked and waved away the other bodyguards. You guys go wait somewhere else. Ji Ling was pulled into the car unexpectedly, and her little face fell into the man's hard chest. She could clearly hear his powerful heartbeat. Her eyes turned cold, and just as she was about to struggle, she heard Fu Jin's cold voice. "Have you forgotten your identity today?" "What?" She spoke in a muffled voice, not because she was shy, but because he held her too tightly, and she could hardly breathe. Her hands had nowhere to go, so she could only put them on his side, looking like she was throwing herself into his arms. "Be my female companion, and hook up with other men." "Others, men? What did you say?" "I asked you to come, not to embarrass me. Stay away from other men." He let go of her, and Ji Ling just raised her head and was about to breathe, but he pinched her chin and forced her to look at him. "Would Master Fu care if I stayed with another man?" Jiangshu has already said that Master Fu is not interested in women and hates women touching you. Now, doesn't Master Fu feel embarrassed? Fu Jin narrowed his eyes slightly and could see the anger in the woman's eyes. She is no longer as cold and indifferent as when she was kidnapped. Instead, she is like a rabbit with its hair blown up. If you are not prepared, she will bite back. Fu Jin's lips twitched slightly. This is a normal behavior when you just tame a wild beast in the early stage. It will not obey you, and the sharp thorns on its body have not been removed. Who told you that you are just my female companion? Ji Ling's face froze. What did he mean by this? He got closer and closer, and the distance between the two was suddenly shortened, so close that their lips were about to touch. Ji Ling turned away with physiological disgust. Fu Jin clearly saw the resistance and disgust in her eyes, and squeezed out a few words from his lips. "Don't you want me to touch you?" "Master Fu has crossed the line. I am just temporarily locked up by you. It has nothing to do with you." After saying this, a subtle cracking sound suddenly sounded in the air. They both looked down at the same time, only to see Ji Ling's skirt burst open again. Ji Ling pursed her red lips. She had been transformed. Could it be that Su Mi had done something else? The skirt was about to split, and she was about to be naked. Ji Ling quickly reached out, but Fu Jin pressed her wrist against the seat. His eyes stared at her waist without concealment, as if waiting for the skirt to split. Ji Ling bit her lip and raised her head to hit Fu Jin. Fu Jin was obviously displeased. He leaned over and pressed her tightly in his arms. Chapter 13. Why are you the only one who can hug mommy? The car moved at an inopportune time, and Jiangshu, who was guarding outside the car, moved further away. He ordered his men, "Seal off the underground parking lot and don't let anyone in." Naturally, he couldn't let any unfavorable news about their Master Fu spread. "Let me go." Ji Ling's face flushed slightly, and as her hands were tied by him, she raised her foot to kick him. As a result, the man was like a mountain, standing still and pressing her tightly. "You're angry? Have you forgotten your current situation? Ji Ling, am I too lenient with you?" Ji Ling turned her head away. "I have been forced by you to attend the banquet. Now that the banquet is over, you are touching me. Is that reasonable?" Fu Jin did not answer her again, and the emotions in his eyes were unpredictable. Until Jiangshu's anxious voice sounded, and he tapped the car window cautiously. "Master Fu, the three young masters conspired to escape, and they were just found by the housekeeper." Fu Jin suddenly looked up. Ji Ling frowned slightly, and met Fu Jin's eyes again. The man pulled away instantly, sat down in his seat in neat clothes, and shouted coldly, "Go back now." "Yes." Jiangshu naturally didn't think too much about it and immediately opened the car door. Hearing the door open, Ji Ling hurriedly sat up. Her skirt was completely torn and could not cover her at all. She had no choice but to pull Fu Jin's suit over her to cover it up. This small action actually pleased Fu Jin. He glanced at him coldly, then saw Jiangshu through the rearview mirror. In an instant, Jiangshu was frightened away by Master Fu's eyes. God knows, he really didn't look at anything. Otherwise, he would have dug his eyes out. Half an hour later, the car successfully arrived at Fu's house. Jiangshu got out of the car to drive for Master Fu, but was stopped by Fu Jin. "No need to drive, wait outside." Then Fu Jin got out of the car, easily walked around the rear of the car and came to Ji Ling's door, then opened it. Ji Ling was about to get out of the car, covering her skirt, but was stopped by him. "What are you up to?" Unexpectedly, Fu Jin actually bent over and leaned in. Ji Ling's patience was completely gone and she looked at him with great vigilance. "I only heard him speak slowly. Why?" Do you think you can still wear this skirt? I'll try walking. Ji Ling raised her foot and prepared to get off the car. Fu Jin's big hand instantly grabbed the skirt, and it seemed that if he used a little more force, he could tear the skirt completely apart. In this case, Ji Ling will no longer have anything to hide. Although this place is not like the outside world, there are still so many servants and housekeepers. Ji Ling was silent for a while, then her voice turned cold. Fu Jin, what do you want to do tonight? Jiangshu was beside him, smacking his lips. The reason why Master Fu was angry was obvious. Miss Ji is so smart, she should be able to see it. Now I'll give you two choices. One is to give you the suit and I'll carry you in. The other is to run naked. Ji Ling quickly replied, streaking. She was ruthless and was ready to get out of the car as soon as her skirt was torn. However, the moment her skirt was torn, Fu Jin quickly took off his suit to cover her. The loose suit covered Ji Ling's legs. He buttoned it up quickly and skillfully and hugged her. Chapter 14 Jealous Men Are Terrible. Seeing this, Ji Ling had the same thought as Erbao Ji Shi. Having been locked up for so many days, she hasn't been close to her babies for a long time. Come here, baby, and give mom a hug. Ji Yen listened to his mother's words the most. He jumped off the sofa and walked over first, but encountered the same fate as Erbao. When it was Giles' turn, Fu Jin didn't rush to throw him on the sofa. Instead, he held him in his arms and looked at him carefully. The look in his eyes was very similar to that of a lion hunting. You were the one who cut off the internet at home today. You're quite capable. Giles smiled elegantly, thank you for the compliment. Just when I was about to roll my eyes at him again, I heard Fu Jin speak calmly, you are worthy of being my son. After that, Giles was thrown on the sofa. Ji Ling could no longer bear it and stood up, Fu Jin, the child is mine, why don't you let me hold it? Forgot what I said tonight. Ji Ling was slightly stunned, recalling what he had said. But the only thing she could remember was what he said. Stay away from other men. She was silent for a while. If it were in the past, she would definitely not bother to explain. But now, she really wants to hug her children. The man at the party is my biological brother, is that okay? Upon hearing this, Fu Jin glanced at Jiangshu. Jiangshu immediately understood and turned to walk out. Ji Ling was about to walk past Fu Jin towards the children, but was stopped by him again. Then, Fu Jin's low and hoarse voice came from above her head, you are not allowed to hug me today. This is your punishment. Uncle Jiang, take them back to the children's room. Yes, Master Fu. The three children were taken away. Ji Ling bit her lip for a long while, and then stopped talking to Fu Jin. She turned around and prepared to go back to their cell. Suit will come over later, in person. After saying that, Fu Jin didn't give Ji Ling a chance to refute or refuse, and walked straight towards the study. In a dark corner, a servant looked around furtively. After seeing that there was no one around, he quietly sent the photos he had just taken to Su Mi. When Su Mi saw the photo, he almost threw his phone away in anger. Her fingers were clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound, and her beautiful face became hideously distorted. That bitch Ji Ling was actually wearing Fu Jin's clothes. Especially when he saw the next sentence sent by the spy, Master Fu brought Miss Ji in as a princess. Su Mi swept all the cosmetics on the table in front of him to the ground and smashed them to pieces. R. She slammed her palm heavily on the table, her face grim. Ji Ling, I have worked hard for so many years, I will never let you replace me so easily. A sinister and shrewd light gradually flashed in his eyes, but what shocked Su Mi even more was when Master Fu met Ji Ling, and Ji Ling even gave birth to 3 children secretly without Master Fu's knowledge. These 3 children are the biggest stumbling blocks for her to marry into the Fu family. The other side. After Ji Ling changed into normal clothes, she sat on the sofa, just like usual, in a daze. The bodyguard knocked on the door at this moment, his tone cold and ruthless, Miss Ji, you should go return the suit. Ji Ling took a quick glance, hesitated for a while, stood up, took his suit, and left with the bodyguard. As soon as I entered the bedroom, I heard an unusual sound. Fu Jin had already washed up and was wearing a black bathrobe. There were a few drops of water on his forehead. He supported his forehead with one hand and clenched the other into a fist. Jiangshu asked softly, Master Fu, is your head hurting again? In his hand, he still held the medicine that Ji Ling had dropped on the ground that day, and hesitantly handed it over. Master Fu, this is the medicine left by Miss G. It has been completely cleaned, disinfected and quality inspected. There will be no problem." As soon as the words fell, a faint sneer was heard. Jiangshu turned around and met Ji Ling's calm and unstable face. She walked closer with her suit in hand. "I told you that day that if you let the four of us go, I can research and make an antidote for you. Did you really pick up this medicine?" With just these calm words, Fu Jin suddenly stood up, grabbed Ji Ling's wrist, and pulled her into his arms with great force. The speed was so fast that Ji Ling couldn't react at all. When she reacted, she was already sitting on his legs. Jiangshu swallowed calmly. Fu Jin chuckled, "Everyone go out, she'll be fine here." Ji Ling. Jiangshu? But Jiangshu quickly understood what Master Fu meant. He immediately turned around, pushed the bodyguard out, and carefully closed the door. Ji Ling was held tightly in his arms, unable to move. As usual, the man buried his head in her neck like he did that night, and his breathing gradually became steady. "Fu Jin, I told you that it's not me who can cure you, it's the medicine. There is no medical evidence that hugging someone can relieve headaches." Fu Jin gently opened his lips and took a bite. R. Ji Ling groaned unexpectedly, and her neck felt itchy. She wanted to push Fu Jin away, but she couldn't. "Why are you panicking? Are you afraid that I will do something to you? How many times do I have to tell you? You have no right to reject me. If I ask you to accompany me, just stay with me. Don't you understand? My head still hurts. Whether I'm in pain or not, I know better than you." His eyes darkened, and the look in his eyes as he stared at Ji Ling gradually changed. "Sleep well with me tonight." Chapter 15. The Bad Woman Comes Again. Ever since he held her in his arms to sleep that night, Fu Jin hasn't had a good night's sleep for a long time. Before Ji Ling could refuse, Fu Jin spoke up, "You have no right to refuse, or I will prevent you from seeing those three little ghosts." Ji Ling's eyes gradually returned to calm from anger. She didn't want to see this person again, so she simply looked away, and no emotion could be seen. Fu Jin was not feeling well either. Headache and boredom intertwined together. He gritted his teeth and said, "Sleep for a night, and I'll let you play with those three brats tomorrow." Ji Ling was rarely surprised. Is he surrendering? When they went to bed, Fu Jin did not make any extra movements. He simply held her in his arms like a human pillow. Ji Ling lay in his arms, eyes open, thinking about something. If he needs a human-shaped pillow, could she research medical robots that could specifically treat people with mental problems like Fu Jin? When people lack sleep for a long time, their tempers will become manic and depressed. It is obvious that Fu Jin is now in the late stage. She remained stiff for a while. Finally, Fu Jin became annoyed. He clamped his big hands around the woman's waist, lifted her up easily, and carried her in his arms. Ji Ling immediately changed his posture and lay down. She exclaimed and stared at him blankly. "Can you sleep well?" There were signs of mania, and Ji Ling silently memoized the symptoms in his mind. Next, there is a high probability of self-harm or harming other objects. Why didn't I sleep well? Your body is so tense, am I holding a piece of wood? Ji Ling couldn't refute, but she also coaxed him gently with a doctor's tone of treatment. I know, I will be good, go to sleep. Fu Jin was slightly stunned, as if he didn't expect the woman to suddenly give in so easily. He held her in his arms again, tighter than before, and closed his eyes again. Ji Ling continued to repeat to herself in her heart that she needed care, was extremely lacking in warmth, and was too alert, which made it difficult for her to fall asleep. The next day, when Ji Ling woke up, Fu Jin was no longer around. She was led back to her room by her bodyguard. As soon as she came out of the shower, she saw a servant enter her room. Ji Ling took a quick glance and saw that it was a servant she had never seen before. "Miss Ji, this is the tea specially brewed for you. Please drink it while it's hot." The servant placed the tea on the tea table with a smile on his face, but did not dare to stay for long, for fear of revealing any flaws. After the servant left, Ji Ling came to the coffee table, took out the medicine bag from her old clothes, and took out a silver needle to test. Soon, the silver needle changed color. Mommy, the babies are coming." San Xiaobao's voice was heard outside the door. Ji Shi rushed over first, blinking his big eyes. "Mommy, you've suffered a lot these past few days. I've taken good care of my brothers and sisters. Gen carefully observed Ji Ling's expression and asked seriously, "Mommy, what happened?" Hearing this, Jile also looked into the teacup. "Is there medicine in it?" Ji Ling waved her hand and pinched Gen's ear. In an instant, Gen's ears turned red and he lowered his head in embarrassment. Ji Ling took a quick look and found that Dabao was still so irresistible. "Dabao, sometimes, mommy really hopes you can be more lively like Erbao." Gen shook his head. "I can't learn to be as cute as my brother. My wish is to be able to protect mommy and my brother. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough." "Brother, you've done a great job. We didn't put any pressure on you." Jile patted Gen's shoulder. However, Ji still didn't forget that someone wanted to frame mommy, and asked in a low voice, "Mommy, do you know who wants to harm you with this tea?" "No." "Who?" Ji said seriously with a stern face. "So am I." "Are? That young woman. She came to our children's room yesterday, tried to get some information from us, and left when she didn't get any information from us three." Ji Ling looked at Ji instantly. "She went to look for you guys." Jile nodded. "Don't worry, mommy, she didn't hurt us, we are very tight-lipped." Ji Ling fell silent. She was not afraid that Su Mi would frame her, but she was afraid that Su Mi would not come. This woman likes Fu Jin, and her eyes cannot hide her feelings at all. Perhaps, this is an opportunity for Ji Ling to take the babies and leave. A woman who is blinded by love will have a lower IQ. God help her. After a while, Su Mi came to visit Fu's house. When she came in, Ji Ling was sitting on the sofa playing building block games with her 3 children. When Su Mi saw that Ji Ling was intact and had no signs at all, he was stunned. "What's going on? Didn't the servant report that Ji Ling had already drunk the tea? How come nothing happened? That was the itching medicine she bought at a cost of 100,000 yuan." Su Mi walked over with her shock and displeasure gone, and regained her bright smile. "Miss Ji. Are these your 3 children? They are so cute. However, we have worked with Master Fu for so many years, but we have never heard any news about the children from him. Has Master Fu asked you to stay abroad in the past few years?" Su Mi sat down on the sofa and started chatting. Ji Ling's face was calm and he started to ask questions. "I have nothing to do with your Master Fu." "Really?" Su Mi's eyes lit up, but she quickly realized that she was wrong and stopped smiling. "Miss Ji, you are joking. We can all see that Master Fu cares about these 3 children. Miss Ji, do you have any misunderstanding with our Master Fu?" Chapter 16. Mommy, is she crazy? Ji Ling folded her hands on her legs, looking indifferent. Erbao obediently handed over the tea, smiling and saying, "Auntie Su, you must be thirsty. Have some tea." "Thank you, young master." Su Mi was delighted. It seemed that the babies still liked her. Then she could take the opportunity to tell Master Fu that she wanted to come and take care of the child. She must investigate the matter personally. Then he drank all the tea without any precautions. At this moment, the phone rang. Su Mi picked up the phone, and immediately heard the waiter's shouting voice. "Miss Su, please send me the money again. Miss Ji has already found out about your attempt to frame me yesterday, and she has taken my phone away." Su Mi didn't expect that the call would be from the waiter. And he spoke so loudly, Ji Ling, who was so close to her, must be able to hear it. A hint of emotion flashed across Ji Ling's eyes. It seemed that the waiter did what she said obediently. She just had to watch Su Mi perform quietly. Su Mi's face flashed with panic at first, and then he stole a glance at Ji Ling, and quickly concealed his inner panic, and said with a smile, "You called the wrong number. I don't have any package activities. Goodbye." She hung up the phone in a hurry, then smiled at Ji Ling. "It's a harassing call, Miss Ji, let's continue the conversation just now." Despite this, Su Mi still felt a burning hatred in his heart. Did Ji Ling really know that she wanted to frame her at the banquet yesterday? No, impossible. If she knew, she wouldn't be sitting here communicating with her so calmly. The waiter must have been obsessed with money and was crazy about making money. He even dared to extort money from Su Mi. She was about to continue asking questions, but at this moment, her body suddenly reacted strangely. "Ah ha ha ha." Su Mi suddenly burst into laughter, and then all parts of his body began to feel itchy. Su Mi immediately reached out to scratch it, his long nails scratching his skin. "It's so itchy, so itchy. Is there medicine in this tea?" She couldn't sit still at all, so she stood up suddenly and jumped around everywhere. Jishi saw this and said, "Oh mo oh mo." He quickly protected Dabao and Sanbao and asked sincerely, "Mommy, is she crazy?" Suemi was so angry. This damn kid actually dared to say that she was crazy. But now she couldn't even speak normal words. My whole body was itchy and there was a lot of blood on my nails. Suemi caught a glimpse of a figure outside the door and subconsciously rushed out, "Save me, save me." When Fu Jin approached from outside the door, he saw the figure of a crazy woman rushing towards him. He frowned, and Jiangshu beside him immediately stepped forward and threw a punch. R. Suemi took a few steps back and fell to the ground. She kept scratching her skin, and Jiangshu's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Secretary Su, who was always gentle and decent, would be so crazy and scary at this moment. There were several bloody scratches on his face from fingernails, which was shocking. "Secretary Su, what are you doing?" Suemi was speechless and could only slowly point his finger at Ji Ling. Fu Jinguang's face turned cold when he heard the sound of her nails scratching her skin. He shouted directly, "Jiangshu, throw him out." "Yes, Master Fu." Suemi widened her eyes and shook her head frantically. She couldn't be driven away. As soon as Jiangshu came close, she rushed closer and tried to grab Jiangshu's arm to stand up. Jiangshu secretly exclaimed, "Fuck. Is this woman's nail polish a diamond nail?" She pinched him until he bled. Ji Ling watched without paying any attention until Suemi was about to disfigure her, then she stood up and handed the pills in her hand to him. When Suemi saw Ji Ling, he retreated madly as if he had seen a ferocious beast. Jiangshu, however, felt hopeful. "If you don't want to go crazy again, eat it quickly." After saying that, he pinched Suemi's chin, threw the medicine directly in, and then covered her mouth. Less than a minute after Suemi was forced to eat it, the itching sensation on his body had eased a lot and he calmed down. She lowered her head, not wanting Master Fu to see her current appearance. The hands hanging at her sides slowly tightened, but she didn't dare to use force. Her body was trembling deeply. Ji Ling. How did she know that she had put drugs in the tea? What a weirdo this woman is. However, when she raised her head again, her eyes were filled with tears. "Miss G. Miss G, what did you put in the tea?" "Why? I felt so itchy after I finished drinking it. I don't think I have offended you in any way." The servant who had colluded with Suemi came out immediately and said, "Master Fu, this tea is indeed prepared by Miss G for Miss Su." There was no reaction on Fu Jin's face. He nodded and looked at Ji Ling, wanting to see how this little woman would answer. Ji Ling did not show any anger at being framed, and said calmly, "The Fu family's surveillance should have no blind spots. You brought me this tea." She looked directly at the servant, and although her gaze was not very strong, it made the servant feel an inexplicable chill down his spine. "I don't have an appetite." Miss Su felt itchy all over after drinking it. "Don't you know what you did to the tea?" "I gave Miss Su the antidote because I couldn't bear to see her suffer and wanted to help her. How come I'm the perpetrator now?" "Ms. G, don't get me wrong, but I'm very curious, how did you happen to have the antidote?" Suemi said with tears in her eyes. "Gee, she couldn't bear it any longer. My mom is a little miracle doctor. There has never been a patient that she couldn't cure. All the herbs were carefully planted and cultivated by my mom. A doctor can only save lives, not harm them. Don't ruin my mom's kindness." Chapter 17. The identity of the boss in the early morning was discovered by him. Gile also nonchalantly echoed, "This is the first time I've heard someone accuse a doctor of harming people. It's ridiculous." Suemi gritted her teeth secretly. Those damn kids, sooner or later, she would sell them all. She looked at Fu Jin, tears streaming down her face. "Master Fu, look. I didn't mean to point out Miss G's fault, but are I going to just let these scratches on my body go? I've been by your side for so many years, working hard, and I've never been treated so unfairly." "That's easy." Giles smiled slightly, "I will now restore the damaged surveillance and find out who drugged me." After saying that, he was about to pick up the notebook on the table. The servant who had drugged the girl panicked and quickly knelt on the ground. "No, don't check." Fu Jin frowned, his patience gone. "Jiangshu, you are the one who is in charge of the housework. Have you been too lax recently? You dare to commit a crime under my nose." Jiangshu immediately said, "Master Fu, I will handle it now." He immediately ordered someone to drag the servant away. Suemi stood in the corner with his head down, looking very pitiful. But what made her even more unwilling was that from beginning to end, Master Fu had never doubted Ji Ling once. He didn't even bother to question her. What she didn't expect was that what she was waiting for was such a ruthless word from Fu Jin. Who allowed you to come? Su Mi shuddered. Master Fu, as your personal secretary, I would like to ask for your help in taking care of the 3 young masters now that your children have been found. Fu Jin's eyes were grim. No need. Ji Ling spoke up. Why not? It's tiring for me to take care of 3 children by myself, and I really need someone to help. Since you have no intention of letting us leave, find a nanny to help take care of them. As soon as Ji Ling finished speaking, Fu Jin glanced over with cold eyes. She held her head high, neither humbly nor arrogantly, without any fear. Yes, Master Fu, Miss Ji can't take care of her alone, and Miss Ji and I just met, so I can help take care of her. Miss Ji has a cold personality, and it will be very troublesome for her to get along with a new nanny, don't you think, Miss Ji? Su Mi looked at her with red eyes. Ji Ling's face darkened. She looked so pitiful, any man would feel distressed when seeing her, right? However, the man in front of him remained unmoved, and even felt annoyed. She couldn't understand Fu Jin's train of thought, and then followed Su Mi's words and continued, yes, I also think Secretary Su is suitable. Fu Jin had an expressionless face as he walked towards Ji Ling step by step. Ji Ling lowered his eyes and wanted to grab her wrist again. She wanted to hide immediately, but she was still unable to guard against it. Fu Jin put his big hands around her waist and held her tightly in his arms. Come with me. Su Mi's eyes were fixed on the hand that Fu Jin was holding around Ji Ling's waist, and the gloom in his eyes became heavier. She smiled and walked towards the babies. Little master, I will go to the children's room with you to play together. After arriving at the study, Ji Ling was thrown onto the sofa and she propped herself up to sit up. Fu Jin looked down at her and said, don't think you can escape if Su Mi stays. His eyes were sharp, as if he could see through her. If Ji Ling's mental strength wasn't strong enough, she would really need to be fully prepared to confront someone like Fu Jin. Miss Ji is very well hidden. He smiled softly, the corners of his lips slightly raised. Ji Ling held her breath slightly, knowing that he didn't make these words out of thin air. She sat up straight. What do you mean? The little genius doctor who has been hiding in Yunshi town for a long time, I didn't expect that he is also the boss of the Lingchen organization. Fu Jin took out a cigarette box from his pocket, then searched again but couldn't find a lighter. Ji Ling was not surprised to see this. For someone like him who was born in a high position, lighting cigarettes was the job of his subordinates, so why would he light them himself? Fu Jin didn't care and just held a cigarette in his mouth. Ji Ling was not at all surprised that Fu Jin knew her identity. When the earring was taken away by Jiangshu that day, she had already prepared herself to be discovered. Do you want to know where Yunnan Star is now? For the first time, Ji Ling answered without hesitation, yes. She had a hunch that something had either happened to Yunnanxing or she had fallen into the hands of this man. Fu Jin's eyes suddenly turned frighteningly cold. This woman, when she cared about other men, was really annoying. Come with me, be good and obedient, and I'll let you meet Yunnanxing. Ji Ling followed Fu Jin and got into the car. After getting in the car, she was blindfolded. Ji Ling was not surprised at all. People like Fu Jin were sensitive, alert and suspicious. She leaned back in her chair calmly, closed her eyes and took a nap. Until the car stopped, the man suddenly held her palm. Ji Ling obediently got out of the car, but Fu Jin's next move made her shudder all over. Fu Jin actually separated her hands with both hands and intertwined his fingers with hers. Ji Ling struggled subconsciously, but the man held her tighter. I took the elevator all the way to the top floor. The closer I got, the more I could hear a few men talking inside. Brother Jin, here we come. Chapter 18 I will never save this beast. Fu Jin led Ji Ling into the laboratory, and Jing Yang and Shen Wangji, who were chatting, suddenly widened their eyes. The scalpel in his hand almost fell and cut into the patient's abdomen. Is this their brother Jin? Why is he holding a woman's hand? The woman's eyes were blindfolded, and only her facial features could be seen. Judging from her appearance, she was an extremely beautiful woman. Brother Jin, what you are holding is? Fu Jin glanced at the man on the operating table and asked, is there still no way to save him? We can't help it. He has too many wounds on his body. The last bullet hit him directly on the edge of his heart. The operation is extremely difficult. Fortunately, he used to be a killer and his body is still strong. He can hold on until now, otherwise he would have died long ago. He must be saved. I want to know all the information he has about our organization. We know that he is an important hostage, but now. Jing Yang naturally knew what Brother Jin was thinking, but even he, a doctor who traveled internationally, had rarely saved such a case where the patient had been left alone for more than 10 days and was not dead, but was also difficult to revive. Fu Jin let go of Ji Ling's hand and pushed him forward. Let her do the surgery. Then, Ji Ling's blindfold was pulled off. Jing Yang and Shen Wangji were both surprised when they saw their woman's face. How could someone look so good without makeup? Her skin was fair, without a single blemish, and her facial features were absolutely beautiful. But Shen Wangji looked at Jing Yang and had some doubts. Jing Yang is already ranked first in the international ranking of miracle doctors. He thinks that the operation is a very difficult task. How can this woman do it? But when Ji Ling saw the man lying on the operating table, he clenched his fists instantly and rushed to the operating table. Jing Yang quickly stopped her and cleverly grabbed Ji Ling's clothes, not daring to touch her arm. Hey, young lady, we want to save him, not kill him with one punch. Fu Jin noticed Ji Ling's emotions. She had just lost control. He lowered his eyes slightly. What's going on? Ji Ling lowered her head and spoke hoarsely. He has always been with you? Or is he yours? Jing Yang was close to Ji Ling and could see the murderous intent in her eyes. Brother Jin's eyes showed that he cared about this woman, and he quickly explained, he is not our Brother Jin's man. Our standards are not that low. He is a killer. He did a lot of immoral things before, which offended our Brother Jin. Later, he wanted to commit suicide and kept all the secrets in his stomach. How could Brother Jin let him die so easily? Ji Ling's fingers slowly tightened. She will never forget it to this day. At the beginning, Ji Shuiyan held the photo of this man in front of her and shouted arrogantly, Ji Ling, don't you always want to know who the man who bullied your mother is? It's the man in this photo. You must want to kill him, right? I'll arrange it for you. At that time, Ji Ling was not yet an adult. If she had not developed some anti-wolf spray, she would have avoided being bullied by this man that night. But this man kept talking about how her mother was bullied, which made Ji Ling want to chop him into pieces. The Ji family is so bullying. Destroyed the last glimmer of hope in her heart. Fu Jin noticed Ji Ling's emotions, walked forward with a cold face and pulled her away. The moment he grabbed her arm, he realized how violently her body was shaking. Tell me, what's going on? Ji Ling was silent for a while, then slowly raised his head. Looking at Fu Jin, her eyes filled with bloodshot, she said clearly word by word, I can heal anyone, but I will never save this beast. Even if you chop off my hands. Fu Jin's expression was extremely ugly. The reason? No reason. Ji Ling was extremely indifferent. My lady, do you have any grudge against this man? He does have a bad reputation in the underworld and has bullied many decent women. We saved him not to let him live, but to make him die in more pain. Otherwise, you can save him and after the interrogation, you can do whatever you want with him. Ji Ling sneered. She couldn't save the person who had bullied her mother. Fu Jin pursed his lips, immediately picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. On the other side of the screen was Yun Nanxing, who was tied up and locked up. Sister Ling, can you see me now? Don't worry about me. I will not be a burden to you if I am locked up here for the rest of my life. As soon as Yun Nanxing shouted this, 5 bodyguards nearby immediately took out iron rods and pointed them at him. Yun Nanxing fell silent and said weakly, Sister Ling, if you can save me, then please do so. I am still too young and don't want to die for the time being. After saying that, he lowered his head in guilt. This was truly the most embarrassing moment in his life. Ji Ling looked at Fu Jin with an even colder look in her eyes. Are you threatening me? Just let him live for a few hours and be able to talk. After that, I'll leave him to you to deal with. Jing Yang and Shen Wangji on the side gasped. They have been following Brother Jin for at least 10 years. I have never seen Brother Jin lower his head. And now, he bowed his head, bowed to a woman. Jing Yang felt powerless and frustrated. Brother Jin, if I try harder, maybe I can save him. Ji Ling glanced at him coldly, then walked out sideways, then let him save you. Ji Ling. Fu Jin spoke in a cold voice. Ji Ling turned around and looked over. curling her lips and giving a mocking smile. What? Are you going to threaten me with the children again? Send them to the horizon so that I can't see them. Or are you going to threaten me with Nanxing? Fu Jin, I am currently being held by you and cannot escape, but that doesn't mean I can be locked up by you forever. Chapter 19 Jiling, I have been kind enough to you. You'd better watch out and don't let me escape. At this moment, all the sharp weapons and spikes on Jiling's body were exposed, all pointing towards Fu Jin. It doesn't matter if you never see your child again. Have you thought about it? I will never operate on him. Jiling stood firm. The next second, another TV also cut off the surveillance. He is a villager from Yinshitan. Jiling's face darkened. You locked them up too. No harm for now. Fu Jin, you are so shameless. Jiling, I have been kind enough to you. Fu Jin muttered coldly. Except for Jiling, he is cruel and ruthless to everyone else. Jiling pinched her palms hard with her nails. Children, villagers, Nanxing. She closed her eyes, turned and walked towards the operating table. Everyone get out. Let Jingyang stay here. Fu Jin's eyes followed Jiling and he said in a deep voice. Jiling mocked silently, okay, then stay here. Fu Jin and Shen Wangji left the operating room and went to the rest room nearby. As soon as he sat down, Shen Wangji could clearly feel the murderous aura emanating from Brother Jin, which was like a dark cloud pressing down on a city, threatening to destroy it. Brother Jin, who is that woman? Boss Ling Chen, a little genius doctor who has been hiding from the world for a long time. Shen Wangji opened his mouth even wider. It seems that no one expected that this woman would have so many identities, and each one of them is enough to shock people. Isn't he this the little miracle doctor that Jing Yang has always wanted to find? Brother Jin, where did you find her from? And from the look of you, you don't seem to be very resistant to her. Shen Wangji asked tentatively. Fu Jin was obviously absent-minded and no one knew what he was thinking about. There was no answer to his question. After a long while, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice, go and check what happened to Jiling right away. I want to know every detail. Yes. Shen Wangji did not dare to delay and took action immediately. Perhaps a lot of the news that has been covered up in the underworld has long been lost and is difficult to be dug up again, but all of this is not a problem for Shen Wangji. If he wants to find out, he will be able to find out. But no one expected that such a serious matter would be uncovered. This hostage scumbag bullied Jiling's mother, causing the breakup of their marriage. That year, when her mother was pregnant with Ji Wang, Ji's father pulled her hair and said that he was an illegitimate child from outside. Her mother tried her best to give birth to Ji Wang. Only after the paternity test confirmed that he was Ji's father's biological son did her mother pass away forever. Even 7 years ago, he tried to bully Jiling, but was stabbed in the eye and ran away. At that moment, the teacup in Fu Jin's hand flew out instantly, and the entire surveillance screen shattered, bursting with cracks and could no longer be used. 3 hours later. After Jiling finished the operation, the man's heart rate gradually stabilized. She didn't even look at the man again, she took off her white coat and walked out. Jing Yang stayed alone in the operating room, still thinking about Jiling's miraculous operation just now. That technique is simply amazing. He didn't know what words to use to describe Jiling except awesome. Wait, this woman's operation is so familiar. It seems that a legendary culture that shocked all the gangs on the road a few years ago was that a long-lost little doctor revived the Earl who had been dead for more than 10 days. He immediately chased after him, and just as he walked out of the operating room, he saw Brother Jin pulling the woman away. Shen Wangji walked over here and signaled inside with his eyes, how is the operation going? He's alive. He'll be conscious and able to speak again in a few hours. Really? Shen Wangji's eyes lit up. Jingyang, do you want to know who this woman is? I think I already know. It's the idol you have admired for so long, Hishigami. When Shen Wangji said this at this moment, he still felt a sense of unreality. Jingyang was silent for a while before he slowly spoke, but why do I suddenly feel that the relationship between my idol and Brother Jin is not ordinary? That's right. Just now in the rest room, Brother Jin was afraid that his mind was on her. Jingyang said meaningfully, I used to think that Brother Jin was a flower on the mountain that would never bloom. Now it seems that he has not met anyone who can make him change his mind. However, when I saw the person my idol saved today, I was afraid that she would ruthlessly cut out Sanlang's heart. I spent a long time looking for the scalpel just now, and I almost thought it was left in her stomach. Shen Wanji lowered his eyes, his meaning unclear. Today, Brother Jin really forced someone to save a scumbag bastard. What do you mean? Is it really some deep hatred? Corridor. Fu Jin pushed the person against the wall, moved his long legs closer, and held Ji Ling down. She wisely did not resist because she knew she could not resist. But in the same way, the looks he got back were all cold. Blame me. Ji Ling twitched the corners of her lips. Does this man in front of her care about other people's feelings? Say. Fu Jin suddenly pinched Ji Ling's chin and stared at her straight in the eyes. Ji Ling, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't talk to me anymore, you don't want the child anymore. Ji Ling sneered, are you worthy of being their father? Suddenly, Fu Jin increased his strength. It even felt like her jaw was going to be crushed. But Ji Ling didn't feel any pain at all. Hate me. Chapter 20. You are the first woman our brother Jin brought here. Ji Ling suddenly chuckled. Fu Jin was indeed very strange today. He always asked questions that he already knew the answer to. However, as soon as she smiled, tears from the corners of her eyes suddenly fell uncontrollably. Ji Ling and Fu Jin were both stunned, but her hands were restrained by Fu Jin and she couldn't wipe away her tears at all. How long has it been since Ji Ling shed tears? 4 years ago. I haven't cried since that rainy night. The tears gradually slid down her face to the corners of her mouth. Ji Ling felt that she was in a terrible state at the moment and subconsciously wanted to lick away the tears from the corners of her mouth. The next second, the man's lips suddenly pressed against hers. He looked at Ji Ling's mouth with incredible accuracy and licked the tear away. But he didn't leave in a hurry, but stayed on her lips for a while longer. The two of them hid in the dark corridor. They heard all the footsteps outside passing by, but no one came towards this corridor. Fu Jin just touched her lips lightly and didn't go any closer. Ji Ling didn't close his eyes, and he was as unresponsive as a piece of wood. This was undoubtedly a slight blow to Fu Jin. He pulled away instantly, picked up Ji Ling and turned to walk out. After getting off the elevator one floor, I walked straight into a huge living room. The man who was thrown to the ground in the distance was Canlan, whom Ji Ling had just rescued. He was panting, and Shen Wangji mercilessly took out the living chip in his body and searched for information about the organization. Fu Jin walked towards them against the light, his face was so cold that people dared not approach him. Canlan lay on the ground in a mess, laughing sinisterly. Fu Jin, I didn't expect that. I really underestimated you. In order to know the information of the organization, you can really save me. But even if you know it, what does it matter? Back then, you were deceived. But we in the organization are really curious. Didn't you go crazy after touching a woman? During those 2 years you disappeared, you must have been treating your mental illness, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Canlan let out a muffled cry. Shen Wangji kicked the man mercilessly, hitting his most vulnerable leg. Hearing this familiar hoarse voice again, Ji Ling's eyes became even colder. She struggled, but she didn't expect Fu Jin to really let her go. Ji Ling stood on the ground and looked down at the man on the ground. Obviously, when Canlan saw Ji Ling, he was stunned for a moment, as if he was lost in memories. Soon, he remembered, it's you, Xiao Jiling. You are the one who poked my eyes out. It's been so hard for me to find you these years. You must be the famous little doctor on the street. You really take after your mother. Almost at the moment when Canlan mentioned her mother, Jiling's fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. She kicked the stool with her feet and smashed it directly at Canlan. Hit the heart. The wound that Ji Ling had stitched and bandaged herself was hit like this, and Canlan's pupils shrank, and he instantly spat out several mouthfuls of blood. There was not even a trace of emotion in Fu Jin's eyes. He asked in a deep voice, have you found out all the information? Don't worry, Brother Jin, all the chips have been activated, and he is no longer useful. Fu Jin lightly touched his upper jaw, okay. Then he looked at Ji Ling and said gently, now I'll leave this scumbag to you to deal with. If you want him to die, then let him die. Ji Ling turned to look at Fu Jin, somewhat unable to figure out Fu Jin's thoughts. Let me save him, bring him back to life, and then take his life with my own hands. Fu Jin, you really impressed me. Fu Jin frowned, forget it, it's just dirtying your hands if you do it yourself. He signaled to his men, who immediately swung their knives and killed Sanlang. Sanlang screamed and then fell silent. Shen Wanji walked over to him expressionlessly, stepping over the blood and reporting, "In just a few days, we will know the news about our organization." Fu Jin responded coldly. Shen Wanji looked at Brother Jin and Ji Ling and felt a bit of a headache. Their brother Jin was a tough, straight man and there was no way he could coax a woman. In the past, it was a blessing for Brother Jin to have a woman and a chance to coax him. Miss Ji, you are also from Lingchen. You should know that these are normal fights between organizations. You cheated me once, I must ask for some compensation. In fact, Brother Jin did nothing wrong. The more Shen Wanji spoke, the lower his voice became. Ji Ling had a blank expression on his face, and did not show any other emotional changes. Miss Ji must be hungry. A Yang has already prepared the food. How about dinner? Ji Ling naturally had no right to refuse. When he followed Fu Jin to the box and sat down, Jingyang carefully held out the premium red wine that he had treasured for a long time and was reluctant to give to anyone else, and presented it to Ling Shen, his idol, whom he worshipped as a god, as if it were a treasure. Ling Shen, can I give you this wine? Ji Ling glanced over indifferently. Jingyang licked his lips and decided to betray Brother Jin. Actually, this matter has nothing to do with me. I usually travel the world, like you, a healer saving lives. I rarely participate in the fighting in the organization, so you can just accept it. Ian, what nonsense are you talking about? Shen Wanji took a look and quickly pulled the person back. Ji Ling took the red wine, pried it open easily on the table, and the bottle cap fell accurately into the trash can. Let's drink together. She lit everyone's glass except Fu Jin's. Fu Jin sat on the sofa, his eyes were deep and dark, and no emotion could be seen. He was not annoyed. When Jingyang was about to reach out for the wine glass, Fu Jin intercepted him and picked it up and drank it all in one gulp. Jingyang naturally didn't dare to have any opinion on Brother Jin, and silently picked up another cup and put it on. At the dinner table, apart from Jingyang occasionally making fun of the atmosphere, no one else said anything. Jingyang burped, smiled at Ji Ling, and raised his middle finger in a serious manner. Ling Shen, you are the first woman brought here by our Brother Jin, and the only female here. Shen Wanji's face turned dark, and he quickly put down Jingyang's raised middle finger, stretched out his 10 fingers, and smiled apologetically at Ji Ling. Miss Ji, don't worry about it. He just gets drunk and gets crazy. He's the one who shouts the loudest every time he drinks, and is also the worst. What do you mean by female? That's called a woman. I really don't know where you went to elementary school. Shen Wanji mocked Jingyang. Jingyang stared at the wine glass in a daze and slammed the table. How could I say that about my idol? I apologize to you. As he said this, he was about to kneel on the sofa and pay his respects to Ji Ling. Ji Ling was rarely amused and thought that Jingyang's personality could clash with Nanxing's. Although Fu Jin didn't say anything, he was always observing Ji Ling's expression. Seeing her smile, his thin lips tightened and his expression became even more gloomy and uncertain. Why are you smiling so happily at another man? Chapter 21, it seems like they are about to kiss. Shen Wanji naturally knew that Brother Jin was unhappy, so he quickly stopped Jingyang and threatened him in a low voice. You are drunk and crazy, wait for death when you wake up. Jingyang sighed, I am telling the truth. Ling Shen was the first woman brought by Brother Jin. Ji Ling asked curiously, isn't she Secretary Su? Jingyang was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Shen Wanji, who is Secretary Su. Shen Wanji sighed and explained as if he was taking care of a child, an assistant at Brother Jin's company. Have you forgotten? Jingyang nodded, not knowing whether he understood or not. After a moment of silence, he suddenly slammed the table and said, Idol, I'm telling you, that Secretary Su is nothing. She has nothing to do with our Brother Jin. If it weren't for Brother Jin's complicated family and the occasional problems, Secretary Su wouldn't have been able to stay until now. But now it's different. With you, my idol, any woman has to get out of my way and stay out of my way. Ji Ling narrowed her eyes, confirmed that Jingyang was completely drunk, and changed the subject. I have nothing to do with your Master Fu. It's okay. It's okay. My idol is the most beautiful woman in the world. No man can match you. Ji Ling couldn't help but chuckled and drank the red wine in one gulp. When I was about to drink, a hand stretched out in front of me. You're blushing, but you're still drinking. This was the first time the two looked at each other and spoke at the dinner table. As soon as Fu Jin opened his mouth, the table became quiet, and even Jing Yang was tactful enough to keep quiet. Ji Ling let go of the wine glass and turned his head away. Fu Jin didn't get angry but laughed. Did I force you to stop drinking? I'm stuffed. Okay. He slammed the wine glass on the table, stood up, pulled Ji Ling over, and squeezed out a few words from his lips, then go home. Ji Ling was pulled into the car by Fu Jin. She lost her balance and fell on the back seat. She quickly straightened her clothes, sat up straight and looked straight ahead. Jiangshu carefully got into the driver's seat and drove towards Fu's house without looking around. There were no windows or air conditioning in the car, and after a while, Ji Ling felt hot all over. When she was in Yunxi town, she seldom drank alcohol. Today, because the wine poured by Jing Yang was so delicious, she drank a little more. Unexpectedly, Jing Yang got drunk before her. Ji Ling was secretly surprised. She didn't expect that he would have an attack at this moment. She gently unbuttoned 2 buttons of her clothes and leaned her head against the car window, trying to dissipate the heat. After a while, feeling hot and sleepy, Ji Ling gently closed her eyes. But without realizing it, her head gradually tilted on Fu Jin's shoulder. Fu Jin's face was gloomy, but when he felt an extra weight on his shoulders, all his emotions disappeared. He lowered his head slightly and saw Ji Ling's face. Both sides of her cheeks were flushed, and her lips were rosy from drinking, with a hint of moisture. Fu Jin couldn't help but think of the kiss in the corridor in the afternoon. His Adam's apple rolled for a moment. Fu Jin tugged at his bow tie, and even his breathing became heavy. Master Fu's company has several projects today. Jiangshu was halfway through his speech when he got no response. I subconsciously took a look through the rearview mirror. It would have been fine if I hadn't looked, but when I did, I was shocked. Master Fu gradually lowered his head and moved closer to Miss Ji. It looked like they were about to kiss. Jiangshu was busy raising the partition, and a faint voice was heard in the carriage. Ji Ling frowned slightly and found a more suitable position on Fu Jin's shoulder to fall asleep. Fu Jin raised his eyes and looked at the baffles separating the front and the back. He was completely unrestrained. He pinched the woman's chin and kissed her bright red lips. Unlike the dragonfly skimming the water in the afternoon, it was almost grinding heavily. Ji Ling moaned softly but hadn't woken up yet. Fu Jin had no intention of letting her go and continued to absorb her sweetness. This kiss, once given, becomes an addiction. Fu Jin tasted sweetness for the first time. When they arrived at Fu's house, Fu Jin held Ji Ling in his arms, looked at her swollen lips, and a dark current flashed in his eyes. He carried her straight out of the car and walked inside. Su Mi took off his professional suit, changed into a casual home outfit, walked out, his face instantly stiff. Seeing Master Fu carrying Ji Ling in his arms was as painful as if Fu Jin were stabbing her heart with a knife in his own hands. She could hardly smile, and said stiffly, "Master Fu, you are back." Fu Jin acted as if he didn't see Su Mi. He walked straight past her and went to the bedroom upstairs. He passed by the room where Ji Ling was imprisoned and went to his own master bedroom. The expression on Su Mi's face became even more embarrassed, and tears almost burst out. "No, Su Mi, you must not give up. You have been with Master Fu for so many years, he will definitely see your true feelings." Su Mi turned and walked towards the kitchen, slowly taking out a medicine bag from his pocket. But the newly hired servant hurriedly refused. "Miss Su, no, I dare not. If Master Fu finds out, I will definitely be beaten to death. You should find someone else for this job." Seeing such an unruly servant, Su Mi's eyes gradually showed a fierce light, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know how much the servant who was kicked out got paid? It's more than you can get even if you work here for 2 years. And you should know what the consequences of rejecting me are." Looking at the hot medicine bag in front of him, the servant was in a dilemma, but under the pressure of Su Mi, he slowly took it. "My hands were shaking so much when I poured in the hangover soup." Knock. In the room, Fu Jin put Ji Ling on the bed. She was still very well behaved and did not have any bad habits of going crazy after drinking. Fu Jin sat on the edge of the bed, his eyes involuntarily falling on Ji Ling's lips, until there was a knock on the door. The servant carefully placed the hangover soup on the coffee table and said hurriedly, "Master Fu, this is Miss Ji's hangover soup. Go out." "Yes." After saying this, the servant quickly retreated. Fu Jin reached out and touched Ji Ling's face, tucking the slightly scattered hair on her forehead behind her ears. This feeling of being unable to let go made him reluctant to let go. Thirsty. Fu Jin faintly heard Ji Ling speak, and sneered, "You are the first one I can take care of." He stood up, took the sobering soup, pulled the woman up from the bed, held her in his arms, and brought the bowl to her lips. "Drink." However, after sniffing the sobering soup for a second or two, Ji Ling simply reached out and pushed it away. "No, I want to drink water." "Is this unpalatable?" Fu Jin's face turned dark. He didn't expect that she would be so delicate after getting drunk. Ji Ling shook his head and said slowly, "There is medicine." "Medicine?" In just a moment, Fu Jin's face darkened and he put his nose close to it and sniffed. He seemed to remember something, staring at Ji Ling and asking about what happened last night. "What did you give that woman at the banquet?" "Who is that woman?" Ji Ling was very confused. Then Fu Jin pinched his face and said, "Don't play dumb." "Who did you say it was?" Ji Ling reacted and sneered in his heart, "Oh, Ji Xueyan. What? Do you want to try it?" The air was silent for a moment. Fu Jin didn't say anything. Ji Ling rarely looked up at him. I only saw his eyes full of anger, and he gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Ji Ling, you know how to challenge me when you are drunk." Chapter 22. I will try to escape with my child today. Ji Ling was obviously drunk at the moment. Although his words were arrogant and domineering, he gave people a feeling of being unusually well behaved. "I'm the boss of the early morning, why should I be afraid of you? Sooner or later, we will draw our swords against each other and engage in a war between the two organizations. At that time, I will never be stingy with the medicine in my hand." After saying this, Ji Ling felt completely sleepy. She leaned forward unconsciously and fell into the man's arms. Fu Jin looked at her deeply and put her on the bed. After pulling the quilt he usually used to cover her, Fu Jin didn't stay any longer and turned to walk out. A good night's sleep. When Ji Ling woke up, she was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that she was in Fu Jin's room. There was a bowl of sobering soup on the table, which had already gone completely cold. But, the next second, Ji Ling's eyes fell on the computer in the distance. She got up from the bed and looked around the room. There was no surveillance camera in Fu Jin's room. This also gave Ji Ling an opportunity. She sat down at the table, turned on the computer without hesitation, and then her fingers quickly operated on the keyboard. Within a few seconds, Fu Jin's computer messages were blocked and no longer leaked out. She paused for a moment. Yun Nanxing was captured by Fu Jin, and it was unknown whether he had escaped yet. But Brother Chen and his team have been on missions abroad. When Ji Ling was in a trance, the message from Yun Nanxing came over. "Ling, Sister Ling, no way, even your personal ID was stolen by that boss Fu." After Yun Nanxing quickly sent the message, he reacted in time. Since his ID was stolen, wouldn't all the messages he sent be visible to Fu Jin? He had just been released, and he didn't want to be caught and thrown into that dungeon again. Yun Nanstar quickly withdrew, but at the same time, it also received the news. "I am Ji Ling." Yun Nanxing's eyes lit up. "Sister Ling. It's really you. Are you okay now? You were released." "Yes. Do you have the plane?" "Kindness." Ji Ling continued to instruct, "Go and track Xiao Bao's chip and wait around the Fu family at any time. I will help them escape today." Seeing Sister Ling's confident words, Yun Nanxing immediately became serious and hurried to prepare. Suddenly a gentle voice was heard, and someone walked in without knocking on the door. "Master Fu." In an instant, the two people's eyes met. Suemi came over very quickly. "Miss Ji, why are you using Master Fu's computer? Master Fu has never allowed others to use it." She quickly looked over. She was determined to catch Ji Ling's for this time. However, when she saw the screen, her eyes twitched. She didn't see what she wanted to see at all. Instead, she saw a bunch of zombies gnawing on wood and a sentence was heard on the screen. "A large wave of zombies is about to attack." Suemi's face was frozen. "Miss Ji, was it Master Fu who gave you the computer to play with?" Ji Ling clearly caught the emotion in the other person's eyes and replied calmly, "Yeah. This is impossible. I've been sleeping in the same bed with him, so is it weird for him to let me play on a computer?" Suemi's face suddenly changed, and he caught a glimpse of the motionless bowl of hangover soup out of the corner of his eye. She looked at Ji Ling with a more scrutinizing gaze. It had been several times since Ji Ling failed to respond to any of the medicine she had given him. In fact, yesterday, Master Fu took her out alone for a long time. Su Mi's body trembled slightly, and after forcing down her emotions, she forced a smile. Miss Ji, at the request of the three young masters, I have specially prepared a table of dishes. Let's go out for lunch now. By the way, you can tell me some of the young masters' preferences so that I can take care of them in the future. Ji Ling turned off the computer, with no emotion on her face. After coming to the living room, she saw the three little treasures all wearing Balenciaga clothes, suits and shirts, sitting obediently at the dining table, with aristocratic air in their every move. But the way they were dressed made Ji Ling see more of Fu Jin's shadow in them. Ji Ling withdrew her gaze. She still looked much better in overalls and a watermelon hat in Yunshi Town. Good morning, Mommy. We played with Aunt Su for a long time yesterday afternoon. Aunt Su is so beautiful and kind-hearted. She is like a fairy sister from heaven. Erbao Jixi pouted and praised. Dabao was elegantly using a knife and fork to cut the heart-shaped bread for Mommy. Sanbao followed up with Erbao's words and said, I like Aunt Su too. She sang lullabies to coax us to sleep, and the perfume on Aunt Su seems to have a calming effect. Su Mi smiled lightly, with a hint of panic in her eyes. The person she feared the most was the third brother. Yesterday at noon, when I was pulling out the second brother's hair for paternity test, I was almost caught by the third brother. Seeing that Ji Ling had no doubts at this moment, Su Mi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Ling also thanked him politely. Thank you, Miss Su, 3 children are not so good looking. How could that be? I like the 3 little masters very much. They all have their own characteristics. In the future, I can make breakfast for them every day, take them to the playground, and send them to school. Su Mi smiled in a harmless manner, and Ji Ling did not expose her hint that she was the future mistress. After the 5 of them sat down, Dabao handed the love bread to Ji Ling and said softly, Mommy, eat. Su Mi spoke up, young master is really thoughtful, and the love is so beautiful. I wonder if Aunt Su has the honor to eat it too. Dabaojun slowly raised his head, I only do it for Mommy. Su Mi's smile froze. Just as she was about to find a way to get off the stairs, Jishi handed the bread in his hand to her. Aunt Su, do you like this pig head bread that Erbao cut for you? Looking at the extremely ugly pig's head on the plate, Su Mi felt very angry but couldn't show any emotion on his face. She looked at the large table of rich food in front of her, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Now, she doesn't believe that these people will not fall down. She has put the same dose of medicine in every meal. After taking it, their bodies will hurt badly in 2 days. And by that time the food would have been diluted in her stomach, so no matter how they checked, it wouldn't be her fault. Su Mi had her own plan in mind as she enthusiastically picked up food for the babies. Erbao picked up the milk cup in a serious manner. Aunt Su, thank you for cooking a table of food for us. Let's have a drink. Okay, young master. Half an hour later, almost all the dishes on the table were eaten up. Erbao touched his bulging belly and burped. Su Mi in front of him felt dizzy and gradually lost consciousness. She propped up her chin, looked at the 4 extremely annoying people in front of her, and whispered softly, I will definitely teach you a lesson. After saying that, he completely lost consciousness and fainted. Ji Ling crossed her arms and glanced at her 3 sons. Have you taken your medicine in advance? Of course, Mommy, the 3 little treasures whispered. Looking at the servants in the living room, they all collapsed to varying degrees. Ji Ling glanced at Xiaobao, who immediately shook his head with an innocent look. Mommy, it wasn't me. Erbao explained, yesterday, Xiaobao praised Aunt Su's perfume for smelling good. I don't know how much Aunt Su sprayed today. The servants were all knocked out. Dabao also tested the ingredients in the perfume and found that the sleeping effect exceeded the standard by a lot. I didn't expect it. Women are really scary. They want to secretly kill their babies. Chapter 23, Can't you see we are surrounded by dozens of planes? At the same time, the watch on Ji Ling's wrist lit up. She stood up immediately. Nanxing is here. Xiaobao slid down from the stool. Mommy, come with me. Then, Ji Ling followed the children around the garden, through their bamboo forest, and to the back door. Ji Ling understood instantly, pulled out the hairpin on her head, and quickly unlocked the door. Done in 3 seconds. The mother and her 2 children hunched over and left through the back door. We can finally breathe some fresh air. We don't have to be surrounded by the devil's aura anymore. Mommy, the four of us have finally managed to save ourselves. Erbao stretched out his arms, raised his face, and enjoyed the air of nature. Then Jiling lifted him up by the collar and said, "We can talk about this after we get on the plane." The other side. Fu Jin had just finished reading Tsang Lang's autopsy report when he received a call from his housekeeper. "Oh no! Miss Ji and the young masters have escaped." Almost in an instant, Fu Jin's face darkened and the autopsy report was slammed heavily on the table. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "What? We didn't know why we all fell asleep. When we woke up, we saw Secretary Su lying on the table in a deep sleep. He hasn't woken up yet, but there is no sign of Miss Ji and the young masters in the house. The surveillance has also been destroyed and cannot be restored." The coldness on Fu Jin's face spread further. After hanging up the phone, Shen Wangji spoke cautiously. Ling Shen ran away with the child. Fu Jin was silent for a while before he opened his thin lips and said, "They can't escape from my grasp." Having slept in the same bed with Ji Ling these past few days, although Fu Jin has made it very clear that he needs Ji Ling, it does not mean that he completely trusts this woman. Track the location immediately and send out all aircraft to chase. Shen Wangji knew how terrible the consequences would be if Fu Jin got angry, so his face became serious and he immediately operated the computer. After a while, dozens of private planes parked on the apron circled over Nanju and flew over in unison. Passers-by on the street looked up at each other. It seemed that only Master Fu could pull off such a grand display. Who is Master Fu going to catch? Who knows? How can you explore Master Fu's life? I'm afraid this is just a small scene. After the passers-by chatted for a while, they got on the bus and left. At this moment, Yun Nanxing was controlling the plane, not forgetting to care about Ji Ling and the babies. "Sister Ling, are you injured? Is Master Fu very scary? However, we haven't had any disputes with the Fu family since dawn, so it doesn't make sense for Master Fu to lock you up for so many days." Ji Ling looked ahead and said calmly, "He is the father of these children. It doesn't make sense for your father to lock you up, wait." Yun Nanxing turned around quickly, his eyes widened, full of disbelief. But he soon realized that he was flying a plane and hurried back to his post. "What the hell? What the hell? Sister Ling, you shouldn't be kidding me. You said that Dabao and the other's father is my idol, Master Fu." Yun Nanxing took a breath, "But Sister Ling, I haven't heard that you and Master Fu have had any contact before." Ji Ling turned her head and looked at the clouds outside the window. "I just found out about this too." Yun Nanxing's hands were shaking as he gripped the steering wheel. Although he had worked diligently beside Sister Ling for so many years, he had to admit that the real reason he embarked on this path was because of Fu Jin. At such a young age, he killed 2 people and became the master for that people would stop and dare not approach. The man who was rumored to be cold-blooded, ruthless, and resourceful, now suddenly knows that the 3 children he watched grow up are the children of his idols. Being arrested a few days ago was the first indirect contact between Yun Nanxing and Master Fu. He licked his lips and continued to ask carefully, "Then, why did Master Fu lock up Sister Ling?" "Fight for custody. When we get back, let Mo Chen come back and reorganize the Ling Chen organization. After that, we will definitely have a confrontation with Fu Jin. I will never let him take the child away." Ji Ling rarely gets angry, but at this moment, the aura she exudes is no less than Fu Jin's, making people dare not disobey. "Yes." Yun Nanxing quickly responded. Hey, confronting his idol was really exciting and trembling. "So what should we do next, Sister Ling?" "Press the ejection switch and prepare for battle." Yun Nanxing was puzzled. "Why? Don't you see that we are surrounded by dozens of planes?" Ji Ling said in a cold voice. Yun Nanxing quickly looked over and said, "Shit. Could this be Master Fu's plane?" Dabao looked serious and held the seatbelt tightly. "Mommy, what should we do now?" "You protect your brothers and be ready to jump with a parachute at any time." "Good." Ji Ling was already controlling the co-pilot and fighting together with Yun Nanxing. Yun Nanxing's hands were shaking the first time he flew a plane. "Sister Ling, are you sure you can fight against more than a dozen planes?" "No." "Then how do we fight? We can't lose momentum." Ji Ling said word by word. At this moment, Shen Wangji's low and clear voice rang in my ears. "Hishing, look at the situation clearly. There is no possibility for you to escape now. You are surrounded by us. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. Come with us and land safely and send you back to Brother Jin. Everything will be fine. The children are on the plane too. You definitely don't want to put the children in danger. Shen Wanji looked at the plane that was surrounded in the air, his eyes slightly narrowed to hide the emotions in his eyes. Yun Nanxing was unsure and could only look at Ji Ling. Sister Ling, what should we do now? Land and escape. Good. Yun Nanxing immediately pressed the switch. Their plane was different from ordinary helicopters. It was modified by Ji Ling himself. When the landing switch is turned on, the aircraft will issue a self-destruction warning to intimidate the enemy. As expected, when he saw the plane's fuel tanks burning rapidly, Shen Wanji's pupils shrank and he immediately leaned on the window with both hands. Hurry and report to Brother Jin, they are going to self-destruct. We need to retreat a distance and initiate protective measures. No one on that plane should be in danger. Yes, Mr. Shen. Just as all the planes were retreating, several people jumped out of the planes. The subordinate quickly reported, not good, Master Shen, they are going to parachute and escape. Shen Wanji's eyes twitched. Is there such a thing? Was that just a cover? Catch them now, do you want Brother Jin to kill you? At this moment, Fu's house. Fu Jin was sitting on the sofa in black, and the servants were kneeling on the ground, but they still felt as if they were being pressed down by a mountain, suffocating and oppressed. Su Mi also woke up slowly, and the first person he saw was Fu Jin. She subconsciously murmured, Master Fu. Isn't this the Master Fu who appeared in her dream? He was dressed in black, cold and aloof, yet he had an unattainable aristocratic temperament. So handsome. Every time I watch it, I fall in love with it. Soon, the beautiful dream was shattered by reality. Chapter 24, 3 children were born in one night. Brother Jin is awesome. Jing Yang waved his hand, and his men immediately went over to pick up Su Mi and brought him in front of Master Fu. Su Mi lost his balance and fell to the ground. Her expression changed. Master Fu, what did I do wrong? Fu Jin's eyes were dark, filled with anger, and he raised his hand slightly. Jing Yang said in a deep voice, don't you know what you did wrong? The dosage in this food is quite high. The perfume on your body can make all the servants fall into a coma. You are the biggest assist in Ling Shen's escape. Tell me, what did you do wrong? The god of Hishi. Ji Ling. She ran away. Su Mi was happy in her heart, but she was also very clear about the current situation. It's not me. The young masters asked me to cook the meal. I had servants watching and helping me the whole time. Master Fu, I have been by your side for so long, loyally and faithfully, without any second thoughts. It's not me who did it. But Miss Ji did threaten me to help them leave, but I didn't agree. I am also a victim, otherwise how could I have fainted and only just woken up now? Su Mi's eyes were filled with tears. Who wouldn't feel distressed seeing this? But Jing Yang just thought it was noisy. Even if Ling Shen wanted to escape, it had nothing to do with this woman. But he knew that Su Mi must be very happy in his heart for driving away his love rival. But she didn't even think about whether she was worthy of being a love rival with Hishigami. Jiangshu, are you turning a deaf ear to my words? Fu Jin spoke in a deep voice, and with just one sentence, the cold and solemn atmosphere was suppressed again. Jiangshu tensed up. I fired all servants who had second thoughts. This time. All servants will be replaced, and Su Mi will be grounded for 3 days. Master Fu, what did I do wrong? If you want to lock me up, you have to give me a reason. Jing Yang took the initiative to answer. Letting Ling Shen escape is the biggest mistake you made. Since you work with Brother Jin, you should know how important Ling Shen and the 3 young masters are to Brother Jin. You can't even look at a person properly, isn't it clear enough where you went wrong? Afterwards, Su Mi was dragged away by bodyguards. All the servants were driven out, and the living room became empty for a moment. Jing Yinsai sat on the sofa, picked his ears, and his face was wrinkled. It's so annoying when women cry. My ears are polluted. Ling Shen is better. After saying the last sentence, Jing Yang suddenly fell silent. Because he felt a murderous intent coming towards him. Jing Yang pursed his lips, unable to resist the curiosity in his heart. Brother Jin, let me ask you a question. How do you feel about Ling Shen? For so many years, you hated women touching you and had no emotions. Now there are 3 more children. Do you really only want custody and not hishing? Whether it's mine or not, it's not your turn. Upon hearing this, Jing Yang understood instantly. Brother Jin was even jealous of him. Brother Jin, you misunderstood. My admiration for Hishishin is that of a fan to an idol. How dare I blaspheme? Then stay away. Jing Yang's face turned dark. No way. But, Brother Jin, if you say that, does it prove that you care about Lingshan a lot? As soon as Jing Yang finished speaking, he heard the sound of the phone being shut down outside the door. Shen Wangji walked in front, followed by Ji Ling and the three little treasures. It would have been fine if Jing Yang hadn't looked at it, but when he did, he was shocked. Who wouldn't say this is Brother Jin's child if they go out? They are simply carved from the same mold. Brother Jin is awesome, he can create 3 kids in one night. Brother Jin, we have brought everyone back. Fu Jin said nothing, just sat on the sofa, his eyes filled with unclear emotions. He slowly raised his head and his eyes fell on the woman. At that moment, Ji Ling seemed to be stared at by a powerful and oppressive gaze, which was so captivating that her breath was held for a second. It seems that I have spoiled you too much recently. Are you playing a game of escape right under my nose? Jiling, are you challenging my patience? I said, as long as you give me a chance to escape, I will definitely escape. You can't tie me down. Really? Fu Jin's lips twitched slightly, and a hint of arc seemed to appear at the corners of his mouth, but soon, the smile disappeared. Deprive these 3 children of their food tonight and have them reflect on their mistakes behind closed doors until they admit their mistakes, and then release them. Hearing this, Erbao immediately protested, Big devil. You've treated us so badly, then mommy must be even worse off. What did mommy do wrong that you have to treat her like this? Fu Jin glanced over coldly, what did you call me? Xiaobao had never seen Fu Jin look so scary before. In order to protect his mother, he pulled Erbao's sleeve and said, you should still shout. Now is not the time to show off. Erbao's momentum weakened, Dad. Puff. Jing Yang couldn't help but laugh. They were much more fun than Brother Jin when he was a kid. The 3 children were brought into the room, and Yun Nanxing behind them caught Fu Jin's attention. Yun Nanxing had mixed emotions as he finally met his idol. But, the idol looked at him as if he was going to kill him in the next second. You are quite capable, repeatedly invading the Fu family's network. What I ordered has nothing to do with Nanxing. Ji Ling spoke first. Fu Jin's hostility became even stronger. Jing Yang cursed secretly. He had just tried to test Brother Jin's feelings towards Lingshan. Now, Lingshan is defending another man in front of Brother Jin. Anyone who invades the Fu family's network will not have a good ending. Jing Yang, take him away and deal with him. Ji Ling's brows furrowed more and more. She couldn't help but stepped forward and said, Fu Jin, even if we fight for custody, it's a matter between the 2 of us. It doesn't matter if we involve others. Nanxing, the villagers of Yunxi Town, who is your next target? The people from my Lingchen organization. Ji Ling's words were undoubtedly the fuse, which completely triggered Fu Jin's anger. Even Jing Yang noticed that something was seriously wrong. If this goes on, won't there be a fight? He opened his mouth, but felt powerless. How the hell was he going to stop it? It's our own business without involving others. Fu Jin did not get furious as Jing Yang had expected. Instead, he opened his lips and repeated Ji Ling's words word for word. Yes. Good. He stood up suddenly, walked over with his long legs, grabbed Ji Ling's wrist and walked towards the master bedroom upstairs. Yun Nanxing looked at Sister Ling's back, opened his mouth, and felt extremely frustrated. He is such a useless piece of shit. Fu family. As soon as she entered the master bedroom, Ji Ling was pushed against the door panel by a huge force. She was wearing a t-shirt and her back hit the door panel, which was a little painful, but she endured it and didn't scream. Fu Jin approached her in an aggressive manner, holding her chin tightly in his palm and lifting her up. Ji Ling, you are quite caring about other men. Ji Ling pursed her lips and said nothing, as if she couldn't feel Fu Jin's anger. What? Can you give up custody for another man? Huh. The response was still silence. Fu Jin's palm gradually tightened, clenched into a fist, and slammed it hard against the door. The sound was so loud that it alarmed the people downstairs. Jing Yang and Shen Wangji looked at each other. Jing Yang said, Should we go up and stop them? We know Brother Jin. He won't do anything to a woman. Besides, that woman is Lingshan. There's nothing to worry about. In the bedroom, Fu Jin's eyes were filled with anger, and his voice was a little hoarse. Speak. Ji Ling looked at him calmly. What do you want me to say? Do you think I can do nothing for you? That's what you think. Fu Jin pouted his upper jaw. She really had the ability to make him angry. And he was also surprised by his own behavior. One is her biological brother, and the other is a member of her organization. They are all men, and he can't stand it if anyone touches her. Chapter 25, Let me be your Fu family's wife. It seems that if you want to make her your own, you can only touch her yourself. Fu Jin's palm slowly stroked her cheek until it touched her neck. The conditions we stated last time are void. Ji Ling raised her head, her eyes full of vigilance. What new ideas he has? Fu Jin let go of her, turned and walked towards the desk, stretched out his long arm, and threw a document on Ji Ling. Ji Ling picked it up and glanced at it. Will you let me be your Fu family's wife? What's the matter? Fu Jin, have you tortured me so much that you've developed feelings for me? Fu Jin leaned on the table, staring at Ji Ling with a deep expression. I'm giving you the chance to negotiate a deal now. Think carefully. This is your last chance. Unless you want me to really lock you up and keep you from seeing the sun, kid, don't even think about seeing it. Ji Ling closed her eyes and asked, what can you give me? The freedom you want. Hearing this, she slowly opened her eyes. Fu Jin smiled faintly and said, if you still want to live with your child, then be a good wife of the Fu family. I need a woman by my side, and you are the most suitable. A woman. Ji Ling's eyes, which were usually calm and peaceful, rarely showed a hint of strange emotions, but she was very clear about it now. Fu Jin wants to take both her and the children into his possession. If you want to cure your headache, I can make a deal with you. I'll just be your woman. Secretary Su is more suitable than me. There were also many ladies and celebrities at the banquet that day, all of whom are more suitable than me. Before Ji Ling could finish her words, Fu Jin stood up angrily and walked towards her quickly. Without waiting for her to react, he grabbed her waist with both hands and pushed her directly against the desk. This posture seemed a little strange and dangerous to Ji Ling. His eyes were deep and unclear, locking onto her. Whether it is suitable or not, I have the final say. Ji Ling gradually bit her lips, and this subtle movement reminded Fu Jin of the erotic scene in the car last night. He reached out and pressed her lower lip, forcing it apart. Ji Ling was completely shocked. What are you doing? Don't bite your lip in front of me. Why? What do you think? After saying that, Fu Jin lowered his head and bit it. There was a sudden pain on his lower lip and Ji Ling cried out in pain. The strength of his relative was the same as it was back then, it hadn't changed at all. She pounded his shoulders with both hands and even pulled his hair. Fu Jin remained motionless, concentrating on savoring the woman's sweetness. This feeling, again and again, becomes addictive. Downstairs. When Jing Yang and Shen Wangji were about to leave, they happened to run into Jiang Shu passing by with documents. Jing Yang had good eyesight. When he saw the agreement, he asked, what is this document? Jiang Shu naturally had nothing to hold back on Jing Yang. This is the agreement that Master Fu is going to sign with Miss Ji. Huh. Jing Yang smiled through his tears. Jiang Shu, do you think your Master Fu is acting strangely lately? Jiang Shu didn't dare to talk about Master Fu behind his back. He looked at Jing Yang with some fear. Master Yang, what do you mean? Miss Ji was captured by Master Fu. This is the first time I've heard of someone treating a prisoner this way. Talking about cooperation. When have you ever seen Master Fu take the initiative to lower his status to negotiate an agreement with someone? Jiang Shu's pupils shrank slightly. Although Jing Yang's words made sense, the only reasonable explanation was, after all, Miss Ji is the children's mother. The three young masters are very dependent on Miss Ji. If Master Fu forcibly takes them away, the three young masters will live the same life as Master Fu when he was a child. Maybe Master Fu doesn't want them to live like that. Okay, go do your work, I'll just chat. Seeing Jiang Shu speaking cautiously, Jing Yang stopped teasing him. He patted his shoulder and motioned him to do something else. Then he turned around and walked out with Shen Wangji. Next day. Ji Ling is now free from any restrictions on her movements and can move around the Fu family freely, but there are more and more bodyguards guarding outside the Fu residence. Fu Jin cut all the nets, so the only things Ji Ling could do were to plant flowers and plants, raise fish and go fishing. The three little treasures sneaked into the backyard early in the morning. The back door had been sealed by Fu Jin's order, but it did not prevent the babies from finding a new escape route. That's digging a dog hole. After Jishi climbed out, he pulled Xiaobao and said, Xiaobao, you are amazing. You have figured out the route to such a big Fu residence. You are worthy of being my brother. Gen was in control of the situation. Bao, Xiaobao, we don't have much time, we have to go to Fu's to find the big devil. Don't worry, I've already found out. You can take bus number 2 directly to Fu's. This is the money that the old man with the white beard gave me. Come on, I'll take you there. So, when the 3 little treasures, dressed neatly and strode into the Fu family, it naturally caused quite a commotion. When the receptionist saw Sun Xiaobao's face, she was so scared that she dropped the microphone in her hand. Is this Master Fu's son? How come he looks so much like Master Fu? Please, who are you here with? The receptionist squatted down and asked softly. Giles said gently, beautiful sister, we are here to find our father. Can you take us to find him? I am not qualified to go up to the top floor without permission, but I can go and inform Assistant Chiang. You guys just sit here and wait. The front desk clerk held his breath, not daring to lose his composure. But why are the 3 little babies so cute? They are so adorable. Their little faces are so chubby and tender. I really want to touch them. But as soon as I see their faces, I will inexplicably think of Master Fu. The receptionist quickly patted his face and woke up. When Jiangshu learned that Sun Xiaobao was coming, he was shocked at first, then hurried downstairs to greet him, and his expression gradually became ugly. He had already arranged a lot of bodyguards to watch over the Fu family, but how come the young masters still managed to escape? If this continues, he will lose his job. Jiangshu nervously led the 3 young masters to the president's office. Fu Jin was working there with a stern look on his face. When Fu Jin glanced at Sun Xiaobao, he pursed his lips and said in a clear voice, are you getting more and more courageous? You escaped again. Gen looked at Fu Jin and said coldly, we are here to negotiate with you. You have locked us up for so long, what do you want to do? What do you want to do to Mom? Negotiation. Fu Jin sneered and waved his hand, and Jiangshu understood and retreated. You 3, are you negotiating with me? There was no disdain or sarcasm in his tone. Seeing this, Jishi stretched out his hands to protect his brother and younger brother. Don't underestimate us, we are little but smart. Big devil, we are here to challenge you today. If you lose, you must let us go. Leaving what? You are my sons, where do you want to go? Fu Jin's voice turned cold. Jishi's eyes turned red. Then you can't abandon our mommy, she is our mommy, she gave birth to us for so many years, we will never abandon her or separate from her. You are so mean, why do you have to separate us and mommy, don't you have a mother? Chapter 26 She can prove that I'm a good person. Mother. That was something Fu Jin never mentioned in all these years, and no one around him dared to mention anything about his mother in front of Fu Jin. At this moment, Fu Jin slowly clenched his fists, and even his eyes changed. Gen was the first to notice that something was wrong with Fu Jin, and patted Bao, stop talking. I really don't have a mother. Why, do you want to try it too? Giles pondered for a moment, then took out the small medicine bottle from his pocket and walked over. Mommy said that you often have headaches, and this medicine can relieve them. You, take it quickly. Giles was not as tall as the desk, so he spread out his little hand and handed it to Fu Jin. Fu Jin took a glance at it and this time did not refuse. He took it from his palm and put it in his mouth. It was the same medicine that Ji Ling gave him that night. Soon, his headache eased a lot. Let's have a one-on-one duel. Let's compare hacking skills. If you win, you'll let us go, okay? Giles spoke very seriously. Children's eyes are the most sincere and they will not lie or cheat. Fu Jin took a glance, but felt no wavering in his heart. He has seen too many farewells and is already used to this kind of look. You want to leave? I competed with you and lost. From now on, you must stay by my side obediently. Giles nodded, okay. Each of them had a computer. With the determination to win, Giles started to sweep away all the garbage bags and obstacles with a fierce attack. Fu Jin was not in a hurry to take action, but instead observed Xiaobao's operations. I have to say that Xiaobao is currently losing because of his age. He is only 3 years old. It is no exaggeration to say that if Xiaobao was older, his skills would be able to sweep the entire hacker rankings and defeat countless people. However, Fu Jin also wanted to know whose skills would be better, this kid or the young Peter Pan on the internet. Although Xiaobao's eyes were focused, he could sense that the big devil's eyes were always on him. He said softly, "You don't have to give in to me. I don't want this game to be unfair." Fu Jin chuckled, "In this match, no matter if I let you win or not, you will lose." He began to operate, his fingers moving rapidly across the keyboard at an astonishing speed. Kills almost all program viruses in seconds. Xiaobao lost. The loss was not big, but for Xiaobao, it was enough for him to immerse himself in front of the computer and study for a whole month to reach Fu Jin's current level. Dabao and Erbao were watching anxiously on the side, but no one blamed their younger brother when they knew he had lost. Xiaobao is great. He is only 3 years old, right? She comforted softly. Fu Jin turned off the computer and glanced at the 3 children in front of him. "Since you lost, go home now and don't cause any trouble for me in the future." Xiaobao pursed his lips without saying anything, then turned and walked out. When I was almost at the door, a voice sounded behind me. "You and your mother will not leave the Fu family, so stop making such a fuss." She was the first to turn around in surprise. "Big devil, you mean you won't chase mommy away? Let us stay with mommy. It's us." Fu Jin emphasized with a dark face. Erbao automatically ignored it. "Wait, you mean, you want to pursue my mommy and be with her?" It must be said, Erbao thinks that although the big devil has a bad temper and is a bad person, his height, appearance, and aura are very compatible with his mother. If the matchmaking was successful, they wouldn't be locked up every day and have no freedom. On the way Jiangshu sent them home, Erbao asked Dabao, "Dabao, do you hate the big devil? If he really wants to pursue our mommy, would you agree?" Dabao paused and said softly, "I respect mommy's ideas. If she wants, I will support her. If she doesn't like it, I won't like it either." Erbao looked at Xiaobao again. Xiaobao was in a low mood and only said lightly, "I respect mommy too. Young masters, we're home." Jiangshu got out of the car, opened the door, and sent the 3 young masters down safely. In the distance, Suemai was released from confinement and rushed to Fu's house impatiently. But he didn't expect to meet Wen Qinmor, who came to apologize. The 2 of them were arm in arm, looking very intimate, like best friends. "Suemai, why didn't you accompany Master Fu to the last banquet? Instead, you sent a country bumpkin. What did Master Fu think?" Wen Qinmor asked in a strange tone. Suemai's face froze. He was really bringing up something that was not relevant. She smiled slightly. "Master Fu has his own choice, I just need to do my job well. It's great to have Secretary Su by Mr. Fu's side." "Wait, who are they?" Wen Qinmor suddenly stopped and stared straight ahead. How come these 3 little boys in suits walking one after the other look so similar? Suemai took a deep look and then looked at Wen Qinmor. With a gleam in her eyes, she explained softly, "Those are the young masters." "What?" Wen Qinmor couldn't believe it and asked, "When did Master Fu have a child? Then how could she marry into the Fu family?" "Suemai, don't tell me this is the child of that bumpkin. After all, one of them has eyes and eyebrows that are quite similar to Jiling." "Yes." Wen Qinmor was immediately filled with hatred. What a scheming woman, she actually used the child to tie Master Fu down. Her anger suddenly soared to the sky. She was already angry enough when she came to their Fu family today. Although Fu Jin did not say anything directly to her at the banquet, afterwards, Fu Jin did not let any of those women who were looking for trouble go. When Haitian also criticized her severely for losing a cooperation worth hundreds of millions with Fu Group, and asked her to come to his house to apologize sincerely. "Miss Wen, Master Fu actually cares about these 3 children very much, but Master Fu has been fighting with Miss Ji for custody recently. If you can please those 3 children, maybe you can get one step closer to Master Fu." Suemai held Wen Qinmor's arm affectionately and gave some advice seemingly casually. Wen Qinmor obviously hated children. "I hate coaxing children the most. They are noisy and annoying. There are 3 of them. However, since they are Master Fu's children, she is still willing to be coaxed. After all, if you are lucky enough to become the wife of the Fu family, don't you have everything?" As soon as the 3 Shabaos walked into the yard, they heard someone calling them from behind. "You must be Master Fu's children, right? I'm Wen Qinmor, and I've been in contact with your father recently. If we are destined to be together in the future, we will be a family. She looked Wen Qinmore up and down. She was not tall, her figure was not very good, and she looked like a fairy with makeup on. TSK, so ugly. Wen Qinmore naturally noticed that the child was looking her up and down, especially when she showed a look of disgust. Wen Qinmore almost couldn't hold back her temper. She smiled awkwardly and walked over to hold them back. Xiaobao dodged easily, and said in a polite but distant tone, "Mommy said that we can't easily contact strangers." "Sorry. I'm not a stranger, you can call me Aunt Wen. Even if you don't know me, you should know Secretary Su. She can prove that I'm a good person." Chapter 27. Why do you think I will let you go? Wen Qinmore remained patient and walked towards the living room on her own initiative. "Come in and sit down. Auntie brought you some desserts and snacks. These are all made by a high-end private chef. Your mother has definitely never taken you to eat them." Shi rolled his eyes, took Dabao and Xiaobao's hands and walked inside. Wen Qinmore placed the meal on the coffee table, stretched out her hand, her long manicured nails particularly eye-catching, and was about to grab Erbao. Shi was on guard and subconsciously stepped back, but accidentally stepped on Wen Qinmore's skirt. As soon as Wen Qinmore stood up, she shouted, "Arr!" A scream was heard, and Wen Qinmore lost his balance and fell to the ground. Her whole face was on the ground, and some of her foundation had fallen off. She was completely enraged, and stood up, unable to bear it any longer. "How could you deliberately trip me, little kid? How did your mother teach you? If I marry into your family in the future, I will definitely teach you well again." She was also unhappy. "Are you worthy of being our mother? What did you say?" Wen Qinmore stepped forward and grabbed Erbao, lifting him up. Seeing this, Dabao and Xiaobao secretly cursed and immediately stepped forward to stop them. The other side. The servant hurried to the back garden and looked at Ji Ling, who was carefully cultivating herbs in the field. She said anxiously, "Miss Ji, it's bad. The daughter of the Wen family is here. She has had a conflict with the young masters and even started fighting." The nutrient in Ji Ling's hand instantly fell to the ground. She stood up with a cold expression. "What did you say?" Without even taking off his straw hat, Ji Ling strode out. "As soon as I stepped into the living room, I saw Erbao being accidentally thrown by Wen Qinmore, and he fell on the coffee table, with his back hitting the corner of the table." She groaned in pain and tears welled up in his eyes. After seeing Mommy, he quickly wiped away his tears and whispered, "Mommy, who allowed you to bully your brother?" Dabao said sternly. "Get out of the way. This is normal education for me. You don't have a tutor, so I will educate you myself." "Educate?" Ji Ling's voice rang out from it. Several people paused, and Su Mi did not dare to stand by and watch the show, so she stepped forward at the right time and said, "Miss Wen did not do it on purpose. It was indeed the second young master who tripped Miss Wen on his own initiative." Erbao bent his back and barely supported himself on the sofa. "She wanted to scratch me with her nails." Ji Ling's eyes were cold. "No matter if my son did something wrong or not, it's not your turn to teach him a lesson." Wen Qinmore's face changed. "Ji Ling, you are a country girl, why are you here in the city to make money? Don't think that you are Phoenix just because you gave birth to 3 children of Master Fu. You are worthy of being a country girl. What kind of shit are you wearing? The children you gave birth to are more annoying than the last. So what if I educate them? From childhood to adulthood, no one has dared to challenge me." Wen Qinmore. Ji Ling was indifferent. These words couldn't hurt her at all. But that doesn't mean she will endure it. Ji Ling walked over leisurely, and as he got closer to Wen Qinmore swallowed. What do you want to do?" "R." Ji Ling acted too quickly and the others didn't have time to see clearly. Wen Qinmore's long wavy hair had already been entangled around Ji Ling's wrists, and with a little force, she was pulled in front of Ji Ling. Wen Qinmore screamed as her scalp was pulled and it felt painful and itchy. "R. Ji Ling, you bitch, let me go. If you offend me, you will end up in trouble." "Is that so?" Ji Ling said contemptuously. "Why do you think I will let you go if you touch my child?" After saying that, she pulled Wen Qinmore out of the living room. Wen Qinmore had been living a life of luxury since she was a child. She was as weak as a hen and had no time to resist before Ji Ling suddenly threw her out. With a bang, Wen Qinmore fell to the concrete floor. Even Su Mi was secretly shocked. Wen Qinmore's status was very high in the entire Nanju. Who didn't know Wen's real estate? The most famous and expensive Yushan Ipin was owned by the Wen family. But Su Mi didn't expect that Ji Ling would throw the Wen family's only daughter on the ground like this without caring about anything. She took advantage of the situation and walked out, "Miss Wen, Miss Wen." When passing by Ji Ling, he wanted to push Ji Ling secretly, but unexpectedly Ji Ling avoided him directly. Su Mi tripped over the threshold, lost control of his balance, and fell forward. He accidentally fell next to Wen Qianmo. However, at this moment, Wen Qianmo had already lost her mind due to anger. She pushed Su Mi hard and looked at Ji Ling with a ferocious face. "Ji Ling! You dare to throw me? I warn you, I will make you regret this moment forever. I will make you get out of Nanju. What a big mouth." Just then, Jing Yang's voice was heard outside the door. He walked in with his long legs, but Ji Ling looked past him and saw Fu Jin behind him. He was dressed in a suit and tie, his face was as cold and ruthless as ever, with a frown on his face. "Where do you get the courage to ask Madame Fu to get out of Nanju?" When Qinmore also saw Fu Jin coming in, and immediately collapsed on the ground, pretending to be weak, and even her voice became coquettish. "Master Fu, you have to seek justice for me. This country girl not only pulled my hair, but also threw me out of the living room." Fu Jin didn't even bother to look at her, and said, "So, Mr. Wen asked you to come here not to apologize, but to find fault." When Qinmore was shocked. In fact, she was still very afraid of Fu Jin. I came to apologize." Jing Yang snorted coldly. "Who are you apologizing to?" When Qinmore was speechless. She didn't want to admit that she came to apologize to Ji Ling. Ji Ling seemed to know what she was thinking, and said coldly, "I don't accept your apology." When Qinmore had lost all her dignity at this moment. Her mind was running wildly. She suddenly said to Fu Jin, "Master Fu, are you really going to fight against the Wen family for this village girl? The Wen family is not as good as the Fu family, but they also have a considerable status in Nanju. There is no benefit to the Fu family if we completely break up with the Wen family." Ouch! When Jing Yang heard this, he almost laughed out loud. A mere house-building company dares to act wildly in front of their brother Jin. Fu Jin sneered, "Do I care?" When Qinmore's face turned pale instantly. "Why, how could you not care?" Fu Jin walked towards Ji Ling, each step was very powerful. Ji Ling's expression did not change. She thought Fu Jin would criticize her, but she did not expect that Fu Jin would actually ask, "Did you enjoy throwing it?" Ji Ling was a little confused and asked, "What? If you're not satisfied, throw it again." "Jing Yang? Damn, brother Jin's operation is awesome." When Qinmore was so frightened that she shrank back suddenly. Her high heels fell off and she retreated barefoot. "No, I don't want to be thrown again." Ji Ling said calmly, "Once is enough. Become. Jiangshu, throw away the garbage that is an eyesore." "Yes, Master Fu." When Qinmore was thrown out of Fu's house without mercy. Su Mi was about to sneak away, but unexpectedly, he was stopped by Fu Jin. "Su Mi, I thought you were smart enough, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. From today on, get out of Fu's house." Chapter 28. I don't lack money, nor do I need to be worshipped. Ji Ling naturally had no objection to Fu Jin's decision. She turned and walked towards Erbao, took off his clothes, lifted up his shirt, and looked at his back. An obvious bloodstain fell into Ji Ling's eyes. "Mommy will apply some medicine for you. Just bear with it for a while and it won't hurt." Ji Shi shook his head gently. "Don't worry, Mommy, it doesn't hurt at all, the baby is a man." Ji Ling took out an ointment from her arms and gently rubbed it on Ji Shi. Jing Yang rubbed his chin aside. "Lingshan really has a lot of strange medicines. Hingshan, did you make all these medicines yourself?" Ji Ling didn't look back and just said, "Yes," lightly. Jing Yang was a little surprised. "Then why don't you apply for patent? You can still make money and be admired by people." Ji Ling slowly put Ji Shi's clothes down, stood up, and said calmly, "I am not short of money, nor do I need people's admiration. Respect? It is just a momentary glory. One day, these voices will turn into abuse and spit that hurt your heart." Jing Yang touched the back of his head. He felt that there was a lot of story in Lingshan's eyes. Fu Jin glanced at Jing Yang and interrupted him before he could speak again. "Why don't you leave?" Jing Yang obviously didn't realize anything yet. "I'll play for a while longer." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt Fu Jin's face change. Jing Yang realized belatedly that in the huge living room, apart from their family of 5, his presence seemed particularly abrupt. The corner of Jin Yang's eyes twitched. No way, Brother Jin is going to have parent-child activities now? Then I'll leave. Fu Jin glanced at him, his expression was very clear, what else? Jin Yang nodded, let's go. The clan is actually himself. After Jin Yang left, Jiling also prepared to take the babies back to the room. Fu Jin called out, where are you going? Go to the children's room and play with them for a while. Do they still need company? Hearing the displeasure in Fu Jin's tone, Jishi couldn't bear it anymore and put his hands on his waist. Why don't you need company? We are still babies. Fu Jin glanced at him coldly, and Jishi instantly became cowardly. He pursed his lips and said, how about having dinner together? Fu Jin's eyes relaxed a little. It had been a long time since he had a meal with his family, so long that he couldn't even remember what year it was. Kindness. Butler Jiang ordered people to bring the food to the dining table, and the 3 babies automatically sat around Ji Ling. No one approached Fu Jin. Fu Jin sat opposite, looking quite lonely for a moment. The babies looked at each other and no one dared to go over. Fu Jin was silent for a while, then he told Ji Ling, come and sit here. Ji Ling took a glance and said, it doesn't matter where I sit. Have you completely forgotten the deal you negotiated? Fu Jin said gloomily. Ji Ling put down her chopsticks and looked directly at Fu Jin, I am your wife outside, what else do you want at home? Pretend to be like that 24 hours a day. Are you unhappy with this deal? Ji Ling narrowed her eyes. What else? Isn't it obvious enough? Fu Jin also put down his chopsticks, but did not bring up the topic again. Instead, he asked, have you been farming in the backyard these days? Ji Ling did not deny it, you have to find something to do. Are those plots of land enough? I'll give you the whole backyard so you can plant as much as you want. Jishi couldn't help it and gave the big devil a thumbs up. Big devil, you have investigated my mom in advance. Her biggest hobby is farming. Don't be fooled by my mom's lack of reaction on the surface. She is very happy inside. Really. After dinner, Fu Jin naturally would not give Ji Ling any more time to accompany the children, and directly pulled her back to the bedroom. Ji Ling glanced at the clock, it's early now, are you going to bed? Fu Jin didn't say anything and took off his clothes in front of her. Ji Ling was stunned for a moment, but soon calmed down. She was a doctor and had painted countless nude models. The Fu Jin in front of her had a better figure than those models at most, so there was nothing to be shy about. He leaned forward slightly, closing the distance between them. At this moment, Ji Ling could clearly see the blue halos around his eyes and the red bloodshot around his eyeballs. It's obvious at first glance that he's overworked. I haven't slept for 2 days. Do you think I should take a rest? But I'm not sleepy yet. What's so good about those 3 brats? Can't they take care of themselves? Can't they play by themselves? Fu Jin's warm breath sprayed on her face. Ji Ling turned her face away slightly, then I'll go to the field and take a look. Now I give you 2 choices. Fu Jin didn't have the patience to deal with her. His purpose was obvious, so he said directly, either you go in and take a shower yourself, or I'll carry you in and take a shower. We'll go to bed on time in half an hour. You? Ji Ling glared, then walked towards the bathroom with a gloomy face. Perhaps her anger clouded her mind, and after taking a shower, Ji Ling discovered that there was no bathrobe or pajamas in the bathroom. The clothes she took off were already soaked in water. Depend on. It was a rare occasion that Ji Ling's words were sweet. After preparing herself mentally, she raised her voice and called out, Fu Jin. Fu Jin responded quickly, speak. You? Fu Jin waited for a long time, but she didn't say anything. He couldn't help but ask, what are you thinking about? Ji Ling closed her eyes and said, can you bring me a bathrobe? Fu Jin glanced at the closet, and a faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. When Ji Ling entered the bathroom just now, he knew there was no bathrobe inside. But he didn't remind me. This time it was Ji Ling's turn to not wait for Fu Jin's response. She asked tentatively, Fu Jin. Ji Ling's hand had just grasped the bathroom door handle when it was suddenly opened by the outsider. She screamed in surprise, and her whole body fell into Fu Jin's eyes without reservation. After Ji Ling reacted for 2 or 3 seconds, he immediately shouted, Rogue! Give me the bathrobe. Fu Jin's eyes were deep, and an undercurrent surged in them. It seems that the figure is better than 4 years ago. His breathing became heavy. Jiling covered it with one hand and reached out to grab it with the other. Fu Jin raised his hand slightly. Are you shy? You're still looking? Believe it or not, you'll gouge out your eyes. It's not like I haven't seen it before, and besides, didn't you just look at mine? For the first time, Jiling felt Fu Jin's unreasonableness. Which man doesn't expose himself when going to the beach? Don't distort the facts. Unexpectedly, after hearing this unintentional remark, Fu Jin's eyes turned cold, and he instantly grabbed her arm and pressed it into his arms. You've seen a lot of men. How? Men look at women, women look at men, isn't this normal? Besides, haven't you men watched a lot of youth growth films? Jiling said that this was a very normal thing. So, she didn't understand why Fu Jin was angry. After a long silence, Fu Jin suddenly said in a deep voice, I haven't seen it. What haven't you seen? Jiling reacted and sneered, how is that possible? Which man wouldn't look at it? Why, you don't believe me, I only saw yours. Chapter 29 Tell outsiders that you have a man. Jiling. Why did she want to talk about such a sexy topic with Fu Jin in such an ambiguous place? 2 abnormal blushes appeared on her fair little face. Jiling became angry and reached out to grab the bathrobe. Give me your bathrobe. Fu Jin stopped teasing her and threw the bathrobe on Jiling's head, while giving her a warning. I have never looked at other women, and from now on, you are not allowed to look at other men either. After saying that, he pushed her out of the bathroom and walked inside. I don't know if Fu Jin did it on purpose this time, but after Jiling finished blowing her hair, she saw Fu Jin walking out with his upper body naked, and only a bath towel tied underneath, swaying in front of her eyes, swaying. Jiling turned away her eyes. Are you going to sleep like this tonight? Fu Jin glanced at her and asked, what do you want? Before she could speak, he said, then I'll satisfy you. Fu Jin walked to Jiling, sat down, and threw the hair dryer at Jiling. How? Help me blow it. Jiling. Forget it, blow drying your hair won't cost you any weight. She turned on the hot air, ran her fingers over his soft hair, and blew it slowly. The two of them were in rare harmony, and Fu Jin closed his eyes slightly. This feeling of having a woman by my side seems to be really wonderful. After a while, Jiling put away the hair dryer. Okay. Well, go to sleep. He stretched out his long arms and caught Jiling in his arms, his big hands still on her slender waist, hugging her tightly with an attitude of absolute possession. Jiling was not sleepy, and after thinking for a long time, he decided to speak. I need to go out tomorrow. In an instant, the hand across their waist tightened even more. Jiling pursed her lips. Didn't we reach an agreement? I have the freedom to go out, right? The child is with you. I won't run away. So, don't give me so many bodyguards. I want to go out by myself. Fu Jinban's eyes slowly opened and he stared at the fair skin on her neck. What are you going out for? Ask Nanxing for some of the herbs I need. Fu Jin's eyes darkened. Looking for a man again. Alone. What else? Stay away from other men and do not have any physical contact. Jiling's eyes twitched. Even if Nanxing had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare. I'll pick you up when we're done. This is Fu Jin's final concession. Jiling heard his irresistible tone and was too lazy to refute. It's up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a pain in his neck. He actually bit it. Jiling's eyes were wide open. Wasn't she just sleeping? Fu Jin, what are you doing? Engrave a seal. What kind of seal? Tell outsiders that you have a man. The next day, Jiling woke up early, and as usual, Fu Jin was not beside her. Fu Jin is actually very busy and has very little time to rest at home. She got up and went to the bathroom, glancing at the 3 red marks on her neck. He gritted his teeth secretly. One was not enough, he bit off 3. She found a high-necked shirt in the closet and put on a pair of jeans. Her legs looked thin and straight, without any extra fat. Their whole person is simple and capable, and exudes an invisible aura. Jiling took a look at the sleeping children in the children's room before leaving. Yun Nanxing has been much more obedient recently. He no longer dares to invade the Fu family's network and doesn't he even dare to fly a plane. I waited obediently for Sister Ling at the agreed place. Sister Ling, you're here. It's so hot today. Why are you wearing a turtleneck? Yun Nanxing was very sharp-eyed and caught Ji Ling off guard. Ji Ling pulled up his collar. I'm afraid of the sun. Oh, Sister Ling, I heard that you and Master Fu discussed a deal, so you don't plan to go back to Yinshitan during this period of time. Well, I'll stay in Nanju for a while. I need to take care of some things. I'll come back when I have the chance. Yun Nanxing nodded and asked quietly, my idol is actually pretty easy to get along with, right? Sister Ling, if you're really good friends with Master Fu, can our Ling Chen organization be merged with Master Fu's in the future? Then I can see Master Fu up close. Ji Ling just took the herbs, and after hearing this, he said nonchalantly, I am currently forced to stay here. As long as I can leave, I will definitely not stay here. As she was about to leave, she caught a glimpse of Yun Nanxing riding a motorcycle, so she asked, why didn't you fly the plane? That's your plane, Sister Ling. I wouldn't dare fly it without your permission. Are you afraid that if I'm flying in the air, the Fu family might mistake me for running away and beat you up? Hey. Yun Nanxing smiled shyly. What truth did Sister Ling tell? Anyway, Sister Ling, just stay at the Fu family and tell me if you need anything. And next time we meet, can you give me a photo of Master Fu? I want to put it by the bed. Exorcise evil. What? Sister Ling? Of course I'm offering it to you. Ji Ling agreed perfunctorily, then turned and left. She didn't rush to call Fu Jin, but walked alone for a while. But unexpectedly, I ran into a familiar person again. Ji Wan was walking with a group of brightly dressed gangster boys. When he saw Ji Ling, Ji Wan suddenly stopped. He raised his hand and pointed at Ji Ling. You stop right there. He walked up aggressively, dressed in a ruffian-like outfit, with the sides of his hair dyed silver, and 2 silver earrings that were very eye-catching. The whole person is evil and wild. Every time Ji Ling saw it, he wanted to beat him up. She had a cold face, but Ji Wan boldly pulled her collar up and said, it's all because of you, bad woman, that my sister was locked up in the police station for 10 days and she was just released now. What on earth did you put in my sister that she was diagnosed as mentally ill by the police and has now been sent to a mental hospital for treatment? You bad woman, come with me to the hospital now. If you can't cure my sister, I will never forgive you. Ji Wan kept calling her my sister, and Ji Ling's eyes became colder and colder, with a piercing chill in her eyes. Do you still want me to teach you a lesson like I did that night? Ji Wan sneered and waved his hand. The younger brothers behind him immediately crowded over. Brother Wang, where did this girl come from? She's so stunning. Hey, pretty girl, if you offend our brother Wang, you'll be in big trouble. Now just call us brothers and be nice, and maybe we'll let you go if you say so in a sweet voice. One of the gangsters, holding a cigarette in his mouth, spoke in a gangster tone. Ji Ling glanced at him coldly and suddenly waved his hand. Suddenly there was a scream. The younger brothers immediately covered their eyes and screamed, what did you spill on us, you bitch? Oh, my eyes hurt. Brother Wang, save us. Ji Wan became instantly annoyed and pulled Ji Ling's collar with increasing force. Ji Ling. What the hell did you do this time? Chapter 30 I only have one daughter, Xueyan. He said viciously, come with me to the hospital right now, otherwise our Ji family will not let you go. Ji Ling's eyes turned cold. She also wanted to see what evil methods that group of people used on her brother to make him look like neither human nor ghost. Moreover, after 4 years of absence, it's time to go back and see the Ji family. She said coldly, just take a trip. Nanju First Mental Hospital. Ward 133 was smashed to pieces, and the woman inside was screaming like crazy, let me out. I'm not mentally ill, why did you lock me up? Do you know who I am? I'm Mr. Xiao Ji. Ji Xueyan was pressed on the hospital bed, and several young nurses surrounded her and tried to tie her hands and feet. She kicked the young nurse in the abdomen with all her strength, and her hands did not stop, scratching the faces and arms of others frantically. 3 or 4 nurses looked at the woman who was screaming hysterically on the bed in horror and did not dare to approach for a while. At this moment, the door of the ward was pushed open. Ji Wan walked in, saw his sister was frantic, and immediately rushed over, sister. Unexpectedly, as soon as he put his hands on Ji Xueyan's arm, he was scratched by Ji Xueyan. Hiss. My face suddenly felt hot and blood was oozing out. Ji Wang's face darkened. His sister usually dressed exquisitely and was very high-handed. She would never be so crazy. It must be Ji Ling who made his sister like this. He glared at Ji Ling, who was standing aside indifferently. Hurry up and give my sister the antidote. What on earth did you give her to eat at the banquet that day? After hearing this, Ji Shuiyan's gaze fell on Ji Ling, and instantly, murderous intent came over her. Bitch! What on earth did you feed me? As soon as Ji Shuiyan saw Ji Ling, she wanted to rush over and kill her. If it weren't for Ji Ling, how could she have made such a fool of herself at the banquet? She said all the true feelings in her heart at the banquet, and no matter how she pinched her thighs, she couldn't stop talking. After being detained in the police station for 3 days, the effect of the medicine finally wore off. Ji Shuiyan clamored to leave the police station, but was judged by the police to have signs of mental insanity and was directly escorted to the first mental hospital under strict surveillance. Ji Shuiyan clenched her fists so tightly that they made a crackling sound. She broke free from Ji Wang's hand and rushed towards Ji Ling. Ji Ling watched Ji Shuiyan approaching her nonchalantly, but at the moment when her fingers were about to touch her face, she quickly made a move, grabbed Ji Shuiyan's arm, and threw it back fiercely. Ji Shuiyan has been spoiled until now, how could she have any strength? She was pushed onto the bed in an instant. She sat up with a start and said angrily, Ji Ling. Bitch! Don't think you have become more capable just because you disappeared for 4 years. You lost to me 4 years ago, and you can't even think about turning over 4 years later. Ji Ling's brows gradually furrowed, and he pretended to take out a medicine bottle from his pocket. Ji Wang and Ji Shuiyan immediately covered their faces and shouted in unison, What are you going to do to us, you bitch? Ji Ling just thought it was noisy, so he sprayed the spray at the two of them, and the effect of the drug took effect immediately. Ji Shuiyan found that she couldn't even speak. Her eyes widened. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything in the past few days, and her chin had become frighteningly thin. Her face looked hideous at the moment. Ji Mu was even more confused. No matter how hard he tried to speak, he couldn't utter a single word. He was filled with rage and walked straight towards Ji Ling. Fucking bitch, you need to be taught a lesson. With a thump, Ji Ling kicked Ji Wang's knee accurately, and Ji Wang knelt in front of Ji Ling in shame again. Ji Ling looked coldly, thinking of the instructions her mother gave her before she left. However, not only did she fail to take good care of her brother, she also allowed her bitch mother and sister to indoctrinate her with a lot of bad things. Ji Wang, you will regret everything you did today. But Ji Wang simply couldn't hear anything at this moment. He looked at Ji Ling with hatred in his eyes. What's going on? A female voice was heard outside the door, and Xu Mingxiu walked in holding Ji Zhenye's arm. After seeing the mess in the ward, Xu Mingxiu couldn't help but scream. Zhenye, how did our son and daughter become like this? When Ji Zhenye saw Ji Ling, his face immediately turned ugly. A roar rang out, Ji Ling. Ji Ling straightened his back, without any change in emotion due to Ji Zhenye's arrival. She turned around slowly and looked at the two men with cold eyes. Xu Mingxiu put on a fake smile and said, Ji Ling, where have you been for the past 4 years? Why didn't you tell us when you came back? Why be so fake? Ji Ling, how can you talk to your aunt like that? I think you have been completely corrupted since your mother died. Did you make Shuiyan look bad at the banquet? Do you know Shuiyan's current status in society? She will soon represent the whole of Nanju to attend the exchange meeting between the 5 cities. If she can't go, I will never forgive you. This is outrageous. He fell into depravity 4 years ago, and now he is even more abusing himself. Every word Ji Zhenye said was heart-piercing, like a knife stabbing Ji Ling. But there was only ridicule in Ji Ling's eyes. With her red lips raised, Ji Ling said coldly, Ji Zhenye, I was no longer a member of your Ji family 4 years ago. Don't pretend to be sincere here. There is something strange about the cause of my mother's death. You'd better keep it secret and don't let me find out. But for me, it's only a matter of time before the investigation is completed. I will personally send you to prison and keep you there for the rest of your life. Ji Zhenye married her mother, but was unfaithful to her, and even colluded with the mistress to seize her mother's property after her mother's death. She will settle this account one by one. The cause of my mother's death must be related to them. You all know why Ji Shuiyan can become little Ji president. You are fool to bully my brother, right? You keep him in the dark, thinking you can deceive him for the rest of his life? But now, I, Ji Ling, am back. From now on, I will expose your lies with my own hands. Ji Zhenye was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He picked up the broom next to him and threw it at Ji Ling. Ji Ling dodged easily. Why are you so angry? Ji Jianye, our war has just begun. You. You used illegal drugs and put some weird stuff on Shuayan and Zhuang. I can report it to their hospital to extract the ingredients and sue you, believe it or not. Ji Ling sneered, not showing any fear at all. Let's see, is it me who goes to the police station first, or your daughter who has committed more crimes? Xu Mingxiu's face darkened and he observed Ji Ling calmly. For years have passed, and this little bastard has grown a lot. But in front of them, he is just an ant that can be easily crushed to death. She naturally couldn't take the case to the police station, otherwise everything that happened for years ago would be turned upside down. It would be better to hire a killer privately and kill him directly. She gently patted Ji Jianye on the back and advised, Jianye, don't be angry, and don't be angry with Ji Ling. She is your daughter after all. What daughter? Shuayan is my only daughter. Chapter 31. Fortunately, there is no other male smell. Ji Shuayan suddenly rushed over from the ground, trying to grab Ji Ling and give her the antidote. She couldn't accept losing her voice. Ji Ling seemed to have anticipated what she wanted to do. He dodged and stood in front of Ji Shuayan. She lowered her head and glanced at Ji Wang, who was frantically touching his neck, trying to regain his voice. She took out a pill, pinched Ji Wang's chin, and fed the pill directly into his body. And Ji Shuayan. Let her endure the pain for another 3 days and 3 nights. Ji Ling walked out without looking back. Ji Jianye wanted to stop her, but was stopped by Xu Mingxiu. Jianye, this little girl is different now. She disappeared completely in the past few years. This time she came back and is by Master Fu's side. We have to be careful. And looking at the medicine in her hand, it is obvious that she inherited her mother's talent. The Ji family has been in a difficult period recently. We have almost used up all the medicine recipes her mother left behind. If we want the Ji family to successfully become one of the top 10 companies in Nanju, we may have to deal with Ji Ling in the future. After hearing what Xu Mingxiu said, Ji Jinye's anger subsided a little. He touched the back of Xu Mingxiu's hand. Mingxiu, after all these years, you are still the most sensible person. Xu Mingxiu smiled. She was able to kill Ji Ling's mother and take her place as Madame Ji back then. Now she can also play with that dead girl Ji Ling in the palm of her hand. R. As soon as he finished speaking, a scream was heard from Zhuang. The couple looked over and found that Ji Shuayan was really like a madman. She opened Ji Wang's mouth and reached in to take out the medicine. Ji Jianye was anxious. Shuayan, Shuayan. You are crazy. When Ji Ling walked out of the hospital, her eyes were still red because she was angry. The sky was overcast and very low. A heavy rainstorm is about to arrive. Ji Ling lowered her head, turned around and was about to walk towards the road, but the next second, a Bentley stopped in front of her, blocking her way. Ji Ling took a glance and saw Jiang Shu getting off the car. He opened the back door and bent over to ask, Miss Ji, Master Fu is inside. Ji Ling said nothing, just bent down and sat in. After entering, I found that the baffle had been raised, isolating it from the front. Before she could sit firmly, she was pulled over by a strong force, and Ji Ling was forced to sit on Fu Jin's legs. The man's strong and clear breath hit Fu Jin, who firmly controlled her and radiated anger. You don't plan to call me. Just getting ready to fight. Do you think I would believe it? Ji Ling turned away. Whether I fight or not, don't you know clearly where I am? Jiang Shu had just gotten into the car when he heard Ji Ling's words from behind the car. He couldn't help but perk up, remembering that half an hour ago, Fu Jin had just finished an overseas meeting. When Jiang Shu was about to check the cooperation information one by one, he suddenly heard Master Fu ask, check where Ji Ling is. Jiang Shu didn't think much about it. He glanced at the tracking location, and before the map was zoomed in, he blurted out subconsciously, hospital. With a bang, Fu Jin quickly stood up, his expression instantly cold. What? Jiang Shu quickly zoomed in and explained softly, it's the first mental hospital. But at that moment, Jiang Shu still clearly felt the danger emanating from Master Fu. It seemed that if Miss Ji was really hospitalized, Mr. Fu would kill the person who injured Miss Ji. After the memories ended, Jiang Shu quickly started the car and drove forward. On the back seat, Fu Jin pinched Ji Ling's chin and was about to say something when he noticed her red eyes. Why are you crying? No. Ji Ling's eyes were just red, but there were no tears. Who are you seeing in the mental hospital? Ji Ling raised her eyebrows rarely. He didn't check. Ji Shuayan. When he heard the name, Fu Jin obviously had no reaction. Ji Ling even felt that he didn't remember who this person was at all, and he had broken his wrist at the banquet that day. Just now in the hospital, Ji Ling saw Ji Shuiyan's twisted wrist, and the bones were almost exposed. Disgusting and horrible. He continued to look down at her, his eyes gradually falling on her neck. Why are you wearing so many clothes? Aren't you hot? Ji Ling's body stiffened, knowing that he was asking on purpose, and replied calmly, thanks to you, don't you understand the reason? Let me see. After saying that, he ripped open her collar. With a tick, the buttons on the collar burst open again. Ji Ling couldn't help but grit her teeth. This guy is so strong every time. Now her collar was wide open, and the cold air in the car rushed in, and she couldn't help but shivering. Fu Jin stared at the 3 kiss marks on her neck and reached out to touch them. Every time he touched something, Ji Ling's sanity collapsed. That's enough. Did you get the medicinal plants? The questions he asked were too jumpy, and Ji Ling was forced to jump with him. Yes, I got it. Fu Jin glanced at the small cloth bag and his eyes narrowed. Verification completed, she did not lie. He let go of her and pushed her aside. Ji Ling was caught off guard and fell backwards. She managed to stay seated by holding onto the window with her arms. Fu Jin looked straight ahead with a slight smile on his face. There was no smell of other men on her. Good. The car drove onto the coastal highway. Everything seemed calm, but in fact, there were hidden dangers all around. Jiangshu was driving normally, but the next moment, he realized something was wrong and immediately ordered, Master Fu, it's not good, there's an ambush around. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, 4 or 5 black cars rushed out, surrounded Fu Jin's car from the front and back, trying to destroy it. Fu Jin had already caught a glimpse of the surrounding cars outside the window, his brows turned cold and he said, notify Wang Ji. Master Fu, I have already notified him. Fu Jin glanced at Ji Ling, don't let yourself get hurt. Then he calmly directed Jiangshu to drive, and the black car was hit and had to move away. Ji Ling took out her own specially made small crossbow, which contained her own specially made pills, and aimed it at the driver of a black car. After a while, the driver of the black car fell into coma, and the car tilted and hit the guardrail. Fu Jin glanced at Ji Ling and said, not bad. Even though Fu Jin's car was specially modified and could last for a while, it wouldn't last too long. Soon, Jiangshu's voice was heard, oh no, Master Fu, the fuel tank is dropping rapidly and is going to explode. Protect yourself and retreat. Yes, Master Fu. Fu Jin's eyes were terrifyingly cold. He leaned forward, hugged Ji Ling and rushed out of the door. The two of them rolled into the bushes beside them. Before getting out of the car, Jiangshu did not pull their handbrake, allowing the car to drive straight forward and crash into the black-clad men who had gotten out of the car to fight. The sound of helicopters rang out in the sky, and one after another flew over. Fu Jin raised his head and glanced at the helicopter above his head, then held the woman's hand tightly. Hold me tight. But Ji Ling's forehead jumped. She noticed that there was a person ambushing in the distance, and that person was aiming at Fu Jin. Ji Ling didn't know what she was thinking, but at this moment, she rushed towards Fu Jin, be careful. Chapter 32, Fu Jin was protected by a woman for the first time. Hiss. His shoulder was pierced and blood gushed out immediately. Ji Ling finally couldn't help but groaned. Fu Jin suddenly looked down and his face changed drastically. Jing Yang happened to see it and immediately dealt with the man. Brother Jin, come up quickly. Jing Yang shouted, the cabin door opened, and Fu Jin instantly grabbed the rope that was thrown down and carried Ji Ling onto the helicopter. As soon as they got on the plane, Fu Jin held Ji Ling and sat her down with a cold face. Jing Yang, treat the wound quickly. Fu Jin almost roared from the top of his throat. Jing Yang didn't dare to be negligent. He walked over with a medicine box and carefully cut open the clothes on his shoulders with scissors. He was taking it seriously, but he caught a glimpse of the red mark on his neck. Ahem. Ji Ling glanced over. Jing Yang didn't dare to look at it, he just stared at the wound. Lingshan, I didn't see anything. It might hurt later, hissing. Tell me if you feel any pain. The anesthesia hasn't taken effect yet. Just take care of it. There was no expression on her face and she let Jing Yang handle it. Fu Jin sat opposite, looking at Ji Ling without any concealment. His expression was tense, his eyes were dark, but no one knew what he was thinking. The kind of sneak attack just now is a common occurrence for Fu Jin. He has been the king of the underworld for a long time, and no one is dissatisfied with him, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have enemies. Especially every time I go abroad, in cities where the rule of law is not strictly enforced, sneak attacks in the middle of the night while people are asleep are common. But over the years, for the first time, Fu Jin was protected by a woman. He had many scars on his body, the most serious of which was when he was shot a little to the left of his heart after a one-night stand with her 4 years ago. He was in a coma for almost half a year. Looking at Jingyang carefully sewing the wound, he knew that although the scar would not be stitched to look ugly, it would never disappear. This is the scar left by Ji Ling for him. After arriving at the base, Fu Jin carried Ji Ling directly off the plane and walked towards his exclusive room on the top floor. Shen Wangji walked behind him and said slowly, "Brother Jin, the person has been found. You deal with it first, and we'll talk about it later." Shen Wangji was stunned for a moment, but was not surprised. Anyone with insight can see the slightest change in Brother Jin, and his concern for Ling Shen is almost showing in his eyes. Jingyang put his arm around Shen Wangji's shoulders from behind and sighed, "I thought Brother Jin would live out his life alone, but I didn't expect that it would be Brother Jin who would be the first to start a family. I would rather he not be lonely and enjoy the joy of the world." Jingyang's expression turned serious. "That's right, Brother Jin had a very hard life in the first half of his life. Have you found out who those people were who ambushed and attacked?" "Well, some time ago, during the cargo incident at sea, Brother Jin dealt with a small organization, and the remaining people who escaped joined the Dark Life Hall. Among the people this time, there are people from the Dark Life Hall. Fuck, every year when Brother Jin is clearing out obstacles, there are always people from the Dark Life Hall causing trouble. If it weren't for their scattered bases, I would have wanted to destroy their lair directly." Shen Wangji lowered his eyelashes slightly. "It's impossible. When Brother Jin was kidnapped at the age of 15, the Dark Life Hall had important information that could help Brother Jin find out who the gang that kidnapped him was. If it weren't for this, how could the Dark Life Hall be so arrogant? Forget it, let's wait until Brother Jin finds out before discussing it later." On the other side, Fu Jin carried Ji Ling to the bedroom, put her on the bed, and glanced at her. When she rolled into the grass just now, there was a lot of mud on her clothes. "Want to change?" Ji Ling knew what he was referring to. She really couldn't stand being dirty. "Do you have any women's clothes here?" "Kindness. What size is it? Are you sure the woman won't be upset if she finds out?" Fu Jin's face darkened, his hands gradually supported on both sides of Ji Ling, his eyes narrowed dangerously. "The size is yours, and the clothes are specially tailored for you. Don't you know whether this woman is sad or not?" Ji Ling's expression changed slightly. Prepared for her? She was tactful enough not to ask any further questions. "Bring it here." Fu Jin walked to the closet, opened it, took a look, and his eyes darkened. What kind of fancy clothes did Jingyang prepare? But these clothes were very convenient for him at the moment. Fu Jin decisively took out the most complicated skirt and threw it next to Ji Ling. Ji Ling didn't react at all, just urged lightly, "Get out." Fu Jin didn't move, just stared at her. "Can you change it yourself?" These words clearly showed contempt for Ji Ling. Ji Ling was unable to refute for a moment. The wound on her shoulder ached from time to time, as if a mountain was pressing on her shoulder, making it impossible for her to exert any strength. But she didn't want to ask Fu Jin for help, and didn't want to bow her head. "Yes, time will just slow down. Am I dead while I stand here?" "What? Isn't the hint obvious enough?" Ji Ling pursed her lips and then said, "You are a man, we are just partners now, I don't want you to see me naked." Fu Jin chuckled, "You're taking the bullet for me just because we're partners. Miss Ji really cares about me as a partner so much." His voice was already deep and magnetic, and after he said this, it sounded even more bewitching. Ji Ling was almost tricked. "My conscience told me to save him, not because of who he was." Fu Jin didn't argue with her. She would not admit 9 out of 10 things she said anyway. He walked over, lifted up her skirt with his big hands, and started taking off Ji Ling's clothes. "Fu Jin, you. I still say the same thing, I've already seen it, there's nothing to hide." Ji Ling was angry and simply stopping. Let him change it, so that she wouldn't break the wound again. And Fu Jin was very careful when changing her clothes this time. He took off her clothes gently without touching any of her wounds. When Fu Jin saw the black shirt, he couldn't help but roll his Adam's apple. He took the skirt and gently pulled it over her head. Ji Ling was as lazy as an old man. She didn't put any effort into it and just let him put it on her. At first, Fu Jin was bending over, but later he put his hands around her arms, rested his chin on her other uninjured shoulder, and tied the belt behind his waist. The quieter the room, the more obvious their breathing became. Ji Ling sat for a long time and her body became extremely stiff. Was he changing her clothes, or was he torturing her? Are you okay? Well, women's clothes are such a hassle. Fu Jin glanced at the bag behind him, which looked barely presentable, and snorted. There's a bed here, rest here and wait for me, okay. Ji Ling pointed to the computer on the table over there and asked, can I use it? Fu Jin's face darkened a little. He couldn't say he was happy. Was he going to contact a man again? You need to rest. I know my limits. I'll use it once and then rest. Fu Jin didn't say anything else and turned to walk out. When they arrived at the next box, Jing Yang and Shen Wangji were already seated and waiting. Have you found out? The people from Anxingtang are probably still obsessed with that batch of goods. When Fu Jin heard that it was in Xingtang, he was not surprised at all. He has made many enemies in the underworld. No matter who wants to take revenge on him or provoke him, he is not afraid of any of them. So far, no organization has been able to shake the Xiaoying organization created by Fu Jin. What is the identity of the person who attacked? Chapter 33. Do something else to divert your attention. Shen Wangji would naturally not forget it. After all, he had injured Lingshan, which was more excessive than anyone else who had come to attack Anxingtang today. He threw the information over. My men have already gone after him. He definitely can't leave Nanju at the moment. He will definitely be found. It's just a matter of time. But we found something strange. In the past half-month, he had a large transaction with someone from Nanju, and this transaction came from the Fu family. When talking about the Fu family, we have to mention the ambitious jackals, tigers and leopards of the Fu family. Everyone wants to be Fu Jin, but no one has the ability to do so, so they all rely on despicable means. Fu Jin's biological father was a playboy. After Fu Jin's mother passed away, he married 3 wives in succession and kept them at home. Fu Jin also has several more stepbrothers. I know who it is. Fu Jin said gloomily. Brother Jin, do you want to go back to the old house? Every time he returned to the old house, Fu Jin felt extremely depressed and irritable. The medicines developed by Jing Yang had no effect on Fu Jin in recent years. Yes. If you have a headache. Jiling is here. Shen Wangji nodded in relief. As for the Dark Life Hall, a Yang and I will handle it. It's just a small organization. Fu Jin continued to deal with some things before returning to the room. Pushing the door open, I saw a woman lying on the bed, sleeping quietly. He took a look, and his originally depressed mood eased a lot after seeing Ji Ling. Fu Jin came to the computer desk, raised his hand to check it, and after a long time, he sneered. It turns out that Xiaobao inherited his hacking skills from her. The mother and son's actions were exactly the same. They deleted all traces completely. The only thing that allowed Fu Jin to catch some clues was that she also had an ID for an underworld website. But Fu Jin doesn't know which one it is yet. He stood up and walked over, sitting down on the edge of the bed, and so that Ji Ling had cold sweat on his forehead and his face was very pale. After being pierced by a bullet, although you can apply anesthetics and sew the wound on the spot, the pain after the anesthetic wears off is not something that ordinary people can endure. Ji Ling bit her lips subconsciously and couldn't sleep well because of the pain. Fu Jin saw that she was about to bite her mouth open, so he stretched out his fingers to pry it open. This action naturally woke up Ji Ling. She opened her eyes instantly and looked at him. Pain. Ji Ling shook her head gently. I can bear it. Fu Jin bent down to pick up the clothes on the ground, rummaged through them, and a small medicine bag fell out. This is what Ji Ling always carries with her, and there is not much medicine left in it. He spread it out in his palm and asked Ji Ling directly, which one has the effect of relieving pain? Ji Ling took a glance and said, whichever one you eat, it will be painful. There is no good medicine here. Itch medicine, truth medicine, voice loss medicine, pain medicine. Fu Jin hissed, are they all defending against people? Are there any at home? I don't have much with me, and I need to plant and cultivate them right away for the experiment. Unless, I can go back to Yinshi Town. It is naturally impossible to let her go back alone. Fu Jin said directly, in 2 days, I will take you back personally after I finish my work. So there is no medicine that can relieve your pain. You can't be anesthetized again. Okay, Fu Jin nodded, threw his clothes away, and followed her onto the bed, avoiding her wounds and turning her body over. Then I'll take you to do something else to divert your attention. What? Before Ji Ling could react, her lips were blocked. She didn't have the strength to raise her arms to struggle and was trapped in his shackles. But what he said actually came true. Wherever Fu Jin kissed, Ji Ling's attention would be drawn there, and she couldn't help but shiver. How could he notice the wound? His kiss was much more mature and skillful than any of his previous ones, and so intense that Ji Ling's mind went blank. Outside the door, Jing Yang was lying on the door panel, listening with a stethoscope, his expression unpredictable. Shen Wanji folded his arms, leaned against the wall helplessly, and whispered, "What did you hear? Aren't you afraid that Brother Jin will send you to Heizhou after he finds out? Besides, you should have a sense of crisis. Since Hixing came into being, your role has become ordinary. Admit it, his medical skills are more advanced and professional than yours, and you still need to work hard for a few more years to catch up." Jing Yang put away the stethoscope and poked Shen Wanji's chest. "When your house caught fire, who stayed up all day and all night to perform surgery on you? You have no conscience. Of course my idol is better than me. Besides, I've been number 1 in the medical rankings for a long time. It's too lonely. Now I finally found some joy in living." He deliberately smirked and moved closer. "But, Wanji, are you sure you don't want to know what I heard? It's a very exciting sound." "What?" Jing Yang slowly put his 2 fingers together, then pouted his lips. "Understand." After a moment of silence, Shen Wanji took Jing Yang's stethoscope and said, "Let me listen." It was not until the evening that Fu Jin took Ji Ling away and returned to Fu's house. "As soon as I entered the yard, I felt a serious atmosphere. The servants standing at the door were all tense and didn't dare to breathe." Fu Jin's eyes turned cold, and he asked directly, "What's going on?" Master Fu, the master is here." In an instant, Fu Jin's face darkened. He carried Ji Ling in without stopping. As soon as he stepped into the living room, he saw Fu Tan sitting on the sofa with 2 women beside him, and the 3 little kids were sitting on the sofa opposite. Just by looking at Fu Tan's expression, you can tell that there has just been a verbal battle. Upon seeing this, Butler Jiang quickly called out, "Master Fu, you're back. What are you doing here?" Fu Jin said expressionlessly. "Fu Jin, who are you talking to?" Fu Tan suddenly slapped the table, causing it to shake. The war between father and son is about to break out. Fu Tan pointed at the 3 little treasures angrily and said, "How do you explain this? If someone in the company hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that my son had 3 illegitimate children outside. Bastard. Watch your words, or you'll forget about your mouth." Fu Jin's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was powerful enough to shake the entire audience. "How can you talk to your father like that?" Fu Tan couldn't help but slam the table and stood up. The eldest lady quickly stood up and supported him. "Artan, don't be angry. Can't we talk it out nicely? What's there to say to him? Every time he sees me, he doesn't get angry with me and looks dead. How could I, Fu Tan, have such a son? I don't think of you as my father. Why do you care so much about me?" "Fu Jin, what did you say?" Fu Tan's face was twisted and saliva was flying. "The woman in your arms is the one you kept outside, right? You have been hiding a woman from the village for 4 years. You are quite good at hiding. I tell you, a woman like this will never be able to step into the door of my Fu family." Chapter 34 The Great Devil Protects Us. If a mistress can enter the Fu family, what are the women in the village? Fu Jin. Fu Tan's throat was almost broken from yelling. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more out of control, Fu Jin pursed his lips, then looked down at Ji Ling. "Can you leave by yourself?" Ji Ling nodded. "Then take the child up there." As soon as Ji Ling came down, the 3 little treasures automatically ran towards Ji Ling, and she didn't stay here for long. After all, this is someone else's family affair. It's not a place where she can join in the fun without restraint. As soon as Ji Ling and the child left, Fu Tan rolled up his sleeves and walked forward to beat Fu Jin. 2 or 3 bodyguards suddenly appeared behind him and protected Fu Jin. Fu Tan stretched out his hand to wave, but was easily pushed back by the bodyguards and fell on the sofa. The first and second wives hurried to support him. Artan, Artan. Fu Jin, he is your father. How can you treat your father like this? Fu Jin turned the watch on his wrist and sat down on the sofa. The strong aura he emanated from inside out shocked the entire audience. Fu Tan, I told you that you are not allowed to take a step into this house. Are you turning a deaf ear to it? Fu Tan was extremely annoyed. Why can't I get married? This is the house your mother gave as a dowry, and it also belongs to me, Fu Tan, half of it. You, Fu Jin, have no say in the matter. Are you worthy of mentioning my mother? I have warned you more than once that if your ears are useless, you should cut them off. I will help you. Fu Tan was completely enraged. He pushed the 2 women away and rushed towards Fu Jin. The bodyguards surrounded him again with expressionless faces. Fu Tan was so angry that he slapped one of them. How much will Fu Jin offer you? You are so loyal, more loyal than a dog. I will offer double the price, get out of my way. Fu Jin clasped his hands together, and the anger in his eyes gradually overflowed. He looked up. Was he angry about what he said? You can beat me or take revenge on me as you like. If you die, it's my fault. 3 minutes, get out of here. Fu Jin suddenly stood up and prepared to go upstairs. Fu Tan's voice came again. Why do you look down on me? Didn't you also secretly give birth to 3 children outside? You are just a bunch of lowly rural bastards who are not presentable. Fu Jin stopped walking, then rushed towards Fu Tan at lightning speed, grabbed his collar tightly with his palm, and lifted Fu Tan up. Fu Tan was half hanging in the air, his breathing was held, and he became embarrassed. Fu Jin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Fu Tan, I've tolerated you for a whole night. If you get sick, you'll die. If you want to die, I'll send you away. I am Fu Jin's child, you try to say that again. Fu Tan coughed several times, shocking the 2 ladies beside him so much that neither of them dared to speak. Bang! Fu Tan was thrown out. He fell against the door and lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Jianshu quickly cleared all the people out. After coming back, I still saw Fu Jin sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. He licked his lips and wondered if he should go upstairs to find Miss Ji. But Miss Ji had just been injured. Master Fu. Prepare the car. Fu Jin suddenly stood up, stretched out his long legs, and walked out. Meanwhile, upstairs. Dabao stood at the door. He saw the whole scene of the confrontation between the big devil and the old man clearly. Erbao and Xiaobao were lying on the window. After Fu Jin left, Erbao ran to Ji Ling on his little legs. Mommy, mommy, the big devil has left. Dabao turned back with a serious look, pursed his lips and said nothing. Xiaobao noticed it and patted Dabao on the shoulder. Dabao, what's wrong? Just. The great devil protected us. Upon hearing this, Xiaobao looked at his mother first. Mommy, why don't you tell me how you got the wand? We are all your children, are you going to hide it from us too? Ji Ling stroked his forehead. I had some trouble with Fu Jin on the road, and I was accidentally hit by a bullet. The wound has been treated, and I'm fine. Xiaobao gently touched the gauze on Ji Ling's shoulder. Do you want to go back to Yinshi Town to get some painkillers? Maybe after a while. Xiaobao rubbed his chin and said directly, Mommy, why do I feel that you and the big devil are getting along a little harmonious recently? Your lipstick has been smudged by kisses, and the big devil didn't even bother to wipe it off. When Erbao heard this, he lost his composure and stared at Ji Ling's face for a long time. Xiaobao, are you sure this is a kiss? Why doesn't it look like this after a kiss in TV dramas? Xiaobao shrugged helplessly, because what you are showing is the deleted scenes. Dabao, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Mommy, now, you don't hate the devil anymore. Ji Ling has instilled correct values and ideas in the 3 little ones since they were young. Even though they have never had a father since they were young, she has never asked Ji Ling to go on blind dates or introduce other men to their mother. It seems that deep down, they still prefer their biological father. Look everywhere. I can't leave now anyway. I don't know what will happen in the future. Although the great devil, now that I think about it, it's still pretty good. If he really becomes our father, we don't seem to be that resistant. Erbao bit his fingers and muttered. The other side. Fu family old house. The first and second wives helped Fu Tan back to the living room. Fu Tan had to be in a wheelchair for another half a month after this fall. The eldest lady said angrily that Fu Jin is getting more and more arrogant. Tan, if he really puts those 3 children in the family tree, then the Fu family will all belong to him in the future. The second wife also echoed, how can that be possible? Is our son no longer a son? For so many years, he has been occupying Fu's company all by himself, which is too much. We can't even ban our son from entering Fu's company. Not even giving him a manager position. Okay, all of you get out of here. You're making so much noise in my ears, it's annoying me. The second madam wanted to say something more, but seeing that Fu Tan's face was indeed not very good, she tactfully stopped talking and turned to walk towards the room. She was so angry that her teeth were itching. She tried her best to make Fu Tan happy and finally agreed to let her son Yuanzi join the company. Now, because of the 3 illegitimate children, all her plans were ruined. A haze gradually flashed in his eyes. This annoying bastard must be gotten rid of when he could. Little did he know that his son had just returned from outside and was arrested before he even entered the house. Basement. Fu Yuanzi was woken up by being splashed. When he woke up, he found himself hanging upside down, tied to a rope and hanging from the beam. Fu Yuanzi yelled instantly, who tied me up? Let me go. Do you know that I am the young master of the Fu family? Do you want to die? A basin of ice water was poured over him again, covering his face. Fu Yuanzi coughed several times before he heard footsteps coming in from outside. With each sound, the atmosphere in the entire basement instantly turned cold. Until Fu Jin sat on the chair opposite. Fu Yuanzi saw it clearly, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes for no apparent reason. Is the killer exposed? Chapter 35. He likes to kiss her. Impossible. He spent a lot of money this time, and it was a sneak attack. Their transaction records had been deleted long ago. How did Fu Jin find out about him? Fu Jin, I'm your brother. Why are you tying me up now? If Dad knew. Don't mention Fu Tan to me. Fu Jin's eyes were cold, without any emotion. Fu Yuanzi couldn't help but tremble. You. Fu Yuanzi, your skills have improved a lot. Are you looking for someone to attack you by surprise? Are you too shy? What evidence do you have to identify me? Stop talking nonsense. Evidence? I don't care if it's you or not. Don't even think about having an easy time tonight. We are all family. Fu Jin, if you do this, you will be punished by heaven. You will be struck by lightning. Sooner or later, you will lose everything you have. Fu Jin took out a cigarette box and put it in his mouth. Jiangshu put the lighter under the cigarette, lit it, and then put it away. The moment the smoke blew out, Jiangshu ordered, "You are so ungrateful, you know what to do." Yes. Fu Jin naturally wouldn't stay any longer. When he came out of the basement, a cold wind blew over him. It blew away some of the smell of smoke on Fu Jin. He walked straight towards the car with his long legs and set off back to Fu's house. Butler Jiang had just come out of the children's room and ran into Fu Jin. He leaned forward and said, "Master Fu. Are you all asleep? Well, I made some soothing soup for them tonight. Although the 3 young masters are very sensible, they are still 3-year-old children after all. They can't stand such a shock. Okay, tell me what's going on. Master Fu, how did your hand get injured? It would have been better if Butler Jiang didn't mention it." Once he mentioned it, Fu Jin noticed the bloodstains on his hands. He recalled for a while and thought that it was probably because he was scratched by the big gold chain on Fu Tan's neck when he pulled his collar just now. No problem. Master Fu is still young, so you should avoid getting too many injuries on your body. It will not look good when you are old. Butler Jiang teased softly. Fu Jin showed no emotion. "Uncle Jiang, you should go to bed early." He turned and walked upstairs to the bedroom, but when he entered the room, he did not see Ji Ling. In an instant, he rushed into the room and looked for it. When he saw that the bathroom inside was lit, he felt a little relieved. Fu Jin sat on the bed with an unclear expression, looking at the bloodstain on the palm of his hand. He didn't look up until Ji Ling came out of the bathroom. The gauze on Ji Ling's shoulder had been torn off, and she walked out wearing a halter dress. When she saw Fu Jin coming back, she tactfully said nothing. Anyone with common sense could see that Fu Jin was in a bad mood tonight. She picked up the medicine box, sat on the sofa, faced the mirror, and prepared to reapply medicine and bandage herself. Fu Jin was ignored. The already gloomy face became even more depressed and unhappy. Can you apply medicine yourself? Ji Ling applied the medicine naturally, yes. Fu Jin stood up and walked over, snatching the cotton swab from her hand. I'll do it. Ji Ling just happened to see the blood stain on his hand. The wound was neither shallow nor deep, but it was also shocking, and the flesh inside was exposed. You are injured. Let me bandage you. Ji Ling gave up applying medicine to herself and took the disinfectant to clean Fu Jin's wound. Fu Jin sat on the coffee table, his eyes fixed on her. Although Ji Ling didn't think it was a big deal, she felt a little defensive after being stared at by him for so long. She let go of his hand, stepped back a little, and said calmly, "Don't touch water these days, don't use too much force, and you need to apply medicine every day." Not getting a response from Fu Jin, Ji Ling raised her eyes. "Did you hear, He approached without warning, gently pinched her chin with his fingers, and kissed her. Since Fu Jin kissed her once, the frequency of his kisses has increased. He seemed to enjoy kissing her. The previous few times they kissed, they kept their eyes open, and neither of them looked at the other, refusing to admit defeat. But now, Fu Jin slowly closed his eyes. There is no fight, no emotion, just wanting to quietly enjoy the kiss at this moment. Ji Ling's eyelashes trembled slightly, and over time, her breathing became disordered. Until finally, she had to quickly push Fu Jin away. Fu Jin slowly straightened up, raised his hand and touched his lips, which still had her scent. 15 minutes, and you can't stand it. Ji Ling choked and retorted, "Why did you kiss me? You are my woman, why can't I kiss you? It's just a cooperative relationship. Please don't make it real, Mr. Fu. When the cooperation is over, you will be involved in other unnecessary emotions." Fu Jin snorted coldly, as if smiling sarcastically. Ji Ling, face the reality. You can't escape it. Ji Ling turned her head, looked forward, and asked slowly, "Was that your father just now? What do you want to say? He doesn't approve of the children, and the Fu family probably won't like it either. Similarly, I don't like the children growing up in such a quarrelsome and unfriendly family. If you really want to do this for their own good, don't fight for custody. My child and I are in Yinshi Town. You can come and visit us anytime you want. You can even take him away to play with us for a few days. I will agree. Fu Jin, this is the best way." She looked at him sincerely, without a trace of emotion in her eyes. Fu Jin's expression was not very good, and he sneered, "Why, do you think I can't protect them? Who told you that I take the Fu family seriously? But they are not here too. Who cares?" Ji Ling was unable to refute this sentence. Only Fu Jin could say such domineering words. Fu Jin glanced at the wound on her shoulder and said, "If you don't bandage it, it will get cold. Is the doctor so careless?" Ji Ling glanced at it and said, "I know my own body very well. Tonight, can you please not hold me while sleeping? If I touch the wound, it will hurt me. This is medicine for your insomnia. You will sleep well after taking it." Fu Jin smiled instead of getting angry. "You've really thought it through." When the two of them finally slept, one was on the sofa and the other on the bed. But early the next morning, when Ji Ling woke up, she was surprised to find that her hand was on Fu Jin's waist. She was stunned. What was going on? Ji Ling withdrew his hand as if he had been electrocuted, propped himself up and sat up, then went to wash up. She usually pays attention to health preservation and physical fitness. Although she has an injury on her shoulder, it does not affect her farm work. After planting the medicinal plants that Yun Nanxing gave her one by one, Ji Ling received a phone call from an unknown number. I only took one look and I knew who was calling. Ji Ling picked up the phone without hesitation. "Ji Ling." A hoarse female voice came from the other side. The voice seemed to be ruined, and it sounded vicissitudes and unpleasant. Ji Ling raised her eyebrows. Did the Ji family find someone to give Ji Shuiyan the antidote? What's up? I give you 30 minutes to come to the Ji family, otherwise, you know the consequences. Chapter 36. If you don't listen, I will kill Ji Wang. Ji Shuiyan hung up the phone directly, and then a few photos were pushed to her phone. The woman in the photo turned out to be her mother. Bloody photos. Almost in an instant, Ji Ling clenched the phone. She took off her straw hat and walked out. Butler Jiang stopped Ji Ling and said with a gentlemanly smile, "Miss Ji, if you want to go out, I will send a car to take you there." Ji Ling glanced at it and didn't refuse. "Okay." An hour later, the car arrived at Ji's house. Ji Ling walked down and took a look at the courtyard. After 4 years, the Ji family has become more and more prosperous, and they spend her mother's inherited medicine recipes recklessly. Over the past 4 years, Ji Ling has been collecting a lot of evidence. But what happened 20 years ago was so long ago that it was concealed by time and destroyed by someone with ulterior motives. She spent a lot of effort but still found it difficult to dig out evidence that could truly kill the Ji family. Then let the Ji family continue to thrive. When it reaches the peak, Ji Ling will destroy it in one fell swoop and bury her mother with it. She concealed the hatred in her eyes and walked into the Ji family step by step. In the living room, Ji Shuiyan was slumped on the sofa, and 2 servants were kneeling on the ground, applying a foot mask to her. As soon as Ji Ling came in, he saw the photo hanging on the mural. This was obviously just replaced, but it undoubtedly stimulated Ji Ling. The photo of her mother being framed was enlarged several times by Ji Shuiyan and hung on the wall. Instantly, Ji Ling's eyes were red. "Ji Shuiyan, do you want to die?" Ji Shuiyan sat up slowly, not trying to hide the fierceness on her face. "Ji Ling, don't you know whether it is you who should die or me? Now the entire Ji family belongs to me. So what if you suddenly appear? So what if you are by Master Fu's side?" Ji Shuiyan's voice has not recovered yet, and after saying so many words, it became even more hoarse. Like an old witch's voice. She suddenly twisted her body. "You have seen all the photos, right? Now, if you obey me obediently, I will not release these photos. But if you don't obey, these photos will be released to the public in a few minutes. After all, your mother was quite famous back then. I don't believe that if this is released now, it won't cause an uproar." Ji Shuiyan laughed with glee, and the sound of her laughter was as unpleasant as a ghost demanding death. She took out the jade pendant she was wearing around her neck and said, "I have worn this jade pendant for so many years. Your family's inherited jade pendant is still quite useful. It allowed me to step up to the position of Xiao Ji." Ji Shuiyan said these words deliberately to really irritate Ji Ling's nerves. But even so, she wouldn't feel relieved. The embarrassment she made at the banquet, in the police station, and in the hospital made her want to skin Ji Ling alive. Ji Ling sneered, "Over the years, you have already squeezed out the medicine recipe. I want to know, how do you plan to continue to grow and develop? Hey, Ji Ling, don't think I don't know that you inherited your mother's talent. I'm now giving you a choice of not dying. If you work for our Ji family obediently, I will tell you where the suicide note your mother left behind. I can also give you the Ji Wen kid." Ji Shuiyan said disdainfully. Anyway, Jiwang had already grown up to be a rogue, fighting, smoking and drinking all day long at school. He didn't have the air of a nobleman at all, and dressed in a ruffian manner. If she just said a few words, Jiwang would pounce on her and kneel in front of her like a pug. But Ji Shuiyan has been tired of playing around in the past few years. Even if she returns her to Ji Ling, she is sure that Jiwang will still be the dog who sold his mother and sister. She touched her nails slowly and said, "If you don't agree, I will kill Jiwang. Just like in the old days. If Jiwang dies, the Ji family will have no heir, and then the entire Ji family will belong to her. But it's not possible now. She has to keep that bastard Jiwang to threaten Ji Ling." Ji Ling had strong self-control which prevented her from going crazy and losing control at this moment. Her face still showed a calm and peaceful expression. Ji Shuiyan did hold her most fatal weakness and threatened her. Then play with her. If he killed her directly, Ji Ling would feel unsatisfied. How can a love-hate relationship that has lasted for more than 10 years end overnight? Ji Ling opened her red lips and said, "Want me to develop new medicinal herbs for you? There is a laboratory in the backyard. In a few days, Ji's will have a new product launch conference. The directors of hospitals throughout Nanju will come to visit. Ji Ling, if you screw up, I won't let you go." After saying that, she snapped her fingers. This time Ji Shuiyan learned her lesson and hired 18 bodyguards to stay at home. In an instant, all 18 people gathered around and surrounded Ji Ling. Ji Ling nodded. Ji Shuiyan really invested a lot of money. "Take Ji Ling to the lab and watch over her. Don't even think about leaving until you produce results that satisfy me." Ji Ling calmly waved her sleeves and said, "I can go there by myself. No need to carry me." She walked towards the backyard coldly. Ji Shuiyan, who was sitting on the sofa, finally pounded the sofa hard. Why are you pretending to be so noble? You're just as mean as her mother. Ji Shuiyan coughed several times before she said gloomily, let Chen Dazhuan get ready. When Ji Ling has finished her research, go in and defile her. The servant didn't dare to say no, and immediately knelt on the ground and said, yes. Ji Ling walked into the laboratory, which was filled with the most advanced machines and had many material analyses of her mother's pharmacopoeia posted on the wall. Ji Ling's eyes turned cold. It was precisely because of these that Ji Shuiyan was able to climb up step by step to the position of Mr. Ji. And she knows nothing about medicine. Ji Ling looked at the experimental device in front of him and started operating it. She didn't need to observe to know that this place was full of surveillance cameras, and Ji Shuiyan was observing her in secret. Ji Ling takes every experiment seriously, no matter where it is. Elsewhere, Ji Shuiyan stared at the surveillance camera, watching Ji Ling's familiar operation, gritting her teeth and said, sure enough, Ji Ling, this bitch, is really good at what she does. I want to control her and make her a tool for me, Ji Shuiyan, to use as I please. Let Chen Dazhuan in. Yes, miss. In the laboratory, Ji Ling wore goggles and focused on the progress of the experiment. Just then, the door was pushed open from the outside. A man in his 30s walked in dressed in a white coat, looking very gentlemanly. Ji Ling became alert, who are you? Miss, it's so boring to do experiments alone. I'm a scientist hired by the Ji family. Can we do it together? As he said this, Chen Dazhuan's gaze wandered over Ji Ling without any concealment. Let us do it together. Ji Ling casually picked up the blue potion beside her and sprinkled it directly at Chen Dazhuan when he approached. But Chen Dazhuan was already prepared, and at the same time, he pulled out the stun gun from his waist. Instantly, the electric shock went to Ji Ling's waist. He adjusted his glasses and cursed, you bitch, you dare to hit me. I'll teach you a lesson today. As soon as Ji Ling was electrocuted, he became weak and powerless. Chen Dazhuan slapped her on the shoulder. In an instant, the bandage on Ji Ling's shoulder was torn off, the wound opened, and blood began to flow out again. Ji Ling's face turned pale, but she bit her lips tightly. The other party was obviously preparing to act, and even wanted to hypnotize Ji Ling. Ji Ling didn't look into the man's eyes, she picked up whatever she could find on the table and threw it at him. The man blocked them one by one with his arms. Some exploded, some shattered, and the laboratory fell into ruin. And Ji Ling was successfully forced into a corner. Chapter 37. The whole family of three got beaten. Chen Dazhuan smiled sinisterly, my little beauty, here, there are only the two of us, no third person will come in, and you can't escape, the windows are all closed, where can you escape to? Why don't you just be good and let your brother hug you and pamper you? Don't be ungrateful. As Chen Dazhuan spoke, he unbuckled his belt, and the lust in his eyes could no longer be concealed. He stretched out the stun gun, leaving Ji Ling with nowhere to escape, and shocked her severely. But he was also secretly surprised that this woman was so resilient that she hadn't fainted yet. Ji Ling bit her lips tightly and tasted the salty taste in her mouth. Blood was oozing out of his shoulders and mouth, and his strength was slowly draining away. She got angry and took out the flammable potion she had just hidden from her bosom. Ji Ling lit the lighter and lit it in front of Chen Dazhuan. By the time Chen Dazhuan reacted, it was too late to escape. All I heard was Ji Ling roaring softly, go to hell, you beast. After saying that, he threw the medicine bottle straight at Chen Dazhuan. The medicine got on his clothes and instantly caught fire. He yelled and quickly took off his white coat. Ji Ling used her last bit of strength to smash the window hard. Although she was most familiar with these settings, she had no tools at the moment and could only rely on brute force. He picked up a stool and smashed it against the window. With a loud bang, Ji Ling crawled out. In the monitoring room, the servant immediately shouted to Ji Shuiyan, oh no, miss, there's a fire. On the other side, San Xiaobao drove to the gate of the Ji family villa. Dabao was very serious, mom's last resting place is right here, we have to save her quickly. Are you, Ji Ling's children? Xu Mingxiu's shocked voice rang out, and he quickly looked at Ji Jinya beside him. Ji Jinya's pupils widened even more, like, this is definitely Ji Ling's child. The three treasures immediately looked at the old uncle and aunt in front of them with great vigilance and caution. Ji Jinya strode forward and said, your mother is indeed here with us. Let us take you in. No, don't catch us. Isn't it easy for Ji Jianye to deal with these three children? He gave his men a wink and asked them to capture the children quickly. Xu Mingxiu also understood Ji Jianye's thoughts instantly. He stuffed the child into the car, slammed the door shut, and then sniffed. Jianye, why do I smell the smell of fire? The house is on fire. Ji Jianye's eyes widened with anger and he roared. Fu's house. It was already 1 o'clock when Fu Jin woke up, and no one dared to wake him up. He hurried downstairs, looking extremely unhappy. What kind of insomnia medicine did Ji Ling give him last night? It was obviously a sleeping pill. Uncle Jiang, where are they? Butler Jiang was shocked. I know Miss Ji went out, but when did the three young masters slip out, and we didn't prevent them? Jiangshu, prepare the plane immediately. Yes, Master Fu. The men immediately prepared and followed Fu Jin onto the plane. In just a few minutes, Fu Jin arrived at the Ji family. When the plane stopped in front of them, they saw Ji Jianye and Xu Mingxiu supporting Ji Xueyan as they ran out. The Ji family's house was filled with smoke and fire was burning in the sky. When he suddenly saw an airplane parked in front of his house, Ji Jianye's pupils shrank suddenly and he subconsciously took a step back. The hatch slowly opened and Fu Jin walked out. The hostility emanating from his body cannot be ignored. Fu, Master Fu. Fu Jin had a grim look on his face and asked directly, where's Ji Ling? Ji Jianye rolled his eyes. Ji Ling? Ji Ling is not here with us, Master Fu, you have come to the wrong place. Before he could finish his words, Jiangshu stepped forward and kicked Ji Jianye right in the knee. Ji Jianye fell to the ground in pain, holding his legs and screaming. He suspected that all his bones were broken. Oh, that hurts. When Ji Xueyan saw Master Fu, she remembered how he broke her wrist that night, and she didn't dare to look directly into Fu Jin's eyes. Could it be that Ji Ling really has some relationship with Fu Jin? Why did Fu Jin come here so quickly? This is impossible. Fu Jin pointed his weapon at Ji Xueyan, and said in an extremely cold voice, tell me, where is Ji Ling? I don't know. Xu Mingxiu also fell to the ground, covering his arm in fear, and bleeding. It hurts so much. Ji Xueyan couldn't help but scream. Jiling was in the lab at the back. She started the fire herself. It's none of my business. Upon hearing this, Jiangshu immediately rushed in with his men. Fu Jin still didn't put down his hand. Where are the children? Children, whose children? Ji Xueyan was at a loss. Children. Is it Ji Ling's child? Wasn't Ji Ling's child dead? Yet, she was born. Then why does Master Fu care so much? Ji Xueyan had been in a trance for too long, and Fu Jin had long lost his patience. Jiangshu stepped forward, and then Ji Xueyan's screams were heard. Ji Xueyan immediately shook her head frantically. I have never seen the child, I swear, it was definitely not me, Master Fu, you have to believe me, I really have never seen the child. Ji Jianye finally couldn't stand Fu Jin's cold gaze, and was even more afraid of being hit again. Pointing directly at Xu Mingxiu, he said, she knows where the child is. Ji Jianye. Xu Mingxiu screamed in disbelief. She looked at Fu Jin tremblingly. The children were sent to the mountains. Fu Jin was completely furious and ordered his men, catch these people and punish them severely. Yes, Master Fu. On the mountain. The driver who took the three little treasures to the mountain was easily knocked unconscious by the big treasure. The little treasure skillfully jumped into the driver's seat and stopped the car. The three little treasures broke out of the door and looked at the wilderness in front of them. Bao immediately looked at Xiaobao. Xiaobao, quickly check your watch to see if there is any signal. We haven't rescued Mommy yet, I'm so worried that something has happened to Mommy. Xiaobao frowned, and his expression gradually became serious. Damn it, there is no signal in this desolate mountain area. I don't even know where they are at the moment. Let's go back and see if we can get back. Bao nodded. Okay, Xiaobao will listen to you, but Dabao, did that bad old man hit you on the head just now? Does it hurt? I'm fine. Why do I vaguely hear the rumbling sound of an airplane? Bao was walking and suddenly said. Dabao stopped and raised his head. Look at the sky. Sure enough, a plane flew low in front of them and then stopped not far away. The cabin door opened and Fu Jin's tall and slender figure walked out. At that moment, San Xiaobao stood there in a daze. Fu Jin was approaching them, and they suddenly felt that the big devil was surrounded by a layer of golden light. Like a god, he came to save them. Erbao has always been sentimental, and at this moment he couldn't help but feel sad. Dad came to save us. When Fu Jin approached, the three little guys were still in a daze. Jiangshu was standing aside, thinking to himself, Master Fu, the three young masters might be frightened. You are afraid too.